And that's my honest opinion about acoustic sounds.
Yes.
That was
you
great.
don't have to buy it. You don't have to buy all your records from with no pants on.
So,
Yeah.
so it's like, Forrest, what's your opinion on war?
What's up, everybody?
What's
Pull the
up,
plug.
folks? Thank
Hey
you,
guys,
Elliot.
how you doing?
Hey, Elliot. Elliot, you haven't been up in a while. Let me drop a link. You
Yeah.
got anything you want to show?
Hey, Tom.
Happy Friday. Thanks
That's
everyone
right,
for
Roberto.
joining.
Hey, Nick. Oh, man. Been a long week.
It's been a rough and long week, yes, for sure.
Okay, on with this.
We need to fund a collection for Mike to get an actual webcam.
I do have one. I have that Logitech, like, what is it? I don't know. It's a 1080p.
Is it?
Hmm.
It's what,
Well, we're in
480i.
We're in 4K world
Well,
now.
yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah, it should be a DSD 64. Then it would look better.
Yeah.
TSD 60.
I think I've started every fucking live stream with.
Did you rub Vaseline over your lens?
Oh,
That's
shit.
the one thing. Hold
You
on.
look much younger.
Hello,
Hello.
Final.
Leland. Wow, we got folks.
Great. Awesome.
Mike is wearing his what?
I don't know. Dated references.
The Sleeping with the Enemy shirt? Oh, yeah, that's fair. His MoFi shirt. Look at that.
Enemy.
This you see, Pearl Jam
Yes.
shirt doesn't get blurred.
Ooh, what year is that from?
It's just focus
13?
on the
That's 13, Chris. That's 11, 26, 13. Almost like it was very close. I think it was the day before or after Thanksgiving, 2013.
Nice.
Oakland Arena. It was really nice there. Saw a bunch of concerts there. Mike, it just got worse.
Dude,
Yeah. I mean,
ridiculous.
what are
Your
you
hand
doing?
looks nice.
I'm trying to
It's-
just get it to focus.
Melinda.
It's like your camera's angry at you.
Oh, there you go.
Hey, Melinda.
And
Now,
we have-
now Mike is DSD 256, not
Yeah.
64.
oops, did this kill Brandon? No.
Oh, sorry.
back.
Oh, there you go. Hey, Brando.
What's happening, you guys?
Hey.
Is it hot wherever you are?
It's fucking hot here.
I don't know. I don't dare to step out any
Texas
moment of
is
the day.
always hot. So
Not this hot, man. It's crazy. It's down to 105
For
now,
sure.
so that's cool.
Wow.
This might be my final appearance on the stream.
It better not be.
Oh,
Well,
yeah, what's
Hurricane
going on in
Hillary's
California?
coming. I might be washed away.
don't you know how to surf?
Body surf.
Oh, you
The
better
problem
get
is, you don't.
Oh, Rob, you're breaking up.
ready. Breaking up.
Hillary-
Hillary must be there.
He's already underwater.
Rob, we can't hear you.
You sound like an alien.
Burp, 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 burp.
Rob, you sound like an alien.
Hey, Mazzy.
That's nice, Mazzy. Come join us.
Nice.
Tell us about your deck.
What deck?
He's refurbishing, repairing, and fixing up his deck.
Oh, nice.
That's nice. Yeah, yeah. So, what's up for the week? How was everybody's week?
It's pretty good. I mean, it was really hot. Yesterday it cooled down a lot. We had 3 100-degree days, and it really just hit like right at 100. And then today it's like, I don't know, 78, 79. So it's fine.
Well, that sounds like a cold front here.
Yeah, I bet. And we don't have any humidity, so we don't get you're not like stuck in your shirt.
Oh no, yeah,
I remember too, Loki.
yeah. Us too lucky. So I wanted to talk about this one. Where's the cover?
Are you going to talk about the UHQR?
No, later. Let's start with this guy here. Everybody, anybody else got this one? I know that Mike Notes and Tones got it.
I've heard. Didn't someone show it, or did they show the original? Or
So Notes and there's an original, and the original just came out. This is a new release. So they haven't been recording since like decades. So this is Nexus, is an Italian fusion, spiritual, jazz band. I mean, look at the cover. It's just so well done.
Pretty cool. Oh, that's the one that's the poster.
Oh, nice.
Yes. Yeah.
And then you
it's-
put your record inside it.
Yeah. So you kind of fold it.
But I know
all the-
Felipe's already got a sleeve for it outside of it, right?
No, I kept the original sleeve, Brandon, for a reason. It comes in a really nice. It looks like a Japanese kind of one,
Oh, okay.
but the sticker is here, so I'm gonna keep the sleeve.
Oh, that's
nice.
pretty cool.
Yeah. So
I
it's
like
Nexus. It's an Italian band. I think
Is it,
it's your.
is it fusion? Is it jazz or is it
It's
more?
fusion, spiritual. There's like faster and calmer passages,
Mhm.
but the recording itself. I mean, the quality of the sound is amazing. I think it's something that we have been debating this last week, past few days. Also, even like on Steve's stream today. I think even though they're not doing the AAA analog, audiophile kind of stuff, there's so many small labels out there doing amazing, great job. Those records sound amazing. On Coal Mine, I've been talking about this Magnolia Okonski that I got a few weeks ago, and it
Mhm.
sounds amazing. This
The one you
record
just-
too.
So what's the name of that? I'm gonna pull it up so people can check it out.
So it's Nexus, the call, comma, for a new life.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This one came
Bandcamp.
from Bandcamp, straight from Italy. I mean, I can't praise this record high enough. Quality sound, music's quality, everything.
Very nice. I like that it's a poster that unfolds. It's kind of neat. What's up,
It is
Maddie?
it is a poster, and the designer for this cover, he also designed Miles Davis covers in the 70s.
Oh, cool. Did he do Bitches Brew? Was he the
I,
Bitches Brew?
I, I don't know which ones Brenner can pull that off for you, but I'm not sure exactly which one. But I know the designer here worked for Miles.
He's just the designer, right? Not the painter,
No.
the graphic
he-
designer that did all the design work.
Yeah, I think he
Put it
put
together.
everything together here, but it's an amazing. It's fantastic. This record sounds incredible. Still available. You can buy it on Bandcamp. Comes from Italy. It takes an extra days, but it's worth every penny. I highly recommend.
So the graphic designer is Torino Focofiso, and then the photographer is Grossi Giannani.
Yeah, all Italian. hmm
Did you have fun on Steve's stream today, Felipe?
It was cool. Yeah, I mean, I think we got a very diverse panel there. Everybody showing different records. Jim and Tim, Josh, Georgie, and Steve. It was a lot of fun. It was great. I liked it.
Good.
We missed Mazzy there today.
I was digging at Dizzy's. I brought back 7 boxes of records.
Nice.
Oh man,
That's
he
not
had-
digging. That's like you need a tractor.
Well, I went through boxes to pull. I mean, a lot of it's catalog stuff, normal stuff to sell for him. But he had original copy that he's holding on to for now of a monastic trio.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And it's like an original VG Plus Impulse.
Mhm.
And he's kind of holding it for now. But what he gave me, he was showing it. He wanted me to do a video of him, so I shot it. But I said at the end, I said, put that into your will for me because I like photography books. And he had this book from 1993, a Japanese book of West Coast jazz, William Claxton.
Oh yeah.
And he gave it to me for my birthday. And my birthay is this.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like
Oh,
an
wow.
amazing.
So yeah.
book.
Claxton was the photographer, right? Mazzy
Yeah. Oh
for
yeah.
the-
He did. I mean, he did all those famous pictures of, the ones that people always know of Chet
Yeah.
Baker.
For
Yeah,
the
there's
West
Chet
Coast
Baker.
Jazz.
Chet Baker and his wife, but there's also the famous Sonny Rollins,
Yeah.
where he's
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
Facing
he did
forward.
not Sonny Rollins. Sorry, it's Dexter Gordon, and it looks like
I mean,
the
all
Sonny-
these album covers,
Yeah.
That group Holmes is a great
Mhm.
record.
Yeah.
Nice presence in it. Made
I
that
mean,
copy.
yeah. He was the mind behind the whole
Oh, it's great.
Pacific jazz, showing that California was a cool place,
Jazz.
and
Yeah.
yeah.
That's really neat.
and it's
So-
beautifully printed. There,
Yeah.
I've never seen that album.
What, Chet Baker in
Yeah.
Europe?
That
No,
cover. I've never seen that.
I've never seen that book.
Mhm.
really
It's,
cool.
it's Japan.
Oh,
It's
yes,
a
yes.
Japan edition. This one, I'm sure there were variations of it in the States,
Mhm.
but
Yeah,
yeah, this book goes for some bucks now. Picture here.
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah.
You know, not
Those
that.
are-
Playboys in it? Is that
Those are out
original?
of print. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm.
that's the shots he's famous. That's Chet and his girlfriend at the time.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like pretty amazing.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah, but his photography sold this idea
And
of
he
the
also
West
did. Well,
West
he
Coast
also
cool
did
jazz.
he did art direction too when he didn't, shoot the
Mhm.
shot.
Yeah, yeah,
So, there's that.
yeah,
Art Pepper. I think that's L.A. probably.
Mhm.
yeah. They were shooting the
looks
rhythm
like,
section there.
That looks like
But- I mean,
Wow, very cool.
Japanese.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah. So that was very generous to him. So
There's that
Yeah.
album you were talking about, Mazzy.
yeah,
Yeah.
I have a reissue of it, but
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what this is.
yeah.
yeah. I mean, the whole idea behind Claxton's work was this concept we're showing California is a cool place because there was a big depression, a really war issue coming in the late 40s, early 50s. So they really wanted to show that California was a cool, cozy place and mostly white
Well, there's those
musicians
there
doing
are
the
those
right
European
thing.
labels. I know they're not gray market, but like the Claxton collection and of jazz
Yeah.
records with all these
Yeah.
different covers, but they're photographs. And I'm not
Mhm.
sure all the provenance of the music of the recordings, but
Mhm.
there's those and Francis Wolff, but I think those now are bootlegs since
Yeah.
Blue Note
Yeah.
bought all the Francis Wolff archive back from
Yeah.
Una about
Yeah.
2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Yeah, and the funny thing is like at the same time, but the difference between his work and Francis Wolff, if you see how the kind of shots they did, it's just because the studios are bigger. So Pacific Jazz had a huge studio, so that's why he always had these pictures of juxtaposed and many musicians on a session playing.
Yeah.
And Francis Wolff was always like focused just because he had no room.
He had a wide aperture, he did depth of field, so you get because he had the
Yeah.
room to do
Francis
Yeah.
Wolff
technical photos.
Also,
photographed in Hackensack.
Francis
right?
Wolff is using
Yeah,
all those shots are with a filament flash bulb,
yeah,
and
and
a lot of the
it-
Claxton stuff is natural light. So there's
Yeah.
there's a big difference.
yes,
between,
because
And
they
it
had
actually fits.
the windows.
it actually
Yeah.
fits the New York night kind of like this
Exactly.
stark, almost like Ouija-like shots that
What a great shot that is.
Francis
It's
Wolff did.
perfect.
Yeah,
It's
and then
beautiful.
Claxton has got this light coming in. You got mixed
Mhm.
lighting. It's
Yeah.
like complete West Coast vibe.
Big
And
windows.
Francis
Yeah,
Wolff did a great job with it.
Look at this picture. I mean, God.
yeah.
Yeah, I have
Oh
that.
yeah. Oh, I have this one. Yeah.
I have that sampler. It's such a
I don't
cute
have it.
shot.
I don't have it. It's
Yeah.
only $1.98. So
It's
Yeah.
actually still about $1.98.
It's a very cheap one. Yes.
It's a very
But
cheap record.
yeah. But yeah.
I think this guy blew a gasket.
Zoot.
Dude, no shit.
Oh yeah.
Zoot. That's where
man.
Zoot got his name. The Zoot from
Yeah.
Okay.
the Muppets.
If anyone finds this, I'll pay good money for this one.
Oh, the
Hmm.
hard swing.
I've never seen this.
I haven't seen that one either.
That's a cool ass cover. Well, sorry. I mean, I didn't mean
No
it.
pun
Like,
intended.
I don't want to offend anybody.
Yeah.
What was that called, Mazzy? What was the title of that last one?
The
Hard.
book?
The Hard Swing.
It's the hard ass. The hard what? The
Hard swing.
Oh,
hard
yeah.
swing.
Yeah.
It says Chet Baker, Elmo Hope, Jack Sheldon, and Pepper Adams.
I
Mhm.
got it.
Jazz
Yeah.
messengers, but not
Jack
that
Sheldon's a great trumpet player.
Yeah,
This
But,
and
sounds
um,
is right
he
now.
was a comedian actor too.
Well,
Mhm.
he was Merv Griffin's Ed McMahon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you remember
Yeah.
watching the Merv Griffin show?
Look at this. This is fucking cool. I love this modernism like
It
that.
is great.
I
Yeah.
have,
Phil Hamilton.
I have that. I have that
Yeah.
album.
Yeah, that's some guy doing his sculpture.
Now I want this entire collect. You know, it's cool. These are
So-
really cool. These are the Painter series that he art directed.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a couple of those.
Yeah,
That's nice. Yeah.
I
I
want
have the
every record.
Mulligan
now.
and the Baker. There's a Baker Mulligan. There's a Mulligan.
Remember that band Haircut 100?
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
there they are.
Great
Mhm.
cover.
Yeah.
This is where they got the
Plus
shot
one.
from.
Yeah.
I bet you it's kind of like this, isn't it?
Mhm.
Sort
They're
of. I
more
mean,
laid
I think
down.
they
Except
were
there's no black guy in it, but I mean,
They
it's like
They're
this.
actually
Oh,
the
yeah.
drum.
actually Haircut 100 did have a black guy in there.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's the drummer.
sorry.
So
I didn't think they did. Okay.
Yeah.
That's Chico, right? Chico's playing
Yeah.
on that.
Chico Hamilton?
Yeah.
Oh,
so Messi, if you want to check this out, this book here, Blue Notes in Black and White.
Oh, I have that book. Let me see the
So,
cover. Let me-
I don't have the dust cover.
oh no. It's a blue and white cover though, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I have that book. I have
It goes academically about all photographers and their styles and their times and germs.
Doesn't that look like Mike Hunt?
God.
No,
No.
remember? No, Sea Hunt.
You're
Mike
the only
Nelson.
one who's 100 years old.
Mike Nelson TV show Sea Hunt.
It's a Sea Hunt with
Mike Nelson.
Lloyd Bridges.
Lloyd
That's a
Not
Bridges.
Mike
great
Hunt.
cover. That's a great cover.
Dick Hyman? Is Dick Hyman in that?
Probably.
No.
He's right next to Mike Hunt.
Yeah.
Yes. Anal Fisher is the sea
I
captain.
mean, these
Too
guys.
far, man.
You think about all the jazz artists in the dark clubs shooting heroin, and these guys were shooting heroin out on boats, and
Oh
Out.
yeah.
I mean, look
Great.
at that. That's like fun. This is basically a Duran Duran cover.
Yeah, I think Duran Duran did take their video from that cover.
Oh yeah.
I think Rio is based
Her
on that.
name is what's that song?
Rio.
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 Mhm.
Sing it for us, Brandon.
I'm a senior citizen. I forget that type of thing. And there is a
Yeah.
there he is.
That's a good album, man.
There's William Claxton.
Yeah.
Check out his camera.
Yeah, that's
That's a
Rolleiflex.
at his Deerdorf.
I think isn't that a Rolleiflex? No.
No, he's that's a view camera. He's on a Deerdorf, dude.
Well, it's a 120. It's a
Oh, is it?
I think Brando. He was using a Rolleiflex.
he's looking. I mean, he's got the little thing because he's looking down on it. And he wants to be
Yeah,
able
but
to
what's
see
that next to it?
his arm.
Oh, that's his arm. What's the black thing?
That's
Oh,
like
that's
the-
his hood.
That's a hood. That's what do they
Yeah,
call that thing? That's basically he's covering up the viewfinder because he's getting all light reflection.
Yeah,
of
Yeah,
the-
exactly,
it's a
yeah.
viewfinder. It's just a viewfinder. Is that a
Yeah, it's a-
Rolly? Is it a
it
Rolly?
Yeah,
like-
that's
it
a
looks-
Rolleiflex. Yes, he used
It's
a
a Rolleiflex.
Rolleiflex.
That's the same camera that Francis Wolff used.
There you
Oh,
go.
wow.
I've had a couple of them.
Rolly.
Oh, those are great cameras.
Yeah, I never liked this cover, but I know it just got reissued. I never liked that cover.
I never liked that cover either.
That's like his worst
too
cover.
collagey. It's too
Yeah.
collagey. I never liked collage.
Anyway, I'll end up with this, but anyway, that's it. Really cool book and beautiful
That's very
shape.
cool. Man.
Yeah.
What a generous gift.
That's great.
However,
Ozzy.
I think the defining book in jazz is Roy de Carava's "The Sounds I Saw." That's it.
Oh, anything Roy de Carava. This book's really good.
Yeah.
You know, there's a big Claxton book, just as Claxton, that's really expensive.
Yes.
today.
This was the Francis Wolff Blue Note Years book.
Oh
Is
yeah,
incredible.
yeah.
Yeah.
He gave me
And
that
the
one
plates-
too.
The plates in here are just outrageously good. Like the quality of the images are just outstanding.
Art Blakey, God,
Is
yeah,
that
that's
expensive too?
You know, I picked this up at a record store and I was like, how much? And he's like, $20. I'm like, sold.
Sold all day long, dude.
I think
some of those photo books go for like, well, they can go well over $100 now.
I
Oh,
think
easy,
this one
easy.
usually gets like $100. And when he said 20, I was like, yes. But I've gotten some other cheaper books for like nothing, you know?
Yeah, a lot of rock books and music books
Yeah,
are just you
yeah.
can get them dirt cheap.
Yeah. I usually go on Amazon and buy the library copies.
Yeah.
Why don't you just go and steal them
Yeah.
from the library?
That's terrible.
No, I rather pay.
I'm just kidding. I Wax, you're so quiet now. What's
I'm letting you offend everyone. I'm
He's
tired.
disappointed in your theater.
He's watching the weather report.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
waiting.
Man.
I won't be here after Sunday.
are they gonna? Are
Romantic
you guys gonna?
Warrior or
Are they
something
gonna
else?
blame Hillary for this one too?
Oh, probably.
Why'd they name it Hillary?
Yeah. Lock her up.
But the raindrops.
It's her fault.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I got a very small amount of things to show, so I will.
Okay.
I have the same amount as last week. I have like 50 records.
Well,
I
we'll
also
let
have
you
to
go.
show.
We'll let you go, Sued. This was
Something
$5.
like that.
I have a beat up copy, so
Oh, that's a nice
$5.
one.
This thing's mint.
Now, I've have been apprehensive about his that group, the Lifetime.
Well, they invented fusion.
The
pretty much.
Fusion.
I know. But
It's like, do you want to hear it sound? It's like, it's, as my friend says, this is the kind of fusion it's a lot of notes in a very small amount of time.
did they just do 3 or 4 records together? Something
I don't
like
know, but this is the one I like the best of
I,
that.
I think it was 3, Rob.
But
that's the one I see most often.
Yeah. But see that it can be a little confusing because it's like that's the right, that's the Lifetime band, which is different from the Lifetime record.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
You understand that? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. This is cool. This was $10. It's a double LP. Was perfect. And I kind of forget that, like, I forgot about this record because, you know, Tyner did so many records on Milestone. And you kind of go to the, like, you know, Samalayuka or Sahara or Trident or what is it? Song for My Lady. Like, those are the ones you usually think of. But this one is really cool. If you don't know it, it's 4 sides. So it's a 2 LP. And it's his trio, which is Tyner, Foster, and Cecil McBee. And so it's a killer trio. And then each one, so side 1 is with Freddie Hubbard. Side 2 is with John Abercrombie on guitar and mandolin. I think he's on a 12-string mandolin or something like that. Side 4 is Bobby Hutcherson. And side 3 is Bobby Hutcherson. And that side's really cool. And side 4 is Arthur Blythe on sax. So you get the trio basically with a +1 on each side, a different person on each side. So it's pretty cool.
He has another one that's just like that. He has another one.
But the other one, isn't it all trios?
It's but a different third person. I have that one.
Yeah.
Is he doing standards on that then?
Well, there's standards, and he does like on the Hutcherson side, there's a Hutcherson song, and on I can go through it.
Take your time.
On side 2, there's only 2 songs. Sorry. No, so on side 2, which is the Abercrombie song, there's a Tyner song and an Abercrombie song.
Cool.
On side 1, which is the Freddie Hubbard, you've got a Tyner song. My eyes are going, guys.
Hey, man. I feel it.
And a Cecil McBee tune. And then,
it'd be much cooler if you had a big magnifying glass to do this.
I do have a big magnifying glass too. He does that Mania de Carnaval, Mania. I'm sorry, I can't read it.
Is that from
Mania
Black
de
Orpheus?
Carnaval. Which who wrote that?
Is that
there was no Mania de Carnaval. I don't think it's Jobim. It's
Bonfa? No.
Yeah,
it's Bonfa. Yes, Bonfa.
Right. So it's a mix of stuff, but each the people that are on the side get to do at least one of their songs. I think the
Felipe, he's talking about the Bill Evans.
Canonica, like isn't that a? Anyway, it's good. It's cheap.
Dave has some advice for you. Dave K here.
Who does?
Time for reading glasses, like all of us.
I have. They're in my studio.
You know what would be really funny is if you showed what you thought was a really good jazz album, but it was Barry Manilow.
Or if it was, or if it was like, check out this Miles comp I got, and it's Taylor Swift.
Yes.
Okay, so this is a reissue. This is Hino. It's Terumasa Hino, and so he's a trumpet flugelhorn guy. This has a huge, ridiculously huge band. I mean, it's Terry Masahino, Steve Grossman, Pete Yellen, Gary Prybeck, Dave Liebman, Mike Garson, who was David Bowie's piano player, with the Spiders. So Mike Garson is the Aladdin Sane, hunky dory. I think he's on a little bit of Man Who Sold the World. That Mike Garson. Bob Moses plays drums. Dave Holland plays bass. Teruo Nakamura and Tom Di Pietro is the engineer. So it's a free jazz record. It's pretty cool. It's very fluid and aggressive, and it gets out there, and everyone's playing really hard. It's not too chaotic.
Is that trumpet player the guy that's on Rise of Atlantis? I
think so. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that Carter Jefferson Rise of Atlantis on Timeless.
I'm pretty sure that's Teru Masahino.
Trying to confirm it, but Discogs is like not working.
The audience wants you, Brandon, to get a monocle.
That's true. I do.
Oh, here, I'll just look at it. I got it right here.
Okay.
I don't need a monocle. I know where everything is.
No, if you get a monocle, you can send Mazzy right to jail.
That's true.
Yeah. On side one is Teru Masahino on trumpet.
That's a great record.
It is killer. And then this is the big one.
Oh yeah.
So,
is that an OG?
It's a second pressing.
Don't get Mazzy started.
Yeah, Mazzy will go off on that record. He will not stop.
I hope
you like an Elliot Cruz style.
Everybody back in the day when I was, hooked up with the people like, the bad kids.
Before you start, I'm gonna talk about
that's
it.
All right.
This is the second pressing. It's a 75. This is one of those records that, I don't know. I've come across it a couple times, but it's usually on the wall and it's expensive. I listened to it a while back, but I've really gotten back. I'm really into Japanese stuff, and this is one of the most famous ones. It's like
I think it's mind blowing. I love it.
I like it. It's I'm really digging it. It's like up there with. It's as famous as Hiroshi Suzuki, The Cat, and I'm trying to think of other maybe Scenery by Ryo Fukui. It's one of those super famous Japanese records.
Misty.
She's famous.
So one popped up and I grabbed it, and I'm pretty stoked about it. And the sound on this one, it's a second pressing 75. It sounds incredible.
Do you have the reissue as well, or no?
No.
The Impact sounds amazing. I had the Impact.
Sure everything. This thing sounds amazing. I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure it does.
It wasn't like I wasn't adverse to getting like any reissue, because I'm sure most of the Japanese reissues of this sound great, and it's been reissued 20 times.
Is that a Japanese press? You said
it's a second Japanese pressing, so it's a 75. Wow. The first is 73. It has
Looks in beautiful shape.
It's perfect.
Mm-hmm.
It has the original. It's the same as the first pressing.
The reissue looks like that as well.
Yeah. So I'm sure it.
Brandon, can you show the back? Because on the reissue, it has the instrument layout in the studio, and it tells you the miking details. Is that the case?
No, this does not.
It doesn't. Okay.
This just has.
Is it a gatefold?
No.
No insert. Probably is in the insert.
I've never seen that back.
No, actually, no insert, no obi.
And it's nothing to do with the movie. Whoever, I don't know if they were kidding. It's nothing to do with the Antonioni movie Blow Up.
Right.
No, that's Herbie's, and there's a Yardbirds. It's a crazy
exactly.
record.
But some people think it is. Yeah.
I will say there's a couple tracks that have a kind of a similar mood to one of the song that Blow Up song. So I wonder if they were just trying to, especially if you listen to the Blow Up version on Herbie on Bobby Hutcherson's dialogue, which sounds
right.
way different
Yeah.
than the Herbie Hancock movie. So it does kind of have that modal post bop feel on some of the tracks, and then of course, like it's like half that, which is the original Suzuki ones, and then the other half are kind of bluesy bop tunes. So it's an interesting record, but the sound. So the first track is he does different plucking, he does bowing, like that's kind of the thing. But the first one kind of reminded me of probably like his ode to Paul Chambers' Bass on Top, because he does like some really deep bowing, and that was the first thing I noticed was the sound quality on this pressing is outrageously, like you can feel the strings in your chest vibrating. It's just such a good sound. So I'm pretty stoked to have
It's
gotten
one of the best sounding jazz albums I ever heard. I will say that.
So this is.
I like it. I like it a lot.
This is still in print. This is the 45 Impact. So this is a U.S. reissue that I believe is still available. I think they go for like $60. So it's a double 45, and they put this kind of border on it that give it some like hype. It's like super whatever. But the reason I wanted to grab it is on the backing. They tell you
where they mic'd it.
Yeah, they show you the studio setup, and then they go through all the mics, and they put this. Do you see that like glossy sticker?
Yeah.
So the presentation's really nice. This is part of the box set, but you can get these individually as well. And I haven't listened to it in a while. But I was just gonna say they do everything happens. They do some standards on here too.
Yeah,
which are really
cool. Bluesy. Yeah. There's a Gershwin.
I'll give it a listen now that you.
Did they put any mic? Did they put any mics at the
standards
bar?
Are cool and they're tight and they sound really good. But it's his originals on this record that are amazing.
So
just show the label.
So,
they just do a purple label.
Okay. Yeah, the first.
So mine is black.
The first track. The first track.
Yes, about separates. These are black.
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought so I bought the box. I think one of the records does have black. I think Sugar. There's one called something Sugar. Midnight Sugar.
But the first track is Aquamarine, which is one where he does the bowing, which is just an awesome song. The second one is a cover standard. Then he does Blow Up, which is a great song where he does a lot of plucking. It sounds great. And then on the back he has one so it's basically a record of half standards, half originals, which is kind of like, a lot of the best Blue Notes are half originals, half standards. It's just kind of, one of the, I think it's kind of an interesting, there was a time in my life where I loved a record that was half standards, half originals. My tastes have changed in a lot of different ways, but when that kind of comes back around, it reminds me of a lot of the Blue Notes where they were doing that, because they'd give, and the standards were done, of course, in a completely, with the whatever the artistic license of the artist to do the standard, so that it made the standard really cool. And he definitely does that too. So it's super enjoyable record. That like. I picked up that Sadao Watanabe, which is blowing my mind how good it is. And
so Sadao he recorded a lot of stuff in Brazil with Brazilian artists. He went there many times.
So the Japanese stuff is just kind of blowing my mind.
It is great.
They show the mic placement. Do they have any mics placed like in the wait station or at the bar there?
Oh, no.
So they can get some clean.
No, that was my criticism, and I'll just say it was one of the best sounding things, but it reminded me of a lounge jazz act at a Hilton Airport hotel. That was my description of the music, and I know that sounds bad, and I tried.
No, I totally know what you mean, Ozzy. You're not the only person who said that.
So, but it sounds amazing, so I gave my copy away. I had the 33.
I've definitely heard. I heard a lot of the criticism before I picked it up. So,
but people love it, and it's a popular record.
People love it, and people hate it.
Yeah,
it's fair.
One of those things.
Yeah,
it's one of those records.
But but it sounds good. That's for sure.
Like me, the whack.
I mean, I think it's awesome, and
it is like you, Rob.
I think that first track is I mean, if it was even just that first track, it'd be worth it. So
Yeah. The thing about Bob, every side is different. It doesn't repeat itself, which
yeah,
I
it's
find
definitely
great.
not. It's not what I would call like a cohesive record,
No.
but I like it.
Yeah, it's a
Haven't
fun
heard-
listen.
What's up, Eddie?
Yeah.
Well, speaking of, do you have more to show, or is that the last one, Brandon?
That's it. I told you.
Okay.
I just had 4 records.
Yeah.
I have a segue.
So just to show, here's the blow up. Here's the Herbie
Yeah.
record.
Oh, nice.
I have that.
Yeah.
That's a cool record.
So there should, yeah,
No, let me.
it is really good. There's some rock tracks in between. It's kind of messed up. I mean, mixed up. It's really good.
Yeah,
Can you
it's a
show us the
soundtrack.
cover, Felipe? There we go.
But that's a
It's-
different one. Which one is that?
What do you mean?
That's a reissue,
That's it?
Rob. It's not the
It's a
original.
reissue.
It's
I
not the
have an
original.
OJ. It looks
Yeah.
slightly
I
different.
think there's a different colored tint to it, maybe.
Yes, I think the original was like a orange-ish.
I don't
Or
remember.
No, it's yellow, but it's not. It might
It's
not
not
be.
as-
I think they're
It's
more
not as
leaning
vivid.
white on
Yeah.
it on the cover.
Right.
But I think it might have come out. It's MGM Records, right?
Mhm.
Did it come out
Yes,
on you?
yes.
Yeah, it's more black.
MGM.
The original's less yellow.
Yeah, because the Yardbirds are actually in the movie. The Yardbirds with Jimmy
Yeah.
Page
They're
and
right
Jeff
at the
Beck.
beginning.
They're at the
Felipe,
end.
hold yours up
Of the
again,
end.
please.
Well, they're in the end when he's walking through, and he runs out and he comes into the. There's mimes at the end. Mimes. You know.
Yeah.
Mime is money. Mime is money.
Exactly. It's a surreal
Yeah.
kind of 66 swing in
Yeah.
London movie.
Yeah.
Felipe, hold your
Yeah.
cover up again, please. It like Brandon has white at the top. That's what I meant.
Oh,
So
yeah. This is more.
Yeah.
The original's
Yeah.
more black and white than yellow.
yeah, that's what I
Great
meant.
cover.
Yeah.
Great cover.
Yeah.
Grainy.
And I think just as a reminder, Antonioni, Fellini, guys, let's stop watching Marvel movies. Let's watch real movies.
Yeah.
I don't watch movies anymore.
Jane
This is-
Birkin is in it, who just died.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she's
yeah.
fast.
Yeah.
David
You
Bailey.
guys ever
Yeah.
see The Passenger, Antonioni with the
Yeah.
Nicholson?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Oh,
a
yeah?
weird ass
Oh, yeah.
movie.
Yeah, but it's really beautiful.
All his
Movies
movies,
are-
even Zabriskie Point is weird ass surreal. Not a great movie, but worth watching, and the soundtrack's amazing to Zabriskie
Oh
Point.
yeah.
Yeah, that one I couldn't. My dad loved that movie. I was like,
Yeah, I didn't love it either, but the soundtrack, the expanded edition of the soundtrack with Pink
It's
Floyd,
amazing.
Jerry Garcia, John Fahey, the Youngbloods.
Yeah, it is good.
It
The
is really
record's
good,
better
yeah.
than the movie.
Absolutely, you're right.
Yes.
The
Oh, yeah.
Passenger is really cool. Nicholson does like, I think he has like maybe 4 lines in the whole thing. Like it's
Yeah.
just him like doing stuff. You know, if you want to talk about a
Oh,
good
yeah.
actor that can do something without any lines, it's
Mhm.
that guy.
Oh yeah.
I got some records to show that are related to kind of what you were just showing. So
Let's do it.
I don't know if anybody remembers this, but about a month ago, I accidentally bought a bunch of records on
You accidentally.
Bandcamp, right? And so,
Remember that one time on Bandcamp?
Yeah, I remember that one time on Bandcamp. Cost me like $200.
You were ordering them when you tripped and fell down the stairs?
How do you
No.
accidentally buy records? Like you accidentally step
okay.
in dog shit. You don't accidentally buy records.
Let me explain.
I'm gonna press return.
No. So you take an edible, and then Felipe
okay, I
tells
get
you
it.
to buy some record that's like awesome, and there's only like 37 left, right? So I go buy it.
You thought you were
Well, on
calling
Bandcamp-
dominoes, and okay.
On
Oh, and you
Bandcamp,
had a
unlike
bunch-
this
you had a
cog,
bunch- Yeah.
listen, damn it. On Bandcamp, if you just hit buy, it just buys everything in your cart. Unlike Discogs, where you
Oh,
have to,
really?
like- oh yeah. So
Okay.
anyway, this was the first Trio for Tui record I got. Like 2 years ago. It's freaking awesome. It's Trio greatness, right? But then,
Trio is all you need, man.
yeah, Trio is all you need. This is one of the ones I bought. This is a second record. It came out in '77, I think. I think the first one was in '76. This was in '77.
That's Mellow Mood, right? Mellow.
Yep, Mellow Mood. Yep.
That was awesome.
This one I think might be it's Scenery or this one are my favorite.
Oh, I
Well,
don't know. I
Trio-
don't have that one.
I have
Well,
that.
I have one, right?
Jasmine's Mike had this in our top 5 piano.
Yeah, it's
video.
really good.
It's fucking great. It's him. with two American dudes. I don't know. Never mind, I can't tell you because Obi's caught in the fucking sleeve. But anyway, really good. This might be my favorite. That or Scenery, and then this one I think came out in the '90s, maybe. It's called My Favorite Tune, and it's just him solo piano. Really beautiful record.
That one you should take the Obi off because that painting is beautiful.
Yeah, Graham, I'm gonna do that. I was thinking the same thing.
Put it in the back. Just put it inside or the back because
I'll burn it live on the show. All right, and then so I got those 3 Rio Fukui records, which are awesome. So there's one. Let me think. So the shit. Let me find it. Sorry. So this one I think was in the '90s, Mike. Is that like a '94?
1999.
Yeah, that was late.
It says on
the cover. It says
It
it on the
on it?
cover.
Oh fuck! 1999. And
You
then,
did accidentally buy that record.
I totally did. I'm trying to think.
So if you were to recommend,
This one was afterwards. I think it was like 2000 something.
Mm-hmm.
if you were to recommend 1 or 2 of those, which for someone who doesn't have
Listen,
any?
do you pay attention to what he's talking? He already did.
I did, but that's okay. Thank you for the segue.
Please.
Scenery and
do it again.
Live in New York. This one is what I would get first.
There's
one
tell
more,
us which
though.
one you would recommend, Chris?
Shut up. There's one more. So I think it came out. There's one more that came out in 2015. So
you want me to grab it?
yeah, for sure. So he was like he did those 2 records in the 70s, did that one in the 90s, and then kind of did that solo one like in 2005 or something. So he didn't put out a lot of stuff, but he had he started a jazz bar or a jazz club in Japan.
And I think this is the one.
Yeah, and this was recorded exactly. This was recorded at his club.
Yeah.
What's the name of that one?
A Letter from Showboat. And I think
Showboat was in his club, right.
This one I think is
2015.
2016, it says.
Yeah.
So this is the latest one. And I accidentally thought it was Mellow Mood. I was all excited.
Yeah.
It's the one with the seagull on the front. And then I got it home and I was like, oh man. But
you accidentally bought that record.
Yeah, so this is how you get lots of records. You accidentally buy a lot of them.
And I didn't need any edibles.
Yeah. So those are all great. And okay, so the other thing I want to talk about is We Release Jazz is the label all these are on. Really cool label out of Switzerland. And their parent company is called We Release Whatever the Fuck We Want. I know I've talked about this before, but
I know that label, yeah.
Yeah, great label. And there's 2 more that I have.
Did you guys get the name of the channel from that? Like just add bums to it?
Yes, we should do that. Mm-hmm. We should rename our channel to we I don't know, Weird Bums. I don't know.
Oh, it says jazz right there on the left, so you just add bums.
What do you think, Chris? What do you think of that record? Because I always are tempted to buy that.
This is the best record I have of all these. I think this is better than the Rio Fukui stuff. This is my favorite one.
That record's
it's insane.
I think that record's undeniably good. I don't. If someone doesn't like that record, I want to smash their head in.
I agree. Actually,
I haven't heard it yet. I haven't heard it, so don't hurt me.
And then the other one is this I can't pronounce it. It's Boylat Therace. I'm so redneck. Quintet. They're I think they're from Switzerland, right? This is a really good record too. So all the rest of them are Japanese jazz. This one's from Switzerland.
Yeah, there's a couple of his on the We Release Jazz. There's one with the big heart.
Yeah, there's one with the big heart, and they just I think I bought it already last week. They just came out with a live record from '74 from the same crew. So I'll probably get that too. But yeah, I like all this stuff they've released, man.
I'm kind of hoping they do more Japanese stuff because they've done so well with it. And like everything I've picked up, the Rio Fukui and the Hiroshi Suzuki is just mind-blowingly good, and kind of where I'm at right now with hard bop that sort of hits into the post bop and groove era.
Yeah, that makes sense. What do you think about the quality of these pressings?
They sound pretty good. I don't I'm not blown away by them, although the Cat does sound really good.
Mm-hmm.
I think sometimes I expect a little more from a piano trio to sound like super dynamic, but I would still say I'd give them a B+.
I think that's fair.
All right,
B+.
I found a copy of the cat in the Amazon warehouse, so I bought
Oh,
it.
dude, buy it. Yeah, the cat's badass.
Cool.
Yeah.
Now I don't have to
Yeah.
punch you in the face.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I give you other reasons to do that.
Please don't punch me. I don't have it, but
Easy.
Can
I didn't say I didn't
yeah.
like it. I don't have
You should get it, Maz. You should check that one out. It's
I
really
mean,
good.
My birthday's
Nobody
Wednesday.
buys
mean-
it. I'm gonna
Can you take it?
Hey,
I mean, there's so many like great Japanese ones, like the J Jazz by Barely Breaking Even in England.
Oh,
Yeah, I want that one.
That stuff is killer. That's so good.
And what's the red cover? Which one was that?
This is really good. That's my favorite so far. One of my favorites
Masao
this year.
Namaka.
Nakajima. Nakajima.
Do you guys file all? Do you guys follow your Japanese jazz stuff separate?
Masao Nakajima
What do you mean?
and those
keep
guys.
it
Like instead of
They
putting
file it from
alphabetical.
left to right, Mazzy. Like
No, but
Hebrew.
well, I don't put labels except for my tone poets and my Music Matters Jazz. I don't have like impulse separate. I don't
Yeah,
have
it's alphabetical. I don't have a Japanese character.
Okay, that's my question. Okay, great. Thanks.
Yeah. Also, there's another series by a French label. This one, I think I showed this one last week, but
Yeah.
if not,
And who's
This-
that? Who's in 4 units? Who's the main person?
4 units. Japanese Akira Mizakawa, Masahiko Sato, Masahiko Togashi, and Yasuo Arakawa.
Oh, Masahiko Sato. He's a name I know.
It's
Is he
really
the
good.
piano player?
There's another one that came on this series that's available. You can buy those guys on Amazon, or you can ask your local store to order it. The Green Caterpillar. That thing is really good too. It's on my mail tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I saw, it's kind of the reissue is it out yet, or do you have to pre-order?
Yeah, it's
Carlos
out Janata,
Roberto, what?
Amazon. Yeah, just
What's
go for it.
racist that I don't segregate my artists? I don't
Oh,
understand.
no.
Very offensive.
Yeah,
Yes.
I don't
You're
separate.
I separate all my Japanese stuff because it's all.
I do have a world music
Yeah.
section by country, but that's like I do have a Japanese section and I have Jamaican, and I have obviously Italian and
He segregates all his music.
I only listen to my Japanese
African,
jazz when I'm in my kimono,
Central America,
fair.
South
drinking
America.
my tea.
so,
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you have a little
so
mat to
that-
sit on?
I sit on my tatami mat.
Nice.
World
Yeah.
music, foreign language,
I
whatever you
think
want
we
to call
should
it.
all just stop right now.
Ranch,
Well,
Salt,
yeah,
Jacques Brel.
that's my question as a foreigner. What does world music means? Because outside the U.S., there's no such thing as a world music. Nobody knows what that is.
Yeah.
It just means everything else we don't know about because we're
Yeah,
still.
I know, but you got to. I mean, what do
Okay.
if you call international is the same thing? You could say foreign language, and if you're in America,
It's world
foreign
music
language.
is that stuff that David Byrne and Peter Gabriel found.
Right.
That's
Basically, it's every Beatle album with Ravi Shankar. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, I've got one of those records right here. I won't show it though.
I can show, since I have 50 records to show, I
Yeah,
can show
let's
some.
let's get started.
Speed
Okay.
round.
First part, yeah.
Can you pass
That's
around
right.
gummies now, Chris?
I picked,
Chop,
Huh?
chop, 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 chop.
Thank you.
The comments will be fast too. Awesome record.
So I had if anyone knew that French label in the mid 2000s that put out a lot of blue notes called Heavenly Sweetness, I had a copy of that, but I found I guess this is like a
71.
71. This sounds great. This is a Van Gelder. Really good.
Is that the name of the model on the cover? Heavenly Sweetness.
Heavenly Sweetness is a French label that reissued a ton of blue
Who
notes.
took that? That's not a
Maybe like
Francis.
15.
That's not a Francis Wolf picture, is it? Who took that?
No, it's a Miles. Reed Miles.
Oh,
Yeah.
Reed Miles took the photo.
Okay.
I used to know that model's name, but I forgot because she's also on Bobby Hutcherson's Happenings, and she's on.
Oh, no wonder I love it so much.
She's on. She's on like 3 or 4 records. The model.
Oh, the Tarantino one, right, Brando?
Um,
Isn't sure the Tarantino cover? Yeah, I think so.
That recent
I don't
tone
know,
poet?
but you know that Blue Note was the first jazz company to put women of color on record covers.
oh, really? I didn't know that.
But it didn't.
No, that was
Prestige-
Miles, Colombia.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Like a lot of those Gene Ammons
Get
and
that white chick off my boat. Yeah.
This is there's who's on it with Sam Rivers. It's really good. Okay.
We cannot sell.
I have all but one of the Sam Rivers Blue Notes.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
I picked
There you
this
go,
up.
Brando. Here it
Yeah.
is.
Oh.
Yeah, that's her. You're
That's
right.
That's 17.
I knew her somehow. I came across something through Reed Miles, one of my Reed Miles books. I'll have to look through it again.
Her head looked like it was about to come off of her body. That's kind of scary.
Yeah. Well, she can't stand up straight.
Oh, that's fair.
Because she's always grooving to hard bop.
That's right.
Scoliosis.
I picked this up today. I found this. This is the OG Liberty.
That's a great one, Rob.
For stereo pressing. Yeah,
That's one of the few Cecil I can listen to.
Well, I mean get the contemporary one is more regular.
Oh yeah.
But
that one's not even like out there.
No,
but it is a little bit out there. I found this British pressing
Cool
from the 80s. This is the only I think issue from the 80s of this album. Cool. But I had a Superior Viaduct that I'm going to sell off of this.
Mm-hmm. So, I like that.
Does this one sound better than the Superior Viaduct?
The Superior Viaduct sound good. Before the pandemic, everything they sold was $20.
Yeah,
and everything is pretty much digital. But all those Alice Coltrane's, I have some Pharoah Sanders. They all sound great. But and who knows if this is an 80s British pressing? I don't know if this is analog, but replacement. I'm
sure it is.
I showed this earlier, and I went to a garage sale. This guy is moving and had a lot of the stuff I'm going to show I got from him. This was really interesting. This is a ESP disc sampler, so it's not the full songs on everything, but it's a lot of killer stuff. I wish it was the full songs on here. I would keep it.
Huh. I've never seen that cover before.
It's kind of weird.
Yeah, a lot of good stuff on here, but it's like
it's not the whole song.
Not the whole song. I mean, look here. Look at the.
I think those are considered like DJ samplers, so you could hear it, audition it if you want to.
Well, they're banded. I have a copy of Terrapin Station that it says, and it's banded on the long track, so you could play segments on radio.
Yeah, but Mazzy, these are like 30-second snippets of the songs.
Yeah.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
I have one that has like 10. It's a DJ thing. It's like 10-second snippets of those songs.
That'd drive me insane.
This is an OG. It's really it sounds really good. It's very clean.
Yeah.
I love that title too.
Yeah, I mean that's a great picture too. You know.
Yeah, the contemporaries are great covers.
I picked up.
You know, that would have been a good one for Chad to reissue, but he didn't.
He's done some of the Barney Castle, the poll winners. But
it is not historically important, Chris.
No, it's fair.
I picked up a Buddy Collette just like this, and these are like these comps of each person. So all different stuff on here.
That's great.
Yeah, but it's these contemporaries, especially the Barney Castles, are put them on in the background. They're great background playing albums. So, I only have one other John Faddis with Oscar Peterson.
What'd you call him?
You had mentioned Jack. Huh?
Nothing. Faddis, get it?
Yes, thank you. His nephew is the guy who did the Blue Note hip hop with the live, performances. Madlib. That's his nephew.
Madlib, yeah.
So is his name John Faddis?
Yeah, his nephew's Madlib. So so John Faddis, to me, does anyone have any Doc Severinsen records?
I had one, but I sold it.
I don't.
Because wasn't Doc Severinsen known to be able to hit the highest note on a trumpet? Wasn't that like his claim? Like he hit the highest note.
He was technically highly proficient. Like
Maynard was like a big high note guy, right?
I kind of feel like John Faddis is sort of in Jack Shelton too. If you listen to him, he's in maybe a little bit of Dizzy, but he doesn't play the flugelhorn. But he's sort of like Doc Severinsen to me. But this is a good album. The killer lineup with.
Doc Severson used to do these commercials when I was a kid to like go horse racing out in like Pomona. There was like, he would like come in and he'd go, blah, 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 blah. Come on down to like.
Cal Worthington.
It was like that. It was at the same. It was probably right before the Cal Worthington commercial.
Doc is like 90 years old, and I think he's still playing.
But he would come, it was like for horse racing, for gambling on horses.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
Just to confirm so I'm reading a little bit about Faddis, and just to confirm what Rob you were saying, it says Faddis has a unique ability to play accurately in an extreme high register of the trumpet. A skill that he shares with very few other trumpeters.
So, my knowledge of Doc Severinsen obviously is from the Tonight Show, but I have listened to him, and I remember that thing. What you just described, John Faddis, is Doc Severinsen can hit the highest note on a trumpet, but he's good. He's really good, but in that kind of mold. Not. I don't feel like he's like subtle, but just efficient. Yeah, that's good. But
do you think Baggy can play as good as that guy?
No.
No.
Apparently, Baggy can hit the lowest note.
This is Angelo
Kelly record. Yeah. So Brendan had talked about this. I think you have the one with the different cover, right?
It has a different title too. It's
what's it called?
Oh,
Fingerprints.
No, Fingerprints is one of the songs. I think that's a cooler cover and a better title. I
need that record.
It's the name of one of the other songs on there, and I forgot.
I think
Angelo Kelly is kind of stealing your shtick.
I think those are my feet.
They could be.
What's the name here? I've got the.
I forgot.
Billy Higgins. I'm in on that.
Right here.
So
well,
what is Pat?
Steady. Keep it steady.
How does his guitar sound? Because I've never heard Pat Martino like.
So he's very slight.
Okay.
His playing is very slight.
He did that kind of like Eastern hippie record that's kind of cool, like in 1969 or something, or 68.
Sure.
What does he sound like? That's
72. Yeah.
He doesn't sound like too many other people that I can think of because he's sparse and it's moody and dark.
Yes.
Cool.
So
yeah.
He plays, and so he plays like he's on that Eric Kloss 1-2 free. So he does really good at the free jazz or the semi-free or half price or whatever you want to call it when it's sort of getting there.
Yeah,
up there. He does it really well, and it's really he does a lot of minor scales, and it's got that kind of it's kind of deep,
nice,
and creepy and good.
But it's a good record to pick up.
Yeah, for sure.
I picked up 2 of these Savoy 80s reissues that Van Gelder mastered.
Those are like late 70s, early 80s, right?
Early 80s.
Early
and this Booker Irvin, which the OG of it goes for a lot of money, but they do something shitty with this record. Booker Irvin was on, there's a jazz singer, female jazz singer. Her name is Barbara Long. So Booker Irvin played on her album. And what they did on here is it ruins the flow of the record. At the last song on each side, they crowbar in a Barbara Long song. So that's why this album is so cheap. But it's a cheap way of getting this record. But that song ruins the whole.
Original pressings of that are like $500 to $800.
So this is. I bought this for $7. How much did you get yours for, Mike?
10.
It's a cheap way to get the record, but that putting that Barbara Long song at the end of each side kind of ruins the flow. So it's good.
Those reissue series, I think, is that from the late 70s, Rob?
No, this is 80.
There are a couple. There are a couple.
78.
So
I told you, late 70s. I remember those Savoy labels, late 70s.
There's that one, and Mazzy, I know you know this. This is another reissue, Savoy. series that they did. I think this was just before, and some of these are RVG stamped.
Those are
Actually,
late
Rob,
70s.
yours is Van
No,
Gelder.
both these I have are RVG stamped.
But these are so like all of these are. I mean, the covers are not as cool as the original, but like this is how you can get those like
Those are
$500 Savoys.
that's
Like,
an excellent series. That's the same time that Verve was doing that illustrative series mastered by Robert Ludwig.
Yes.
Verve did
So
their
this one
version.
has basically almost all these songs,
Yeah.
and these two records are very very expensive.
Those are good.
Anyway.
You can get those cheap.
Really good. Really
Yeah, I
good.
agree. I don't
Well,
mind that. I don't mind the artwork for those.
Here-
Yeah,
here's
I'm
another-
cool with it.
So
Better
this
than the
is
LP series.
this is a Kenny Burrell. This is a different label, but it's RVG. You ever see these ones?
No.
No.
No, I never saw this one, Rob.
Yep.
This came out in '78 also. So
Now,
this
what I read
record-
on London Jazz Collector, he says that those aren't the original like cuts that Van Gelder did. He recut and pressed those.
yeah.
So they do sound a little different
Well,
at the tape,
the thing-
but I think they sound really good still.
Well, are you talking about the Savoys?
Yes.
Yeah.
I bet you they sound better. I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, this I will say this. I'm not a big fan of when they do that style, that kind of echoey little style of playing. You know, that's what this recording is.
The reverb.
The reverb?
It's I guess.
I mean, Rudy got to like to play with his plate reverb sometimes.
That
man.
could just be the studio.
No, he
I
didn't.
don't know. Did the original?
Huh?
Did he do the original recordings?
I have no idea. What were you
No,
saying?
I don't
Yeah.
think
No, they're too early. They're
they're
pre.
not. He didn't do Savoy.
No, that's
Like
early.
the Detroit, New York Junction that was recorded. I forget the name of the studio, but that you hear reverb because the studio like is doing that to the mic.
Yeah.
So there's a Norman Connors I have on Cobblestone.
Mm-hmm.
I think this was issued on Cobblestone too, but also on Buddha.
Yeah, Buddha
Yeah.
distributed at Cobblestone, and they were like a
I'm
distributor.
surprised. Do you like that?
Well, I'm selling because I have a reissue of it with the original cover.
Because it has
But-
vocals, female vocals.
I know, but they're not. They're kind of haunting, chorusy kind of vocals. But this is not as good as the other Norman Connors, but it's killer. They're good. So I have
Big Heart, yeah.
not that expensive of a record to find. And there's two different covers. The original cover is better than this. It's kind of like that. The one you just showed, that Jefferson whatever one, similar to that one. But this was Buddha RCA.
Is this the one you mean that you like better?
No. Which one is that, Muse or Cobblestone?
This is Buddha.
Oh, well, the other one is him sitting at his drum set on the cover, and it's yellow.
This has
Yeah.
this one has like a similar lineup. It's Herbie Hancock, Hubert
And
Laws.
that might be just a different cover of that album.
No, the original is the same cover.
Okay, then it's a different album then. I don't know where it is. I have to organize my records. But it's great. This is great. You like that record?
I do. I like them
Yeah.
both, and they have a lot of like, oh,
Yeah. I like it. I'm okay with that.
yeah. I mean, I'm okay with it too. I'm not the one that has a problem with the female vocals.
True.
No, I don't have a problem with female. I have plenty of albums with female vocals. Just I don't want to be like, don't
Just
come at me like crazy.
Don't even go.
I've
there.
been-
It's just misplaced.
So it's Martin Denny. So
Okay.
I will tell you something.
That's a
and
great
this is
record,
lounge
actually.
Music. I've been looking for a clean copy of this, and you can never find it because they were really popular.
It's
But if you want to test out your stereo system, this is a great demo record because of its tiki lounge music.
tiki, loungy, bachelor pad.
There's a lot of tingling or chimes and stuff. It really is a good show-off album.
It's like those.
How did it make you feel?
Yeah. Les
Make me feel
Baxter and
tingly?
Martin
Make me
Les
feel
Baxter
tingly.
and Martin Denny are the two sort of exotica type.
Jackpot reissued recently, like most of his albums. There's a Moog album I'm interested in getting, but I've been trying. Yeah,
It has strings too, right? It's like a big.
Not really.
No,
not really. No.
Not really. There was
It's
a big
a lot of-
revival in the 90s on CD of all that kind of stuff.
There's a lot of hooing and howing, like they're going.
It's
Stuff
like
like
you're
that.
it's like you're in Jungle Land at Disneyland, on the tiki
Yeah.
boat ride.
Mm-hmm.
But don't sleep on these. These are good.
No, they're all. I have that whole
And I finally
section.
found a clean copy.
Is there some rain? Is there
Yes.
any rain on it?
Well,
Thunder.
this whole
Tigers.
section is my cocktail. It's cocktail lounge music, and all this whole section is that stuff.
Hey Mazzy, did you ever go to that? What was it called? The tiki bar in off Union, San Francisco, off Union Square. What was it called?
Well, the famous one is the Tonga Room in the Fairmont.
Yeah, the Tonga Room.
That's in the Fairmont Hotel on Nob Hill, up on the cable
One in
car.
what was the famous one in L.A.? Trader Vic's.
Yeah.
The Tonga Room has a rain machine. So
the Tonga Room is still there, and it's still cool. And I went to actually, there was a record release party for San Francisco Days by Chris Isaak, and the boat that used to be the old swimming pool for the Fairmont Hotel, but nobody swims in hotels in San Francisco. And there's a boat in the middle of that thing, and it comes out with these light machines and thunder and rain. And Chris Isaac's band was on the thing for the record release party and came
on the boat. I didn't.
Yeah, it floats in the middle of the pool, and usually the Tiki Lounge band plays.
I had a friend that I worked with. Always, we went there maybe 3 times the whole time I lived there.
Yeah,
if you come to LA, there's a steakhouse in Glendale called Damon's that has a tiki. Their whole motif is all tiki stuff. So it's a good place. So that garage sale, the guy who had all the cool stuff, I got this Indian Navigation of James Newton, and it is avant-garde, killer lineup on this.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I saw that, Sean. I got an invitation, but I'm not going to be in the Bay Area.
There he is, Mike Notes and Tones. So a lot of us, just reissued that rare Abdul Wahad solo record.
His solo cello.
Yeah. And Angelo Kelly sent me an Anthony Davis record. I have a few of his stuff, but this is really good. Yeah, very avant-garde. I recommend it.
I have a James Newton record, but it's actually almost more like classical music. The one I have. It's on India Navigation though.
Yeah. If you can pick up the stuff, I picked this up because Brendan recommended it, and they had it for very cheap at
What the hell is that?
No, it's CTI, Art Farmer, and Joe Henderson.
Oh, cool.
That's
like the worst font ever.
It's the worst color, like that color.
It's like, did they sit around and see if anyone could read it?
Oh shit! They definitely didn't have 50-year-old eyes in mind when they made that.
This is I think this came out in when they were doing the 80s CTI, right? Mm-hmm. So it came out like this. It didn't have like the cool old CTI cover, but this is Van Gelder, and it's not. It's kind of light stuff, but it's good, like he described. So it's good.
Yeah, there's a couple tracks that are pretty fun.
Yeah.
All right.
Where else can you get a Joe Henderson record for $8?
Rob, I just got that Indian Navigation record.
How much did you get it for?
Who is there?
24 before shipping and taxes, and it looks like it was the last one in the United States.
Yeah, I bought so much from the guy. I got it like $6 a record from that guy. So this. Mike Notes and Tones had talked about how good this Chris Cross label is.
I've talked about that too, man.
All right, Chris, forget about it. What I just said. Chris talked about how.
Also got my name on it.
People talk on how much they like Chet's 80s stuff, and from what I've read, people think this is probably his best 80s record. It really is good.
Featuring who? Philip who?
Philip Catherine.
Okay.
Some French guys.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
That's a cool label.
Yeah.
Nice. A great label.
This is not a cheap record. I got it for the lower end of what it goes for. So
Crisscross has the worst website ever.
They do. How many Crisscross CDs do you have, Mike? Got to guess.
Oh gosh, I can't.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Let me see.
All right.
Gotta be
Yeah,
like
count. Does anyone have this record?
No.
This George Russell.
I've
No.
seen it.
Turn out the cover a little bit so we can see the whole cover.
Oh wait, maybe I do. I do.
Come on, Lanta. Oh, that's on Flying Dutchman.
Yeah, I have a few, like 3 or 4. The collection I bought a long time ago, I still haven't cleaned and listened to a lot of them. I have a bunch of the George Russell Flying Dutchman.
That's right.
Here's one.
Phil Woods is worth having.
He likes Phil Woods. Does anyone know this record?
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Joe Henderson's on that.
Ooh,
Walter Bishop.
Bishop.
It's funky. It's good and funky.
That's a great one. I have it.
Blue Mitchell guy. So this is a DJ.
Oh, mainstream. Okay.
Yeah,
Nice.
I love that Mainstream did that. They put DJ on their promos.
That's pretty cool.
Now, here's something I would like to find out the answer to on this record. So
Giraffe.
No. This version, this is I think they started using this label. When did they introduce this label?
That was before CTI was an independent label.
They left. They went to Motown and then to
So-
CT and then A&M.
But this A&M label. But this is the only one. Normally, this is red.
Oh,
And then
yeah.
they tried to put this out with green.
Yeah, that's like the third pressing or something like that.
Yeah, but they go, let's make that green.
Well, they're just trying to make it more interesting.
Well, is that a Pete Turner shot? Or
yellow and blue makes the green.
Thank you.
or Jay Maisel or someone like that?
You have so much more to add to all this than.
Can you do a Play-Doh demonstration, Felipe, where you show us the colors mixing?
But his records, some of his records go for some dough, you know?
Yeah.
Felipe just sent me a RVG stamped copy of that.
What is it? Is it Sunflower? Sunflower gets a lot, or is it
Stoneflower, I think.
Stoneflower?
Sunflower is the Milt Jackson one.
This one with the silhouette of him smoking a cigarette, that one's a lot of money.
Yeah, that's Stoneflower.
Yeah.
Sunflower.
What's that Wes Montgomery record that has the ashtray as the cover? It's like the worst cover.
Day in the Life.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good record though.
But I guess because
that's got to be great, dude. LA4 is awesome, man.
That's cool.
Well, everyone should pick up that Nautilus or Japanese East
I
West.
have that deal.
Yeah, but it's funny with these records. Sometimes you find them cheap, and then sometimes they're expensive.
What's the
I don't
story?
know how many.
No shit.
Cheap. This is
No,
the LA4.
LA4.
This is the Nautilus one. Is this direct to disc?
Yeah, that's a direct to disc. I have that.
It's just a cool, great sounding, good music, and it's still. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is like pretty affordable. So
yeah,
if you want to get a jazz direct to disc record, like grab this one.
Hey Rob, are you into LA4?
I like just the two people.
It's a
together.
trap. Don't do it.
No.
I mean, there is no. Don't hate me, please. No, because there was 2 copies of the same album, LA4. I didn't know them in the Disney.
No, I mean this would make my second LA4 record.
And I passed on them. I did not take them.
Oh, you should go back next time.
No, take them. They're good records. They're well recorded and good records. I mean, yeah.
I passed.
Just feel like Rob doesn't steal old people's
You
records.
did bring back 7 crates, Mazzy, so fair enough.
I mean,
here's an important question. Did anyone watch Chad flip records today? I haven't had a chance yet.
I watched.
I didn't even know about it.
What did he flip?
So
He
bunch
showed-
of rare records or something.
He showed a lot of expense. Like he didn't like say prices, but apparently these are extremely rare audiophile records.
It is the Oregon collection.
I think it's part of the Oregon collection. There is a section of like early. I don't know if they were stereo mono Beatles, but they were UK like first presses in there. There's a chunk of those. But then I think all the other ones, like there was a Royal Ballet that I don't think was an original, but it wasn't his reissue. And I don't think it was a classic series. It was another like Bernie Grunman, like to the T box replication piece of it. That looked cool. There were a bunch of living stereo OGs that were like they had the Faust OG, which is like a $1,500 record. Anyway, it's a lot of classical. There's a lot of it's worth
Think of
checking.
this. Think of this. Okay, he's selling almost two. He would like to sell not full, but Music Matters Jazz sealed collections from this guy.
Yep.
This old guy apparently dies. He has 2 full sets that he bought from Chad. Never listens to him. He dies, and now his heirs sell him back to Chad. I mean, how fucked up is that?
I mean, it just shows how long the
They're
dude's been in
sealed.
business.
Play the fucking
think
music. I mean, if you buy
I
2
think what's
sets,
more fucked up is Chad's marked it up like 40%.
well, the story.
Yeah, that's flipping to the extreme.
Hey,
So hold on. What if you were to divide the number of albums, not the number of records because they're double 45s, into the cost? What would that be? Because Music Matters
$109 per record. I did that
per record. So what does that mean? It's $220 per.
No, 109 per album, whatever.
109.
That's not
109.
bad.
Well,
Hmm.
it's
For music,
17,000.
all right, Mr. Moneybox.
That's not right. There's no way that's right, Chris. There's
No,
no
I
way.
think
Okay, well, then
someone
after
said, I think it came out to like $180 a record.
Okay. I just
109,
got a package delivered that people are going to want to see what's in it. Let me go get it.
I thought it was 109. I don't know.
So, Mike, am I gonna
per
meet?
disc.
Am I gonna meet all you New Yorkers in October?
But at least you're getting Chad's fingerprints in the record, so that's at the value.
That's true.
You might meet me sooner.
Are you coming out with your daughter?
Yeah.
When?
In a week or so. I don't know the dates. I don't arrange these things.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
please reach out. Find someone. Because I'm going. Let me see when I'm going away. I'm going the 7th through the 11th. I'll be in Vancouver, September 7th through 11th.
Yeah, it's before that.
Maz is 7-Eleven.
Well, if you're around, I'll meet you for a drink, a coffee, a wine,
All right, cool.
whatever. I mean, record, or
All right.
or I can wave as I drive by, whatever, anything.
Y'all could get a couples massage. That'd be fun.
We can do joining mud baths, right?
Okay.
Yeah,
Go catch some fish.
This box right here,
Uh-oh.
I have to thank Mike Notes and Tones for what's in this box. Do you know what's in this box, Mike?
Can I get a hint?
Records.
That's the logic.
Which one? Are they Muse records from
Yes.
from
80s music.
Tommy's Jazz?
Yes.
Yeah.
So he hit me off on this guy who, by the way, is horrible at selling records.
Yeah, he's terrible.
So you get a list of everything he has available. You send him an email what you want. Then you don't hear back from him for 5 months. And you get a bill and you go, what the fuck is this bill from? Then you pay the bill and he sends the records to you. So
Is that the guy in Europe?
No, he's in upstate New York.
And what is this?
So these are all sealed Muse records.
Oh, sick.
Oh, cool.
The new old
that's
stock.
super cool.
Like, you just had-
I'm still waiting for my Candid records.
Thanks for telling me about this shit. Notes and
I want the third
That's
one.
awesome.
Whatever the
All
third
right,
one
you're going to
is.
be so I didn't get everything I asked for, but I got a lot, so you'll all be jealous, okay?
Okay.
Does this guy have a still in his basement and print?
I don't know. They're all sealed, so there could be. I don't know if there'll be warped ones. So here they are.
One of mine was warped.
All right.
And
here's one.
I listened to this one last night.
Oh, Ricky
Cool.
Ford, man, I'd love to have that.
Oh, looks awesome.
Kirk Lightsey, damn it.
Cecil McBee.
Yeah.
Very
Yeah,
cool.
that's
I've never
great.
seen that one.
That's
What is
cool.
that on? I'm sorry. Was that Muse?
They're all
Muse.
Muse. Do
Okay.
you
Listen,
listen to
Mike,
the
pay
show when they're
attention.
No,
participating?
he doesn't pay attention.
He's buying records.
Sure is. Man.
All right, we have Billy joining us.
Oh, I want to.
No, we
Do we?
don't.
Oh, yeah.
Are you gonna
That's
do?
killer.
Are you gonna do a
I wanna know
video?
that.
I opened a 30-year-old record or 40-year-old record video.
All right, this is a good one. Let's see jealousy on this one.
Bill, what's up, Bill?
Hey guys.
Cool.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's great.
I got that one from him a while ago. Yeah.
Should I style my hair like that guy there?
Like David Friesen.
Friesen?
Yeah, David Friesen, yeah.
You should do it. Yeah, like for
That one looks like a Pat
Michael-
Metheny
Michael
meets Gene
Bolt?
Simmons.
I feel like
Michael
somebody
Bolton.
showed that last week.
oh,
think
that
I
looks
have
really
that.
good.
I might have that.
That's good.
That
That one's really good too.
I want that too. Damn, one of these Ricky Fords. Damn
Yeah.
it.
Those are sealed.
You have that one, Mike, don't you?
Ricky
That
Ford
one?
is still
You have to
really-
meet them like in a parking garage and like slip them your credit card number, and then
That colors one is really, really good.
Man, it's all the Ricky Fords. It's crazy.
This stuff's really affordable.
Oh, and Wallace Ronnie on that one. That's cool.
You
Yeah,
like Ricky
I
Ford.
think
that's his graduation picture, man.
Yeah, the covers aren't the best.
I have
No,
that.
they're not.
That's good.
That's old Larry Coryell.
So these are all Muse.
These must be in the 90s or something, right?
Mhm. 80s, 90s.
This
80s.
is
probably.
1990. Okay, and this is the
Do any,
record I
are
was.
any of these digital Muse? Do any of them say digital?
Yeah.
Yeah, they all
Yeah.
do.
Really, all of
This is
them.
the one I was most interested in getting.
That's
That one's great. I love that record.
That's really good. I
Never
love
seen
that.
that. Never seen that.
I have that.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Buster Williams. I don't have
You'll
enough-
enjoy that, man. That's a really good
Yeah.
record.
Yep.
Yeah, so
Cape Town Ambush is really good on
So
that.
these were $10 a piece.
Are you
Cool.
serious?
Yeah.
Does he have more?
He's because I asked for there were some Woody Shaws he didn't have.
Yeah, I didn't get the Woody Shaw I wanted either. So.
You'll
Did you
get
get
them in
Woody
about
Shaw?
6 months.
It looks
Mike,
great.
did you get a Woody Shaw?
No, he didn't have them. There were two.
No,
There were
Mike,
two that
asking Mike.
at the time on the list. I asked for
He's
two.
asking Mike.
Yeah, no, I didn't get the Woody Shaw either. I asked for one. I only asked for one, and
Hey,
I didn't
Do you
get it.
guys do you guys know that Columbia series, jazz records, mostly jazz, that came out in the late 80s, early 90s, Columbia Records. They're digital, and they had the blue banner around the cover.
Mhm.
I just got like 12 to 15 in shrink today, like
Okay.
Kind of Blue and other stuff. I mean,
Sure.
they're good records. But so I
Yeah,
want to.
yeah.
What?
So those will sell.
I
For
thought
sure.
selling as a badge because they're like never played, and I know, but some people don't like the whole digital.
Do you
thing.
have
think
the
that was
do
the
you have
first-
milestones?
I think
feel
the
like-
first copy I had was one of those digital Kind of Blues. I think
Yeah.
that was the one I got.
I'll
Let
listen
me-
and check out
I
one.
want to show this last record. I have more, but I'll just show this last
But
one.
they're
and
good
stop.
titles anyway. They're great titles, you know.
Yeah, I
Is
have
that-
I think I have a
Well,
Glenn Gould Bach one too. That's really good.
So
Oh,
does
I love
anyone know
Clyde
this
King.
record?
I know that. Well, I don't know that. I know Clyde King. You know Clyde King?
So this is a very sought after. She's like a soul singer, right?
Well, she's one of the famous like 5 degrees of stardom. What's it called? It's the backup. She played with the
20
sang
Feet
with the
of Stardom.
Stones.
20
Okay.
feet
Yeah,
of it.
50 feet of stardom.
Yeah.
Like-
Brendan, there's a reason this was from that guy did the garage sale.
Clyde
There's the
King,
reason
like
I-
Mary Clayton, was on all those rock and roll
Yeah,
records.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh,
Let's
Billy
imagine.
Preston
Yeah.
and
but
Sonny Fortune.
Sunny Fortune's on here.
That's
So-
cool.
So is
Plain
it and T Walker on guitar? So is it a R&B record or?
It's an R&B record. It's kind of sought after. I don't know this
That
label
promo?
Lizard.
Promo, white label. There you go.
It's not a white label promo, is it?
Oh,
Maybe it is. Yeah,
It's
it
a green-
is. It's a promo.
it looks
But does
promo to
anyone
me.
know Lizard?
No,
I've never seen that
It's
label.
a cat, not a lizard. What the fuck?
That's weird.
Never seen
Yeah.
that before.
Weird looking lizard.
Promo.
Never seen the
It
one.
says promo.
That's interesting.
what else you
I
got?
got a lot more, but I've shown a lot.
All right. Well,
Hey,
Bill,
hey,
joining us. And Bill, since this is your inaugural jazz.
Yes,
drum,
wow. Wow.
Hey,
Do you
Bill, welcome.
What an
No, not-
honor.
do you have some records you could show?
Yeah,
And then when you show
I
them,
was
I'll
just-
be sure. Also, the other thing is that I will ignore what you say, and then I'll ask you a question about something you mentioned.
All right, good. I'm ready for that. No, I was just. You guys were just talking about Woody Shaw. Have you guys heard "Song of Songs"?
Yeah.
The other
Contemporary.
contemporary record.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Yeah.
Like I went back and listened to Blackstone Legacy because of all the hype, and I like it. I think it's great, but I actually think Song of Songs is a better record. So I'm obsessed with like trying to find copies of that. And it seems like the OJC, which seems like is the same metalwork or some, I don't know. It seems like it came out very similar in timing to the
I
actual
have
fantasy.
the OJC. It sounds great.
Yeah, it sounds great, right?
Yeah, sounds fantastic.
I have an OG. Sounds good.
Yeah, well, the OJCs are still like there's none in America, and if they are, they're like 50, 60. Like it's gonna go, especially it's going up like because of the Blackstone Legacy. I think hype too.
Probably.
Well,
Because
anyway.
I think I paid $20.
The other one.
All right. Well, it is also Billy's inaugural time. So, Bill,
I have to. So this is
you can
me.
go after Billy.
Yeah, it's weird because I don't. It's all new arrivals to me here. I'll just show a few things that are just kind of laying around in piles. I found a copy of this on eBay this week for $40 in the shrink, and I'm very curious. You guys know this record? It was the the Tootie Heath record.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which has you see that lineup? I'm new.
Mm-hmm. Buster Williams, Don Cherry, Herbie, Ed Blackwell, really nice.
So if you ever see a Herbie Hancock record called Traces, have you ever seen that record? It's like a budget trip record. It's like Herbie Hancock. It says Traces. It's actually this is like $120 record, but it's actually like a repackaged version of that record. For you can find it in dollar bins. It's missing like 1 8-minute piece of music that's on this Kawada. This is the second press. This is also on Trip. There's another version of this on another label that came out prior that I guess is like a little bit more pricey. This sounds great, but but it's really amazing when you find that Herbie Traces record and you look at the back and you're like, wow, this is like a free jazz record.
I just found on Trip they did a Donald Byrd, Gigi Grace. It's called Ecstasy and it has a pretty provocative cover.
Oh my God, yeah, it's got the cheesecake.
That's Gigi Grace, the Jazz Lab on. I forget the label now, but that's another one that they
that's on Columbia, I think, right? Or
no, it's not the Columbia one. It's I can't fucking remember what it is now, but it's a smaller label. I had it. I actually sold it. I didn't really like it that much, but anyway.
Yeah. I bought that record because I thought it was going to sound much different, and then when I got it home and I did the research, I'm like, oh, this is just like a hard bop record, like repackaged provocatively.
I gotta say, Billy, you are in your okay. So if people don't know who Billy is, Billy is a well. Do you want to give a little introduction?
He's wearing his Brooklyn wife beater.
No, Mazzy, I changed it. It's different. This is my Manhattan wife.
Well, it's still, I mean,
yo,
Adrian.
I'm here in Brooklyn. I'm a longtime anonymous secret vinyl community member under the radar, but I just I've been working in music in New York for like 22 years, live music mainly. I run a music venue in Brooklyn, but I also just opened up a record store, begged, borrowed, and stealed, and kind of got it open with my own collection. So here is someone's washing the dishes or something.
Who's making all the noise?
That's definitely Felipe.
It's Felipe. It's usually him.
Felipe. Is he asleep again?
No, he's secretly pulling people's gold teeth and selling them.
I'm fixing a drink. Sorry.
That sounds like a humming guru to me.
It's in an old salon, right?
Yeah, it's in a unisex salon, and I couldn't take the sign down. I couldn't think of a name, so I just ended up like in a flash calling it Billy's record salon.
That's great. You have a Manny Petty station?
Not yet, but I will be offering at least Petties. At least Petties.
Billy, can you give us a tour of like a little tour?
Yeah.
Because
it's kind of a work
on your wall is really good. Like
it's kind of a work in progress.
Okay.
I don't have any employees, and like I said, I do other stuff, but I guess I could do it like this because I don't know how to flip the camera.
This is how Too Many Records started. So but you're going to be open on.
I don't have any. I only have IRL subscribers. I don't have as many as him. Billy's
a non-annoying Too Many Records.
Yeah. I'll be open on Mondays for Mazzy.
Now, how much are you selling that Pepper Adams for?
Let's see the price on my Pepper Adams. You guys can price check me too. Oh, I don't have it priced, but my gut would say I can do for you. I'll do 65. It's
that's a good price.
No, it's a black. It's a ink black.
Okay.
Oh my God! It almost, yeah. Wait a second. No, I take it back. I think this is Japanese.
Oh,
okay. Wait.
Well, still.
Yeah. No. For Japanese, we could do 40 for you. But yeah. So this is a kind of a cool piece for any art fans out there. These are Christian Marclay table slip mats that he made that I found in some weird collection. He's like a conceptual artist. He's done a lot of weird pieces with turntables and records, and if you Google him, you'll see that. But yeah, so the wall, this whole side is jazz.
Now, Billy, when you got
to
this shop, did you have to build all these like?
Yeah. So I had a friend of mine who does a bunch of nightclub design. He's like, we've been trying to work together for a long time. His name's Safwat Riyadh, and we kind of designed it together. I kind of got in line and had to wait because he had some other projects. But we these bins were actually modeled after this weird hospital in Manhattan. If I knew how to share images, I'd show you. But there's like this really weird kind of like Art Deco hospital that has like these teeth on the side. So I showed him a picture of that, and he made it. If you look in the back, if you look at this, everything's like all these lines are really, it's like really crooked. Like the floor is crooked, the wall's crooked. So what we did was we embellished the crookedness by building these slanted walls. And you could see that slanted too. I'm doing this. And everything's just kind of like, I'm a Libra, so I like things really balanced, and everything here was not balanced. So what we did was made it as crooked as possible. And I think it worked.
So you're saying you have a crooked business?
Well, I have, like, if the IRS is watching, I haven't filed for my DBA yet, and I'm using just Venmo.
I'm not a crook.
Put a pizza in the. So yeah,
how by having everything askew, you've made it balanced.
I think just a note, Jasmine will be editing that moment out of this video
when they get audited.
I think it's like, so Billy, there's Harry Nilsson has a line, a point in every direction is the same as no point at all.
I love
kind of like that.
Yeah.
What's that from?
It's from
Me
The
and
Point.
My Arrow.
Oh, Me and My Arrow.
The Point.
Record The Point.
Yeah.
And he says a point in every direction is the same as no point at all.
So yeah, I ran out of money, so I had to kind of like, I made these listening booths with, this is just Mylar over like an old jewel case. And then there's like little listening booths at each. You put your records here. Nice. I have a little fiber brush, so people can use that. And then there's another listening booth over here so competing with a nice needle, same kind of Audio-Technica headphones. You have like a nice little preamp. Seats for, friends who want to hang out. And then this is the center area. I plan on making a center aisle of like, for new arrivals. But right now it's just kind of lining the sides. I have, rare and rock and reggae, Latin, funk soul, it's like the shop is in kind of there's a lot of salsa around. So it's like, there's a lot of Latin records.
So this is where the WFMU after party is Saturday?
Yes. We're doing the official after party there. Here we have we built this thing, which is kind of cool. This is like a curved wall. I wanted to build, this was all one room, but we built this wall so I could have like a back room and avoid people like me who come into record shops and try and talk to the guy for the entire day. So I could hide back there, but I could still see through when I'm cleaning records. And then we built, we built these turntables into the counter. And if you see this curve, this is my favorite. This curve kind of matches that curve on the wall, which I didn't even really notice until after the designer did it. But yeah, so that's just kind of the vibe right now. And I've had a few little in-stores. I'm doing an in-store with an artist who just signed with Matador Records. I'm doing a release party for this magazine that Talk House, which is a pretty cool podcast and publication that's letting out a print issue. But yeah, mainly it's here just because I love jazz and I want it to be just mainly a jazz shop. But my audience and my friends and stuff, like that's why I'm hanging out with you guys, because I it's hard to find fellow jazz obsessives. But like I figured if I opened up this shop, it would be kind of a magnet to draw those people in over time as they heard about it and found out about it, and slowly.
So your model is kind of like the Stella McCartney store in Soho.
And I'd like to agree with you.
And a mix with that, and a mix about that and evolution in Soho.
Evolution's like the taxidermy place?
Yeah, exactly.
I've been in there. Yes,
that's a great fucking store.
Yeah, it is. This is a fashionable taxidermy place.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's.
Do you have any jazz artists that are stuffed?
Let Let me see. Hold on. Let me look under here.
So Billy, under
Yeah.
your jazz wall, is that all your jazz records?
Yeah, so right now, these are all jazz, and we just alphabetized them. You can kind of, like, this is a DM version of AT's Delight.
Oh,
this is a VG 6i kind of blue. We play tested it. I actually had this one cleaned at Perfect Vinyl forever, and it did absolutely nothing. No offense to whatever. I mean, I guess it was just scratched. So this is the rare box. This is, Moon Rappin', Horace Silver, John Coltrane, Bahia. Sorcerer. I'm a big fan of the second quintet, as all of you probably are. This is, of course, a great Freddie Hubbard record. Lou Donaldson. I'm obsessed with these Mode records right now. These really creepy illustrated covers. The Stan Levy one.
There's a Frank Rossellino one.
Yeah, I think I have it. No, I don't have it here. It's green, I think.
Didn't he kill somebody? I think he murdered somebody.
He killed his kid.
He murdered it on the stand. I know that, especially in that session.
Wow. Yeah. Also, his cover.
There it is.
There it is.
Oh, very nice.
OJC.
This needs to go back. This is not. I don't know how this made it on the floor, but that's been happening a lot. Where I'm like, oh, that's not really for sale. Why did that? We got to give that back.
You're not one of those stores
is that a Benny Green on the wall? Do you have a Benny Green?
I hate those
is that a Benny Green
for
Steve?
Counter, and the owner says, "I'm sorry, that's not for sale. I changed."
No. I won't, Mazzy. I won't do that. But like, you have to understand. Some people they were going through the boxes like when I first. Oh, here's the Rossellini. Oh no, that's Herbie Harper. He's a good-looking fellow.
Billy, what's the Benny Green Art Farmer on the wall? Is that an OG?
Benny
Green. It's behind your turntables. It's the yellow jacket.
Okay.
What is that?
I am obsessed with this record. I don't even know how to price it yet. This is original NYC label.
Fuck. That's a $1,000 record.
I got it for like $225 on eBay, like in a weird late night thing. The cover, as you know, with these like glossy prestige records, you can clean them up so easily, right? So this thing was like, the cover was shredded, and as you can see now, like there's just a little black at the bottom, but I could probably elbow grease that. And then I cleaned the vinyl, and the vinyl is great. So for like $225, I'm holding on. I don't even know how to price this. I'm just like, if someone wants it, we can talk about it. But like, yeah, this record sounds great. For some reason, I have a lot of really valuable Benny Green records, and I'm not even a trombone fan, but I'm not offended by his trombone playing. And a lot of those old Blue Notes are great that he was on too. So, and the covers are great. I think that's why they're collectible, 1500 series. But yeah, so that's just kind of where I'm at. And I kind of look at the records as like not mine. They're kind of like the universe's records. So like things will come in and go out, and I'll listen to them and enjoy them and talk to people about them. And I'm not trying to make a shit ton of money. I'm just trying to have like a center for people to come and like, enjoy and listen to music and have experiences with the music. Cause I was sick of having all my records in boxes in a room.
Billy, you need to go watch the promo of Paul McCartney and John Lennon when they came to America to announce Apple.
Okay.
And then you kind of just emulated that in a good and bad way. We want to do things that if people want to make records and artists, they come to us, we give them money, they make records. If we want to, like, if you're an artist, we'll do anything. Or the Ruddles, watch the Ruddles better.
Now I feel like I'm taking it on the chin for that one.
Oh, no, I'm totally mocking.
No,
okay.
I know.
But it's for me, beautiful. It's like, I love that.
Yeah. I know, because it came a thing where I think we've all kind of faced it, where you look at your collection and you're like, I can't listen to all these. So it's like, I'd rather, and I almost get as much fun taking home a $3 record, cleaning it up and like making it sound like a $25 record, rather than buying like a $200 record and like being weird about playing it or something. So like I kind of just want to be able to kind of like, it's almost like analog streaming for me, where I learn about the record, I process the record, I talk about the record, and it's going to come back. Like, I've probably seen that First Flight Freddie Hubbard record 100 times, the CTI one, but I just listened to it deeply for the first time today, and I'm like, damn, that's fucking good. Like, that's better.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's better than the other Freddie. Like, not better, but like that First Flight song, the first side A is like, it's like solid beginning to end, and it's like I had a wonderful experience with that because I was pricing it and putting it out for someone else is going to enjoy it. So They weren't mine
Oh,
to
yeah.
start with, and I'm not going to die
Mhm.
with them. So like, I'm just kind of
Yeah.
trying to have
Oh,
fun
yeah.
with it.
Oh yeah, Freddie Hubbard CGI is always, anything.
Yeah.
So
Anything. Yeah.
Billy, I
yeah.
just selling like used records, your records. How's it gonna be?
Yeah. So this is just used records. There's a lot of competition in New York. I do throughout the week. I do shop around the other shops that have like overstock, and they might price it. Like I'm not trying to flip things, but like I'll pick things out that I like, and my customers have things that they like, so I'll try and shop for them. But I'll get to a place hopefully where I have enough money that I can like maybe pick up a collection or two. I'm willing to drive around, and hopefully people will start coming to me like once I'm not even on Google Maps yet. Like, you guys know more about me than a lot of people in New York do already, so I'm just kind of like under the radar, and then I'll try and, get collections, and people have started bringing me records and stuff, but it's hard to take records when I already have so many that are all thought out, like I don't need a bunch of Stevie Wonder records in exchange for like a really nice Benny Green record. So it's kind of hard to like describe that to people, but like I picked up one collection a few years ago that's kind of, I can always go back to this old jazz musician's house and pick up more and more records, and he has a lot of stuff that like I know is sitting there for me that he's like where I got a copy of that Blackstone Legacy for like $15 from him, and I was able to sell that for like $300 or whatever, and like
Get Ken
so like
McAuliffe in your store to do a little video because he's local.
yeah, I mean, I'd like to, I go to the Jazz Record Center a lot, and there's a lot, you can find a lot of great things very cheap there, because I think that Fred needs to move a lot of these people that get these big collections and have these stores that have been around for a while, don't have the space for them. Like I'm the new guy, so I'll take the stuff off their hands, and clean it up and like have the time to present it in a way that people, I could put 30% on it, and like that'll keep me alive, and they're trying to sell it too. So it's an interesting ecosystem here in New York. And I'm learning a lot as I go along, but yeah, right now it's my own collection of stuff I've just sort of collected since I was 17 and I'm 43. So, yeah.
Are you already open?
I'm open on weekends only right now. And September 7th, after the holiday, I'll be open every day from 10 to 6. So I've trained an employee, and I have a second employee, but it'll pretty much be me the entire time. I'm actually trying to work on opening up a jazz club in Manhattan, and so I'm worried that that's going to actually happen. And then I'm trying to get the shop
in Manhattan. How is that possible in these days?
It's it's just I knew someone in this building, and it's working out. And there's this rich kid. It's this whole thing, and I have I've been in music venues, so it makes sense, and it's kind of my dream to have
you don't have to tell me exactly.
So no, I'll tell you. It's Lower East Side. You know where Katz is?
On
Houston.
Houston. Yeah,
like it's
and
2
Ludlow.
blocks. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So there's Ludlow. The next street's Orchard. So it's like below Houston on that block on Orchard. It's the back side of a music venue, and we're like very close to signing a deal with them. But it'll be a very small kind of like listening jazz.
Is that near the living room over there?
The living room no longer exists, but it's very.
But that was on Ludlow, right?
Yeah, that was on Ludlow next to Pianos, which is a bar that I kind of grew up working at.
Right, I remember Pianos.
Yeah, that's where I worked when I got my start. But yeah, so it's I'm trying to. I want jazz to be, I want it to be sexy and cool. Because it is.
What is jazz right now?
It's sexy and cool. Look at us. How sexy and cool is this?
So wait, is it going to be a strip club that plays jazz or what?
Hopefully.
Well, shit.
Yeah. So what's like the light? What's the after hours lighting look like? Like when we go there, is it going to be that bright, or are we going to have some?
No, are you going to be afraid? Is that it? Are you going to bring like a taser with you, Mike?
Jazz Bum Mike wants to go to a place that has foam. Are you going to have foam?
You know what I want
to do? Here.
I want to get a Billy.
Shipping foam though. It'll be like packing.
We can go to Westport, Connecticut instead if you want.
We could head up to Westport.
Hey, that's my old hometown.
I
was nice. I mean, it's
your shop looks awesome, dude.
Bridgeport, Westport, all that. Yeah.
And the fact you have 2 listening stations, I feel like is Awesome. Did you feel like
Yeah.
So are you open like for bit like do you keep regular hours?
So
Weekend only.
tomorrow I'll be open from 10 to 6, and then Sunday 10 to 6, and then September 7th I'll be open again for 10 to 6 every day.
Mike, what you're drinking?
Is there a tube stop? I mean,
Yes.
Is there a
the L
tube
train.
sock?
the L train to what stop?
Montrose on the L. There's another great record store very close to here that I go to a lot, and the guy who runs it's really sweet. It's called Human Head. And he has a great selection of jazz and a lot of Brazilian records. And then there's another record store called Superior Elevation that has some good stuff. So like, this is like a walkable, 3 record stores at once. And I'm kind of in the middle of those two. And I think it's a good thing for everybody.
So this party, do we bring our BYOB?
No, I'll have beer for it.
But
I'll have whatever.
We'll do
We'll have a
donations.
shaker. I'll hire a bartender.
We'll do donations for the drinks. So.
Yeah.
Billy, will you have Zima? Will you have Zima?
We'll have Boone's Farm for you, Rob.
No,
any spring, yeah.
Yeah.
These are those digital records I got today from the Dizzy collection. Some are sealed, but they're all in shrink, or most. So these are like what year did these come out?
80, 84.
Is it like their early 80s, right? So I'm going to probably try to sell these as a bundle at some point. So around midnight, another around midnight. One's sealed, one's in shrink.
Wow.
This is open, but none of these have been played. This is open, kind of blue. This is
that Walkin'?
What is
Miles and Coltrane.
Oh.
Well, it wouldn't be walk. Well, what would this be? I don't know.
They repackaged everything. I mean,
Yeah, of course they did. Yeah.
Those are the Columbias. Like when I first started listening to jazz,
they look like CDs.
That was the series that came. It was.
Yeah. I mean, this is a good series for someone who wants a decent series for reasonable prices.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. I
had a copy of the Plug Nickel lying around, the one where they recorded with the second quintet, but they did all the first quintet songs.
Yeah.
You guys know that one? It's so great.
Yeah, I had the they did a big like box CD set of that, and of course, in a move, I think a mover stole it from.
No. I love Charlie. Charlie Christian's great, but he plays with Benny Goodman, and some people don't like the big band shit. But I love Charlie Christian. I mean, I tell you, what a great.
Wow, I've never seen those.
I mean, I don't know. They're probably $10 to $15 tops.
Yeah.
But for someone getting into jazz and stuff, they're nice sounding records.
They are
absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, they're no $150 one steps,
No, I still have a lot of those CDs in my collection.
I have a bunch of the CDs too. Yeah.
Have you guys ever seen this Hank Mobley record? I just seen it for the first time. It's one of those DMM from Faraway Lands.
Yeah. I don't know. I might have that.
No.
Seen it, never heard it.
Yeah, it's like one of those, it seems like it would have been an LT series, but I guess it just didn't make it to it. It's 1967. It has Mobley, Bird, Walton, Carter, and Higgins on it. But yeah, super late, around the time of that one where they're doing the flip or whatever. I don't know what's that one called. I don't know
the turnaround.
The turnaround. No,
there's the one with the flip. It's got isn't it like a bluish cover?
Yeah, it's like a purple cover or something. There's like a person with their legs spread. It's like, I don't know, it's like 68 or something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Can't remember the name.
Cool.
All right, I got to head out, guys, but I'll see you guys on the streams here. Nice to see you. I'll see you guys in New York in a couple months, and
I'll reach out to you when I find out the date.
You're on Instagram, right?
Yeah.
I'll Instagram my phone number, so text anytime. Just tell me who you are the first time.
All right, no problem. Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. See you guys.
Later, Mazzy.
See you, Mazzy.
Bye, Mazzy.
Mazzy.
I scared away Mazzy. Oh, you have it. Oh no, you have a different one.
Oh, that's fine. So
Which one is that one?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Another workout.
I
Same,
wish the reissue
same
would work
aesthetic.
out. That's one Hank Mobley I really would like.
What, another workout?
No, just Workout. I don't have a copy of Workout.
It'll come. It'll come on the classic series.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I would guess within the next year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like Roll Call too, but I'd rather have Work. I feel like I like Workout better.
Yeah,
I think.
I don't have roll call. I'd like to get that.
Oh yeah. So Bill, welcome.
Yeah.
I'm not talking to you. Every time I come on to anything with you guys, you turn your camera off and disappear. The same thing in that interview. Oh yeah, that's the record. That.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. The trip,
flip.
right? Or
Yeah.
Oh, I've never seen that.
Yeah, that one I've never heard it. I see that one all the in the groups and stuff, and I always am curious about it, but I've never taken the time to listen to it.
Who's on that?
You're muted, Brandon.
Brandon, you're muted.
Is it the same lineup? Is this
Oh,
sorry. So sorry. It's Dizzy Reese, Mobley.
No. Wow.
Vince Benedetti on piano, Albie Coulia's bass, and Philly Joe Jones on drums.
That's a weird lineup.
It is.
I'm starting to think that Philly Joe Jones never had a day off in his life. I feel like he's on every single record.
It's everywhere. Yeah.
What's the year on
He's
that?
permanently off right now.
That's like 68, right?
He retired by leaving the
And
planet.
this is the other DMM.
That's cool record. Yeah, I have that
Straight
record.
no filter. So they did 3 of those: another workout, straight no filter, and the one that Billy was showing.
Far Away Lands, apparently.
Yeah, and they're all just Blue Note sessions that were never.
Yeah,
Never,
for a while.
put on
For a
vinyl.
while. For a while, that one you just showed, I think, was only available Japanese.
Mhm.
Or is that that's an American issue you have?
That's an American.
Oh, okay.
I think the one I have is an American.
Yeah, because there's a I'd never seen that before until I saw it in a Japanese.
Actually, it
press.
might be this might be the European one.
Oh, European. Okay. The French or whatever, the Cardet. I love the posters that come with those DMM records. Have you ever found a copy with the Blue Note poster in there?
Yeah, with the fold out big record.
Yeah, it's really beautiful.
Gives you a big
label.
a big Blue Note label.
Oh,
Yeah, and on the other side, it's got a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah, I have a couple of those around here actually.
It's
Yeah, that
just
one.
makes a big label like that.
Yeah. It's always a nice
Cool
surprise.
to frame that if I could find a round picture frame. I want to do like a weird round frame or something.
That would be very cool.
Yeah.
Those came those came in like the DMMs, I think, or
Yeah.
Yeah, they can't. Those are like mid to late '80s DMMs, I think.
Yeah, 85.
I've got a couple of those. I think I found. I'm always happy when I find one of those. I'm like, cool. Even if I get rid of them, I'm keeping the poster.
The writing is incredibly small, so I can't read it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They sound great. I think those DMMs sound great.
Yeah, they're
I
fine.
agree. I
I never had a problem with those, but I've heard people complain about them.
When I first started collecting, before I bought stuff, I tried to research it, and everyone said like DMMs are no good. And I don't know. I feel like years later, I picked up DMMs, and I think that's, I don't know. I mean, maybe
they're very bright and they're bright.
I think
Yeah.
If I had
That's BS, right?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
I think
I think for my collection,
if you compare them to a compressed digital copy, they're going to sound quite a bit better because they don't sound nearly as thin or compressed.
Yeah.
This is just my own kind of thinking on this, but DMM is a process, and I think that there's a lot of really good non-jazz DMMs, like rock DMMs, that some are the best.
Sade, yeah.
And I think the issue is that the DMMs, it was the source that was used. It wasn't like original master tape, and it wasn't the DMM process per se. It was perhaps
yeah.
In fact, when David Bowie redid all of his stuff on Ryko, those are DMMs, and they're some of the best. He made his he redid his stuff on Ryko, and they're the best sounding stuff he ever did.
I learned I was just gonna say, give Tim from University of Vinyl a shout out because he did a whole video on DMM, and it was a great like I didn't know all about the process. It was a great video.
So with certain things, like if they didn't have the tape and if you had like a mono recording and you DMM'd it, sometimes it didn't sound that great. It really depends on what you had put it onto the DMM.
I mean, even most of the commercial releases in the second half of the 80s, they're mostly DMM. My very first Blue Note DMM was the Hank Mobley 30 Note Chaser. That thing sounds amazing. And if you look at the process, I mean, if it's well done, I mean, DMM is way better than a half step. I mean, half speed as you see it. And it's the same thing, right? When I start collecting, same thing. DMMs are no good, and 70s blue labels, they suck. Look at it nowadays, right? Exactly. I mean, I think it's just generalizations. People hide behind them. They just assume something is true. They don't even know it is, but they just propagate the whole thing.
Well, yeah, and it's like in this
records
and everything, it's like that.
I think this was put out. I think you could only get this as a DMM. This is Woody Shaw with Freddie Hubbard.
That's on Blue Note.
That's the Blue Note.
Yeah, that's so cool.
A lot of the Blue Notes when they were, I guess, I don't know if that's under like the Manhattan Records label or whatever.
I think that might be. Yes, it is.
Yeah, those
is that volume 2, Mike?
Yeah,
that's volume 2.
People McBee's on this. And it says right at the top, it says digital recording.
Yeah. Everybody would say that in the 80s.
I mean, it's a great session. You should definitely get this. And it's cheap.
The technology it feels like in the early 80s, like Reza CD was coming out, and it was like the height of like recording technology and stuff. Like you have all these things like that Impulse series that Rob, that with the Awakenings, that 80s Impulse series that had like with the Quiet X, and like the Chess Masters, like those Chess Masters, I buy them every time I see them because that's like 80s, and they were using the tape, but they were using this like clean digital non-compressed kind of thing, and the CD was new, and like I feel like all the stuff that kind of came out in that 80s like sounds really good, like the OJCs, like all that stuff.
I'd like to get the Etta Jones one of those.
Yeah. Oh my god! And the Folk Singer one is like sounds incredible. It sounds as good as like the class. I mean, not as good as the classics. I don't want to like throwing a tomato at. But
the In Group did a shootout, and I have the Folk Singer original
Chess Masters. Oh, yeah, the original.
And he kind of was like his number 3. He said that's the one to get.
Yeah. It sounds incredible.
I think overall 80s pressings, they sound cleaner than 70s. I like the 80s mostly. It's hard to find 80s record that sounds bad. Especially when it comes to blues, R&B, and soul and stuff. They just sound amazing.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, people shit on the green Impulse records, and like I've found a few that sound great. I don't know. Like
they're great.
A few. They're like.
I mean, a lot. Maybe I'm coming out as a green Impulse fan, but yeah, it's like
I have no problem with the green Impulse. I really can't think of any. Like I have a few, and the ones I have, like I have the. What is that? What's the one you just got, Rob? The Sunny. The one that's orchestrated by Horace Tapscott.
That's Prestige.
That's the Prestige. It's different.
Green Prestige labels. That's what we're talking about.
No, he's talking about the Impulse green labels.
I mean, we can talk about green Prestige
when they're ABC.
Well, hey,
I like green Prestige.
I picked up the McCoy Tyner, the green Impulse.
Mm-hmm.
Those sound good, but the beginning of those green ones, Van Gelder is in the stamp in a lot of those. Then it switched over to this David Tuner, who did a lot of the mastering back then.
Are you talking about Impulse or Prestige?
Fantasy. He did a good job. Those sound good.
Are you talking about Prestige, right?
Prestige. But
yeah.
If you're talking about the Prestige, he did most of those up through 80s, I thought.
Yeah. I got a green Impulse from Brandon's guy. Not Impulse, Prestige from Brandon's guy today. The Mingus and Monterey.
Oh, cool.
How's that?
It's one of. There are so many. There are a lot of great Mingus live performances. This is one of the best. Antibes is the best, but this would be in my top 5 live Mingus performances. And this is
Wow. What year?
This is the performance is, I want to say 64, 65. I can't even see right now, but this is a Green Label Prestige from the Prestige from the 70s. And I mean the price was right, and it's the guy said VG plus. It's near mint.
Dan undergrades his stuff.
Yeah.
He's old school. He won't sell if it's like less than VG. He won't even sell it.
Yeah.
It goes in like the free bin.
Yeah. And then I picked up another live recording for him, Air from Montrose, Henry Threadgill. So that's his group, and that was also, he said VG. It's near the vinyl is near mint, so that was good. And then actually, since we were talking about DMM, and I have a DMM recording. There's there's a reissue coming out by this British saxophonist Courtney Pine. His first recording,
1986.
Yeah.
He was a DMM.
His first recording is all right. It's his second and third that are really good. This is his second. DMM. This is freaking fire. This is classic 80s burnout jazz. I mean, this is, really, this is the one
Never seen that.
If they could have gotten the rights to do, they should have done this first.
What's that on?
This is on Antilles Island.
Yeah,
Okay.
here's this is Mike Notes and Tones copy that I found the other day. This I found for $2. It's in
that's the first one.
This is the first
So
one.
this is the record that is being reissued.
Yeah, by Analog October.
I found it for $2, and Brendan still here? No,
I'm here.
Oh, here. Guess why I don't want to keep this, Brendan?
Vocals.
Yes, they're singing.
Yeah.
How many tracks have singing?
Yeah, the second album is much. I mean, it will blow you away.
It's like cheesy singing. It's like you're hearing good saxophone, and all of a sudden a woman goes, and then we met at a bar, and it's just like, get out of here.
It's not that bad, but
and then his third album. This is his third one, and this is really good because this one has the second one and the third one are produced by Delfeo Marsalis. And this one has Ellis Marsalis on piano, Jeff Tain Watts on drums, and it's real. And they do a lot of standards. They do, I'm an Old Cowhand, Skylark, There Is No Greater Love. In reality, if they could have gotten the rights, they should have gone for one of these two instead of the first one.
And the first one was Michael Kuskuna, right?
Yeah.
But you can still pick up that second Courtney Pine really good for like $10.
Yeah, and then tonight I went to a show before I came in here at Marcus Garvey Park. They have an amphitheater there, and it was Jason Moran, and he did his album From the Dance Hall to the Battlefield.
Oh, awesome!
And that's the album, and Gatefold.
Now, when did you get that album, Mike?
I got it at the concert.
Oh, okay.
He had a thing set up, and his twin sons were selling his recordings. It was a freaking outstanding performance. Even the freaking people that arrived late and wanted to sit in the middle of the row they did sort of detract from the performance, but it was so good. And he's one of those jazz performers that can really entertain, and it doesn't like distract from his artistry. I mean, at the end, he had the whole crowd like humming, and it was really freaking great. What else?
Can I show you something really quickly on this Muse record? Because it's something they don't do anymore. I mean, they don't do. Look what it says there.
What?
Direct to 2-track digital.
Yeah, using Mitsubishi.
Wow.
Well, that's when Rudy. That's when Rudy was pioneering this.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So they had no problem doing that back in '88.
No. That's why people say Rudy was a big digital guy, because he was always looking ahead at what the future was, and he
loves CDs.
He had the same approach to his entire career. He wasn't like I know we're all analog is the best, yada yada yada. But like Rudy,
he was mostly a gearhead than a digital or analog. His thing was gear. That doesn't matter what it was.
I know that like that stuff. The digital stuff today is much improved from the digital stuff of his time. But
it's not for me. It's not the fact that Rudy went digital during that time. It was that the recordings weren't as consistently good as the Blue Notes.
That's fair.
And I've listened to a lot of those Muse. They just weren't. He just wasn't consistently good. He'd have recordings where he knocked it out of the park. Like the Tommy Flanagan Live at the Vanguard is freaking amazing. It is one of the best live recordings that I have in my collection.
That wasn't in his studio though, right?
No, it was live, but it's Rudy Van Gelder engineering and doing the recording.
What year is that?
It's mid '80s.
Oh wow, I don't know.
It's on Uptown Records. Yes, it's on vinyl. You can find it cheap on vinyl.
Cool.
Al Foster, George Perez, and Tommy Flanagan.
Wow.
And
what's it called again?
Hot tip.
Live at the Vanguard. Nights at the Vanguard.
Yep.
And he was just I think he was very inconsistent later in his career. That's my issue. It's not whether he did digital or not. I think during the 80s and the 90s, there were other guys doing other recording engineers doing much better work. David Baker, Jim Anderson, their recordings are outstanding and consistently excellent. That's just my opinion.
So when did you start hating Rudy Van Gelder?
In the 80s.
Oh, that's totally fair.
Hey, Mike, you know what's happening next Thursday night?
What?
I'm going to see one of your most despised people in concert.
Who? Oh, no, I don't despise anyone, number one.
I'm going to see Kirsten Atkins in concert.
Oh, that's great. I'm sure it'll be a great show. I mean,
well, why do you have a tone in your voice when you say that?
It did go up a little. You went up a couple of octaves.
I'll ask her to blow a kiss to you when she's.
Mike doesn't like that women drive either. He told me.
Hey, Baggy, how's it going? Thanks for making me sound like a misogynist when you joined. All right.
Have you guys ever seen this?
Oh, what do we got? Joe Henderson.
Seen this?
No.
Oh, yeah. It's
a crazy twofer. This is his milestone years.
One or something.
No, this is his milestone years twofer. I found in a bargain bin a while ago. It's like crazy prices now. It's got all the stuff from Power of the People and let's see, all those all the these lineups.
Hold on. What's it called?
It's called Foresight.
Is it a twofer or is it a twofer or greater hits?
It's twofer. It's got side 1
here it
originally
is.
was The Kicker. Side 3 and 4 was Power to the People. Side 1 and 2. Sorry, I'm reading here. Black Narcissus.
Holy shit, that is an expensive record. Oh my god.
I know, and it's a fucking twofer.
So that's it. There's 3 available. One is in G plus condition. It's for cheap, and it's in Germany. There's another one in Greece that's
I think
for
it's
130, and then there's one other one that's in Italy for 130 pounds.
I think it's a type of record though that you could find in a collect, like, you know what I mean? It's not. It's very unassumingly looking, you know, for
Yeah,
like.
I mean, I've come across it a couple times.
Yeah, and it's like I looked it up the other night, and I was like, "Oh God!" But it's cool because it does have all that material that's like getting really, you know, the.
So now how much would you put that out for? Because
I'd probably say like $50.
Yeah, that's okay. That's fair.
I mean, I don't know, because I feel like anything that's like 50 or 40 compared to like buying a tone. I don't know. I have a weird psychology about like, because I know what I paid for it. I didn't pay $50 for it. But it's like you said, they're hard to find. It's like a great piece, and I think that like $40 to $50 is like a really good deal on it.
There isn't a single. There's not one copy in the United States right now.
That's how the Record Safari guy thinks. So
Yeah, I think if I had a shop, I'd have a hard time like charging $40 or to $50 for like an OJC or something like that, just because they've been like $10 for so long. It seems kind of.
I love
to help you with that.
Billy's in New York.
No, I don't want help.
No, the ones that still have the Obi and the 598 and they're clean with the shrink, I'm like, I'll pay $40 for like a clean Bill Evans or something. I'm like, I love the way those look, and I want to collect them all. Like, I don't know, I just love those. Like, this is a good $10.
Yeah.
So you guys know this record, right?
Yes.
Like I can't find, what's it called? Warm Woods. Like, you know, that's like a $200, $300 record.
Yeah.
But this is like the Portrait Masters, and you can get this for $8, $9 all day. And it sounds like what we were just talking about, where it's like 80, like it even has the producer's notes here where it's like Sony 322 digital playback, digital dash MPEX analog playback, you know, like it was when they were trying to impress people with like the analog to the digital. So you're getting like a sick record for $8.
So
like,
what's the other record on there? It's a twofer?
No, this is just a one for. This is just a one for.
Yeah.
But you could probably go on eBay right now and grab this for $8, and I like highly recommend. It sounds great.
I'm literally buying it right now for $7.
I saw that.
There you go.
That's a $5 record that I've seen. I've had it a couple.
That Warm Woods record is really expensive.
You cannot. I have it on my like wait list to like.
They even there was a recent Japanese reissue.
Yeah.
Hold on. What's that noise? Felipe,
Felipe's pulling.
Felipe, I'm gonna mute you. Just unmute yourself when you want to chat.
I'm just gonna say a real record seller will sell this for $35 and tell it to shut the fuck up.
Hey, Billy looks like he's about to start tossing pizzas.
Hey, what do you want on it?
Well, that's good. I know you're in New York, so you can probably ask for a little bit more, just because people can.
Well, I'm the new guy too, though, and I want people to come here and feel like, you know, like when I leave a store and I get a big stack, and I'm like, oh, not that I got one on, but I just kind of got out with like a good deal on a bunch of stuff, and it's like I want to go back there next Friday because there's going to be good stuff. Yeah.
Hey, Billy, I have a tip for you. Okay.
Tell me. Yeah.
Okay. You go to Costco. You either get a big plastic thing of Tootsie Rolls or licorice. You put it right near the register, and you go, "Hey, have a Tootsie Pop, have a Tootsie Roll."
I'll bring it back.
Hold on, I'm going to show three.
That's your big strategy. Tootsie Rolls.
Listen,
is Chris back?
Chris,
where the hell did you go?
Wax, you're going to see
comment in the private chat.
Read the comment, man.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to show some records really quick.
Mike, do you pay attention to the show while you're on it?
No.
Mike, I'll show my last one and then I'll be done.
This is the time in my life where I don't have to pay attention. I feel like this is just me just having fun. So,
yes, this time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, where'd you get that?
Rob gave me this. The reason why I'm showing it is because it's a green label.
Yep.
And it sounds very good. It's a good copy. It's like perfect. You know, a lot of these green labels, like, I mean, at least the ones I come across are in really good shape. And the other green label I have, which I would love to get like an earlier copy, but frankly, it sounds fine. And it's Ascension. This is edition 2. Really
does it say edition 2? Does it say edition 2 in the dead wax?
It does not. So when I found this, I was like, I don't know if it's edition 1 or 2, and I mentioned it to one of the guys.
Yeah.
And somebody said, like, just look in the dead wax, and I did, and there was nothing in the dead wax, like to say one or the other. So I did. You know, there are other markings that I was able to match it on eBay. Also, I could just listen to it, and you could hear that's edition 2. So anyway, it's edition 2. It doesn't say anything in the dead wax.
Is there Egyptian hieroglyphics involved?
Yeah. Can you
and then the other record
card number on that receipt?
I don't appreciate Mike not responding to my jokes.
So the dead wax was dead.
There's a rift between Jazz Bum Chris and Jazz Bum Mike.
That's it. All right, and then the other record I wanted to show is something I was going to do a video on, but it just never really worked out. I've never shown it before. I got it a while ago. I think I showed Rob this, but this is an expensive record that I purchased. This is without a doubt the best record in my best sounding record in my collection.
Oh,
bar
shit.
none. Bar none. This is a single-sided 45 classic records.
Damn.
It comes with a little strip on here, so let me just take this off real quick.
Wait, did they put out LRC records?
The record that's inside it here. So first of all, it comes in a box. This is a Michael Hobson production from Classic Records.
Louis Armstrong, Duke Ellington.
I take this out, and this
did
is.
Did it come with a Tootsie Roll on it?
Just like a UHQR, it comes with a gatefold jacket. Like, it doesn't skimp on the jacket just because it comes in a box.
Yeah.
And I got this. I kind of always wanted one of these these red boxes, and this came up. I think it was like $130, $40, $50, something like that. And I don't have this record. And the other reason why I'm even thinking of showing this is because last year they came out with a Louis Armstrong documentary on Apple Plus, which I had here, and I removed it, but it's like Black and Blue or something.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember the name. I can't remember the name.
Obviously,
anyway,
it made a big impression on you.
It's really excellent, and they show in the beginning.
It is a great talk.
You know what's really great about it is that they show in the beginning that he bought a tape recorder, like an old school, 3 1/4 IPS tape, whatever.
Yeah,
he had in his office a library, like an entire, like how we have records, tapes of just him talking to people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's just like the amount of
and then 20 years later he met Richard Nixon.
Did he have Did he have their consent?
No, it was all in secret.
Yeah.
So anyway, back to the
Nixon that way.
So this was put out by Bob Thiel, I think is the guy, and they were trying to get Louis and Duke together for over a decade, trying to get them in a session. They finally did in 1960, and this was put out on Roulette. So this is the reissue.
I have an OG of that record.
So this is the reissue, and it's on Clarity vinyl because Michael Hobson invented this Clarity vinyl stuff for UHQR. He did it well earlier than Chad did it. Nothing against, but I'm just saying, in terms of innovation,
because Chad bought all this shit from him.
So these are single.
In his bathtub.
So it's on the Roulette. It's single sided, and you can see on the blank side they etch something in. It says Classic Records, and there's 4 discs. And I gotta say, Louis' voice on this, it's insane how clear it is. It is crystal clear. Now look, do I think the Clarity vinyl and the single sided added to it? I don't think the single sided did a damn thing on my. I don't think it's zero.
I agree.
What is the theory behind
my cartridge?
Vibrations will come up from the other
There's
side.
The theory is that
gimmick. It's a marketing gimmick.
No, it's 2003, and the pressing plants have capacity. They could do whatever you want, and you could say, "Hey, press me for whatever of these." So
that Virgin audio.
Yeah, so the record probably does sound quieter than if they press on regular black vinyl. Sure. Does my system reveal that? I just think the tapes are really, really good. And on top of it, it's the 45 speed. I've noticed on my system, I can tell a difference between a 35 and a 45. 45 does add a little something to it. The Music Matters.
So like 45.
I love 45, and I don't mind flipping.
Oh wait, someone might take that clip. Someone might take the audio what you just said and use it against you.
Wax, can we hear you say that?
I love 45. I love
That's
45.
it. That's it.
I love 45.
All right, that's a.
That's good. That's
So it's 4-disc, single-sided, 45 clarity vinyl from the original master tape, and it's this
Who mastered it? Who mastered it?
It says,
Probably
okay,
Bernie.
so producer is Bob Thiel,
Bernie.
engineer is Ray Hall, liner notes by Stanley Dance, and photography by Arnold Myers.
I mean, for the reissue.
Well, go look
And-
in the dead wax. If there's a BG there, there's your answer.
Oh, it's probably Bernie. Okay, sorry.
But you know, Chad did a video where he said the best sounding affordable record you can get is that record. I
This
bought
record?
it. Yes, I bought it for $7. It's a great.
It
just
sounds
a great recording.
incredible. His
Yeah.
Louis.
but the
So
two
there's
points
also
sound-
trombone on it. I mean, it's a great
That's
record.
Rob's new catchphrase.
And
I
they
have no
do-
idea I paid $7.
They do the first track on it is Duke's Place.
I got a burrito today with
Look,
$7.
That's his whole personality.
So,
Hey, listen.
so
If you,
So
will
it's
you
Louis-
shut up if I give you $7, Chris?
Louis Armstrong, Duke Ellington, Trummy Young on trombone, Barney Bigard on clarinet, Mort Herbert bass, and Danny Barcelona on drum.
Herbert.
Nice.
So no.
Anyway,
Duke-
it's
no
it's
Duke-
really good.
those
but
are good. None of those guys are Duke guys, right?
I don't know, but it's a small
No.
group. Here, it's a small
Let-
group.
Listen,
What is
Chris
it, like a
Final
sextet?
Piper.
What is that?
Next
What is
time I
that?
see you, I'll yell at you.
A sextet.
Mm.
It's so good. And Louis, like between, it's almost like it's not like this at all, but it's just the only other person I can think of that flows into vocals and pulling up his trumpet and playing in the same song is like
Chet.
Chet Baker. Like, I don't really know anyone else
Huh?
who
What
does.
did you say?
I'm sorry, Mike. Forgot I said that. Strike it from the record.
Yeah, don't mention
I-
this in the same.
Sorry,
I-
but
I'm with you, Mike.
You understand what I'm
It
saying?
wasn't a
with you.
comparison. It was just a,
It's still you
What's
don't
that?
mention. Don't mention.
I'm sorry, Mike. So,
I'm
but
joking.
anyway, I know. But anyway, it's such a good record, and if you can't get the single-sided 45, then don't even bother getting it.
What's the name of the LP? Is the LP just called Ellington and? Or,
So there's,
Armstrong
I think
and
there's
Ellington?
two. I think they
did
got
two
two.
together. Two.
Yeah, I think they got either two together or they got two records out of the session. And this is the first one. So it's Louis and Duke recording together for the first time on Roulette.
Mm.
And then there is a second one.
Yeah.
And there's a CD that has everything.
Right.
But,
So
but
Bob
anyway,
Thiel was at Roulette before he was at Impulse.
but I was watching that documentary yesterday, and I don't know. I just feel like I need to. I don't know. Yeah, this is a great record, and Louis is just a genius. I mean, historically, in terms of importance, just next level, beyond musician. He's just a giant in terms of just history, and so you gotta get some good sounding Louis records because this is just so good. Anyway, rambling now, but I just wanted to show that because I was going to do a video, and what I wanted to do is because Michael Hobson did classic records, and he put out these. You ever watch Chad's putting out videos recently about these new collections? He'll show his shelves, and you'll see a bunch of black. You'll see like 10 of these lined up, and they're all different records, obviously. And anyway, they're really you could probably get. I don't know if you can get jazz ones for what I paid. I got lucky on this one, but if you want to just hear how something like this sounds, you could probably get it for like $150. And I do recommend it. It's fucking the best record of my collection, bar none. So
what if I
There you
drink
have
6
it.
beers and just listen to the regular version? I think it'll be a good experience.
Yeah.
it's true. Well, anyway, just for the collection, I thought it'd be cool to have one of these because
Yeah, that's
the
cool.
other ones, he's done a bunch of them, and they're just outrageous prices. Yeah,
Well, he did all his Led Zeppelins and stuff,
I've
right?
seen them for
he
three.
did the lights, but even the jazz ones, I mean, they're like,
the Sunny Stitt. There's the Sunny Stitt blowing the blues. I've seen that for $300.
yeah, it's just that's
Really?
too much for me. I can't do
But
that.
it's a market. It's a marketing gimmick. That's what he did it for.
It's a bit of a marketing gimmick, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's not clear, one-sided, non-vibrative vinyl, I don't want it.
I agree.
Same.
I agree.
I mean, if it's on vibrations, wouldn't putting the etching on the opposite side fuck that up?
Would that mess up the Beach Boys' good vibrations? Would that not sound good?
No, it always sounds good, man.
Well, the dog likes it.
Yeah. Well, the thing about single-sided etching is that a higher chance of warping because you're not pressing equally on both sides. That's
so that would make sense because you don't have loss of. You don't have those. You have an off weight, right?
Yeah, it's weird though because my Bill Evans box set isn't one-sided. Huh.
It feels like it is.
You know what? I come in here to relax and have a good time. And I
Or not.
appreciate all the criticism about me not paying attention to anybody else and me repeating myself over and over again.
Mike, you didn't pay attention because Chris just showed that one-sided for disc box.
You were getting ready for your one-sided clear vinyl show.
Yeah.
It feels like your review of that record's very one-sided, Mike.
The other thing, though, that's pretty cool.
Clearly.
The other thing that you can do
let's address Vinyl Piper.
You can cut that out and make it a video that, like,
Well, no, what I want to cut out, Billy, I want to cut your tour out if you don't mind.
Okay, that'd be fine. Yeah.
We just should cut out Mike saying I love 45. That's the best.
Thank you. Yeah.
And can we cut out Felipe doing surgery?
I will say, I think at first, when I first started collecting, I didn't like 45 because I had to flip the record over. Now, I don't really give a shit. I really don't care. If it sounds good and I'm listening, what do you, okay, I know this is a bullshit question, but
wait.
What do you guys think? What do you guys think of 45 RPM?
First thing, Rob. Explain.
Sounds great. It sounds great.
Well, I don't like him very much, but I have another point to you.
I think it's an amazing turntable.
Yeah.
Chris, is this the part that's going to be controversial next week?
It's not. Let's just do without the controversial. What you got?
No, but seriously, do you guys?
Yeah, it sounds amazing. I mean,
feel like you guys, if you had a chance to get a Music Matters 45 of Lee Morgan Volume 3 for like $60, would you be like, no, I don't like 45?
No, I'd buy it.
They're ridiculous. I mean, I have about 100 of those, and I won't complain about them.
It's very bragging.
No,
I have a few
sound
45s.
Yeah. Sorry.
I do feel like you have to be careful with 45 because it can split a song.
We live in a weird
right?
So one thing I will say is sometimes I will, and it doesn't really take any time at all, but a lot of times I'll have to slightly recalibrate when I go back and forth.
I have to do that too
with the pitch. So that's the one thing is like I have to tweak it, but it's not. It takes a couple seconds.
What do you have to tweak? Your turntable?
My pitch.
Yeah.
Because if I go to 45, because I have pitch adjustment and it's a direct drive and it's from 1973.
Yeah.
So it takes a second, but sometimes it'll go off just slightly. So
so I have an old 70s turntable too, and my 33 is rock steady. Like just drop it in, it's good. My 45, whenever I put it on, I have to adjust it.
Yeah, that's the thing. 33 is fine. It's 45 that you have to tweak it, and then sometimes when you drop back to 33, you have to tweak it. So,
but we live in a weird time right now because I came across all those Music Matter 45s for like a killer price. I'm not going to buy them.
Yeah, of course.
Because it's the only way to get those records. So most of the time, I think of people given the choice of if an album comes out in both, they're going to pick the 33. But if you come across a record that you've been looking for and it's in 45, you're going to buy the 45 version of it.
Well, I think Music Matters sort of had the idea in their head that the 45s were going to sell much better, and they didn't.
Yeah,
they made an equal amount of both.
That's not so. We spoke with Kevin Gray, and we asked him about Music Matters. And Felipe, do you remember what he said about the 45? We lost Felipe, but
they start with the 45.
Yeah, but what Kevin said is that. So didn't he say like they didn't want to do 45? Like that Ron said that was like it was like kind of bullshit.
Kevin didn't care
No.
about 45. He said.
No.
Yeah.
I forget
So-
what he said, but yeah.
I mean, 45, you have two advantages, right? You have a larger groove with more information in the groove. You can argue against that. Plus, it
It's
doesn't
just-
go all
yeah.
the way to the middle, right? You
Sure.
have a much shorter side. So you have no inner groove distortion, which is the worst thing of it. I mean, listen to a regular record. The last track on a side is always going to sound worse than the first one.
Unless
It's
you have
just-
unless you have a linear turntable, and those are pains in the butt.
Yeah, but they also have their setbacks, right? So
Yeah, because they break like crazy. So
Mhm. Yeah. So yeah, you just can be the 45 is like halfway through a side. They're the best you can get.
But I feel
No,
like it's what everyone argues about. But I feel like hearing one song and then having to flip, like it is like literally annoying. It's like I'd rather, I guess if you can sit intently and you're having like a listening session with someone on a really nice sound system, it makes a lot of sense because it's like actively doing it. But it's like DJing too. When I play and like you pull out like a 12-inch that's 45, like the difference is insane. Like it's like it hops out and you can hear the separation and like the highs are higher and the lows are lower and it's like, but I think that works better when you're in an active playing like DJing 45s or 7-inches or 12s. Yeah.
But the 45s they kind of make a difference. I mean, if you take the Love Supreme, I think someone asked about the Love Supreme.
I did. Yeah. They cut this. I have the analog production, the old analog production.
The 45.
Disc 45. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't have that one. I have their Blue Notes on 45s. They sound incredible. But they sound a little differently. They sound a little softer than Music Matters, for example, which they share some titles there. I think the Music Matters, they sound a little more complete, especially the top end. So regarding the Coltrane, I found that the panning is the same. The instruments are positioned at the exact same place, but they just sound more defined, but not so cold and harsh as like something manipulated or too clean. They just sound exact. Sounds like the band is here. It's just I found it amazing. It's not by that much. So if you have a 33 you're happy with, if you have a 45 or whatever version you're happy with it, and you don't want to spend like $150, don't do it. But if you can spend that, if you want to have the little extra there, you're gonna get it.
Yeah,
that's my
question.
point.
I have a really question. Does anybody ever listen to 45 records at 33 RPMs accidentally?
Of course.
Yes, and vice versa. I did it.
Yeah.
Follow up though. Do you think it would be fun to do that on mushrooms?
Yes.
No. I think I want the slowest speed on mushrooms, whatever that is.
Skinny Puppy 45s sound pretty good on 33.
I bet, yeah.
Listening to like Charlie Parker on 40, like on 33, 45. That sounds amazing. Slow them down a little bit.
I just want to lock in a prediction. I think next year, and I put this on the Discord, but it was just part of a like an aside conversation. My prediction is that next year, Chad will put out the UHQR of Sonny Rollins' Way Out West.
Oh my goodness! If you need a new one.
What kind of prediction is that?
That's my prediction. I
think it's a dig. It's a dig.
I'm like certain he's going to do that.
Can I piggyback on your prediction?
Go on.
Yeah.
Next year, Chad will take a room full of people hostage as the police wait outside. Well, I mean, what kind of prediction is that?
Well, I just feel like he's going to let this contemporary box play out. But next year,
he'll slowed down his vaporwave. That's
You think they're going to give him the rights to that? No.
I just think I think what Chad's thinking for UHQR is he doesn't give a shit about what's being put out. I think he wants the best titles, like the most successful jazz titles in it. And I just think he doesn't give a shit. Somebody put it out.
You need to change your thinking. Right now, Chad has a problem. The big labels don't want to give him those titles. That's his problem.
They do. That's not true though.
He got kind of blue. He got
exactly.
But you don't know how long ago these contracts were signed for the ones.
And the plates are already are already there, Mike. The plates are already there, right?
That's true.
So that's my. I think if you just think of the best commercially successful jazz records, those are probably going to the ones.
He's done two.
Yeah.
No more.
But
Plus-
again,
two most successful.
Plus, if you're sitting on a lot of pretzels, you need a lot of mustard.
What?
Anyway, I could be wrong. Of course, that's just my prediction. Lock it in.
What does lock it in even mean?
I mean, if you were to zoom out on time, right, like 10 years from now, and you were to look back at this time, you would kind of be like, oh, I hope that there's a Love Supreme UHQR version. If you're like looking back at like the versions that existed, we're just so close to it and seeing it all come out at once that it's like, I mean, it's kind of like I don't know if you saw the Reverend's new video about kind of like having gratitude for like everything that's around us right now, the sort of like embarrassment of riches in terms of like audiophile recordings. It does seem gluttonous and it seems like it's too much, but it's like they're just trying to get all the titles into these series. And like, I mean, I don't know if they're trying to sell them out like it was during COVID, like 5,000 copies in a day. And it's like, you know, Chad and everyone was like having 25,000 kind of blues was like a good opportunity for everyone to be able to buy it. But it's like, you know, these records could sit around for like 7 years. There could be like the Love Supreme UHQR, you know, and it's like it's like an option. It's an option for someone.
Hang on.
Yeah, I mean, it might. What?
So
good.
No, sorry. I think it's fine. But if we did not have the UHQR, I have those 45. That should be fine.
Yeah, that's true.
Well,
right?
we don't have to go that far. We don't have to go that far in time. Is that Miles Davis relaxing, still sitting on Kraft's website?
Yeah, it is.
We don't have to go that far in time.
I bought that the morning of like refreshing.
So did all the rest of
Billy,
us.
what did you think of that? Did you listen to it, or do you have it sealed?
I didn't even open it yet.
Oh God!
I have one
either, Mike.
I didn't open my Yusuf.
I didn't open mine. I mean, I'm ready to open it. If it were here right now, I'd open it. We'd play it together.
I think I'm gonna have to because I'm not gonna get the Yusuf OJC because I have this this small batch one, so I'll probably open it. I was just holding it on because I was like, is this thing going to be like 3,000? Like, you know, at the time there was like so much insanity. I was just like, I don't even want to touch it. I don't even want to look at it.
You should have sold it then, man.
Yeah.
Will you do a
price drop now?
Comparison video, Mike?
No, I'm not. I won't get another copy.
I mean, it would be fun to listen to that Was it Walking? It's Walking. No, Relax. What is it? Which one is it? Relax. The one we bought. Relaxing. It'd be fun to like listen to it without caring because it's like you just throw it on.
I didn't
get
it. I actually heard it was too. I think
it's brighter.
But the thing brighter. Is, I have an early pressing and I have the recent one. His mute is bright on that. Like it's just a bright sounding trumpet. Like
he's a bright player.
Maybe it's I can't imagine the brightness, but like it's always like that's always been a really bright trumpet on that record.
Yeah.
Those blue labels are a need. Sorry, Chris.
So if people aren't used to it and get it, I mean, I'm sure the Rev knows.
If you just go to here's a better example. Here's a better example. Tone Poets and the Classic Series. They're pressing a lot of those because you can go to Amazon and other sites and the price drops. I think records are a lose leader for Amazon. But dropping them down to $24 for a Tone Poet, they ordered too many. They pressed too many. To meet any kind of demand, right?
Well, just like that $5 Tone Poet. I mean that Lee Konitz and what was it, Lee Konitz, Jerry Mulligan. Right?
Yeah. Oh, I love that. It was $5.
Record's great. Yeah,
it was great.
What's their
wholesale? God! Someone get me that. Where is that? $5.
What's their wholesale cost?
Oh, it's gone. It's gone.
Okay.
Like, what's the wholesale cost on a Tone Poet to them?
Well,
like,
I'm going to be told I'm wrong.
If they press 5,000, they sell, 1,500 through pre-orders, another 500 afterwards, and the other half sits. Like, is that a huge problem, or have they already made their money back?
No, I mean I've heard that a Tone Poet costs like $32, like 32, $33.
The margin's not so great.
It's like $5, $6 you make on a record.
Okay. Yeah. Margin for the seller, but margin for UME.
I wonder what their break even is.
UME's already sold them to you. Like,
it's got to, Billy. It's got to be bigger than Tone Poets.
Right.
Their volume across their whole catalog of titles. right?
Yeah.
It's a write-off, right? It's probably just like a law, like a, you know.
Look, the best people, like in my experience professionally in the entertainment industry,
Yeah.
the biggest decision makers are the bean counters. They are the guys who come in and say, "Do it for this, we make this." But like in movies, if you're a producer, you don't make money off of one movie. You make money off of 7 movies. That way, when the licensing and the selling for them to be played, it's like a 7 or 10-year agreement. So if you have a library of titles, you renegotiate the deal every year, and that's where you're making the money. So I'm without having any experience in the music industry, it's for Universal, it's a volume thing. It's got to be, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like they're pumping money into Blue Note. You go to their website, they're putting out new records all the time. Everyone has merchandise. There's like, you know, it doesn't seem like, you know, 8 years ago, if you looked at Blue Note's website, it wouldn't feel the same as it does now. It's like a living and breathing thing. And like, you know, Don Was is a big part of that, but it's like, it doesn't seem like they're struggling, even if they are putting like a few tone poets that didn't do so well for like $12 on like a Udiscover.
They're going after the highest level of record collector, don't you think?
Yeah, I feel like that Lee Collins is going to be the most valuable tone poet in 25 years because it was like no one bought it and they like destroyed all of them and sold them for $5. You know,
if you go into Billy's shop next week, he's going to have $25. It's going to be all over the walls.
It has a great cover.
It does have a great cover.
What do you guys think in terms of sonic quality, tone poet? Basically, RTI versus optimal is what it really comes down to. Do you think there's a substantial difference between the two?
What is optimal analog productions?
No,
they've switched. They switched.
German pressing plant.
It's a German pressing plant.
German pressing.
Who does optimal? What's optimal?
The classic series.
Oh, the classic series are optimal.
Yeah. I think they're great.
I don't have enough of them to. I think the tone poets sound fantastic.
Because Sam Records, Fred at Sam Records uses optimal.
Those sound amazing. Yeah.
If they press a nice record, it sounds like that Sam Rivers classic. To me, that's the best sounding classic.
The Fuchsia Swing song.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's really well recorded, well made, well pressed. That thing just sounds good.
Felipe, what's our favorite 80th series record?
Inventions and Dimensions by far.
100%.
Oh,
yeah, and
shit! I just sold that record.
Yeah, and the Judah Hip, Zoot.
And the Judah Hip, yes. Stereo mono, those would be the best ones.
Christopher says the Rhino Hi-Fi is at optimal as well.
Do you guys know a secret about that that Herbie record is actually it was repackaged as Willie Bobo's Succotash record.
Really? No, it was Succotash. I don't think it was Willie Bobo led though.
I just saw
it says does it have Bobo on the cover? It does.
Oh, okay. Right.
Yeah, Willie Bobo, yeah.
Willie Bobo,
I just saw that today.
Willie Bobo had three Blue Note records. There's one you can get for like $5 all day.
That Succotash cover is terrible.
Yeah.
But that's the same record. It's the same record.
I just saw it for $30. Is that a good price for it, Billy?
I don't know. I feel like that means I feel like the jig is up. I feel like people got it now. You know, it's like it used to be like you could find that Bobo record Succotash for $10, and I don't know. It's not. I bet it sounds great though. It's probably RVG, right? Is it Black B or the Black label?
Let me look at the one.
White? Is it a white? It's a white B, right?
It's a white cover. It didn't look at the record.
Oh, you bought it?
I spent a lot of money.
No, I didn't buy it.
No, don't.
There it is. What a great cover. I disagree with you, Mike. That's
I think it's fine.
Brendan, how does that sound?
Sounds great.
Is it RVG in the Dead Wax?
I don't think so.
Damn it.
Okay.
I'm gonna have.
What is the catalog number on that?
Let me look.
I will say the cover. I think the reason why I dislike it is because the original cover is
the best cover. Is so good. Yeah. I agree.
All right,
that's one of the best photograph manipulations that they've ever done, where they the original photograph that.
Big picture of an empty chair.
It says it was remastered by Rudy on Discogs.
Yeah, there's no RVG in the Dead Wax. It does sound quite good.
Yeah.
And I also have the classic series.
Why in the hell would they do
Yeah.
that? It's stupid.
It's probably contractual with Bobo. He probably didn't get a record, and they're like, "Oh, he played on that one with Herbie in 60, whatever."
Just do it. Yeah.
Yeah, they get equal billing on this. It's
And
equal billing.
Succotash is
equal billing. Oh, okay.
First track. It's the first
Yeah, it's
track.
equal billing. It's Herbie Hancock and.
Got it. Okay, I forgot that Herbie was on there too.
The only thing is with the classic series, they don't do a very good job on the cover reproduction, so that awesome photograph doesn't look very good.
I mean, but that's the whole idea for making the record cheaper, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm sure that it has to do with like we were just talking about the overall, and because if they could have done them without a gatefold for $30, I'm sure we'd all be happy with them.
I wonder what the price cost between what I'm sure someone's heard this or knows it, but actually what it costs to produce those like tip-on gatefold jackets.
Well, the only thing that bothers me a little bit about the Blue Note thing is they own the artwork, and whereas like Kraft is just scanning stuff because they don't have the original stuff, and that's why those records, the Kraft stuff looks pretty bad. Blue Note could make them look good because they have all the original artwork, so they could do it.
Kraft stuff looks bad?
Yeah, it looks like shit.
Does it?
I mean,
it depends on the photograph that they.
Don't you remember all the controversy with the art pepper?
The small photographs look pretty bad.
Yeah,
my art pepper mono looks excellent.
I mean,
the bigger
it wasn't the mono.
No.
Quiet Kenny, how's Quiet Kenny look? Quiet Kenny looks okay.
They all look good. I've never thought they've looked bad.
Quiet Kenny looks okay.
So
I mean, looks like shit.
I mean, even the tone poets, I think it's because of the printers or whatever. It just looks too contrasty. The colors are just blown up. There's no
Kraft
detail.
stuff's obviously just scanned from.
No, but I mean, even tone poets.
Like
So if you compare to an early pressing, there's no detail in the colors.
But the tone poets do a really good job.
Witch Doctor is the worst cover ever.
Huh?
Oh yeah, terrible.
The Tone Poet Witch Doctor is terrible.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Have you guys seen the applause? The applause Witch Doctor?
Yeah, no, that's that's
that
shit.
I love that cover.
Yeah.
What?
All the
Mark says
applause.
that Kraft owns the photographs too. It's just their catalog wasn't photographed by the same guy like Blue Note is, so sources are varied.
Yeah, they own the photo. I understand them owning the photographs.
Hold on. Do they own the photographs of William Claxton? I would doubt that they own William Claxton's photographs.
I highly doubt as well. Yes, I was going to say. I mean,
Blue Note owns the mosaic. They own.
Yeah.
They have really high quality negatives, and they have high quality scans of all those negatives. Kraft owns the artwork.
Norman Maslow. Kraft Baker box covers are really good.
They look okay.
But we're talking about photography, not
the
paper
originals,
boxes.
Sorry.
So Mike is right. I mean, Kraft doesn't own Bill Claxton's
negatives.
Of course not. That's right. They're doing scan of whatever source they have for sure.
Yeah, they're scanning from like nice records.
I mean, Bill Claxton is an icon in photography in America in the century.
Yeah.
I mean,
he was Steve McQueen's basically personal photographer.
Exactly. He has a book on Steve McQueen, right?
Yeah, it's great. I love it.
Exactly.
So if you look at the cover of like that Hampton Hawes 4, it doesn't look good. It looks bad.
No, I do not.
And all the Shelly Man, and I mean, if you compared, I have the Kraft.
Well, here's like something else.
Yeah, I mean, because the image is fairly simple to do. If you take
it's a good cover.
If you take Art Pepper Meets the Rhythm section, I have an original, and I can put it.
That's a completely different take.
Kraft.
Yes. Oh yeah.
It looks. The Kraft looks. The new one looks terrible. I mean, that's all.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, but the mono one is way better than the new one.
I'm not saying they don't sound great.
Record Store Day. It looks really good.
Hey Brendan,
that wasn't the one they had the problem with. Remember, In-Groove Mike had a fit about those ones that came out afterwards.
That's the stereo. That's the stereo.
Right.
This is the mono.
This came out a year before it, Baggy. So what are we talking about?
The ones that came out after that.
If I compare
that,
but
here's one that came out a year before. That's a modern reissue by Kraft. So
okay, to me, it doesn't look good.
But isn't that the one that was partnered with Acoustic Sounds.
I mean, those Lockjaw covers are really nice. I just never looked at any of them and thought these look bad.
Yeah, but
at
Well,
all.
I think when you look at the original, the original ones, they look. You have to compare them to the.
Yeah,
how
I
good-
mean, yeah.
But I don't think that you said they look
exactly.
bad. They definitely
No.
don't look bad.
So the printing. So
It's like
just
45 and 33. You know, it's like.
I mean, I
okay.
strongly disagree with this. I think those covers
the
are
colors in his face, and it's all contrasty, and it's like.
Shall I?
All right.
So Brando, I mean,
you said you would punch someone in the face if they didn't know.
The T-Mobile internet's working out real good.
I mean, it could
It's
be a
going to
cop.
do really well in the storm too.
But I'm just saying, it's a really good cop. Like I honestly, until Brandon, you said that, I've never even thought.
Okay, Mike. So for someone that Brando is a photographer, I photograph. I used to teach photography as well. I mean, it's just the whole analog process we're talking about. They use different printing process, developing. It's whole different. Now it's all digital. You're always talking about digital. That's the exact same thing.
I mean, I think
Right.
Tone Poet's done a really good job. Music Matters did an incredible job of
So
reproducing.
music matters. Yeah, they used analog. Yes.
So
But isn't the
for
reason for the
for the-
part of the reason for the difference that that first Star Pepper was a partnership with Acoustic Sounds?
No.
Because they remember they had that series
No,
with Acoustic
no,
Sounds, and then they
No. That's different. I mean,
it's the way it's the medium that's being used to reproduce.
no. Okay, but
Yeah.
here's Mike's point: the mono that came out for Record Store Day, which I have, was not as
Looks
bad
different
as the
than
one
the
that came
stereo.
out later.
Right.
I have
That was the one that everyone had the fit about.
I have the one
Right.
that came out on Record Store Day that's supposedly better, and I have an
And
original.
they stretched out the stereo. It looks bad on the back, right? Like the border or something.
Look, it's the photography and how it's reproduced. It has nothing to do with.
So you're saying they're both bad. That's you're not.
Yeah.
As a
There
story,
wasn't-
how
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean the paper, the color handling, everything changes. Everything.
The color gets shifts kind of weird. I mean,
Yeah,
the,
because-
the worst ones is like some of the OJCs.
Yeah.
The new
I
OJCs
mean-
look pretty bad.
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah.
they do. Damn.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean,
in the
I was
computer.
looking at the Miles Davis working,
Yeah.
and it looks terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Did you guys
especially
buy
because
the Mal
most.
3?
You think the Miles Davis work in OJC that came out is terrible?
Okay, bad. How about bad?
Bad?
Yeah.
I mean, I have an early pressing of it.
We'll put them next to each other.
I did. I took photographs and put them on Instagram. It looks fine.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I'm
Well,
not as ridiculous, but like, I never looked.
I
at
think
them just
those supposedly
These
nice sleeves that those
bad,
one
and I
steps
wish
came
I
in were kind
wish
of
they
crappy.
did a better job. I never thought that. And Chad's reissues, I can't think of a single title that I thought the cover looked bad. I mean, I know a few of them are like Bag's Groove is strictly graphics, so they could just
The ones that are more graphics are going to look much better, and that's usually what happens.
like I mentioned.
This thing wasn't even glued in.
Wax is leaving,
in the
everybody.
little square nicely. It overlaps. You know, it's not set in the indention here, so you could like easily peel it off. So, no, I wasn't impressed with this. You know, for the price, I wasn't impressed with how they put this together.
The reality is that it's really expensive to do. There's very few people doing chemical printing, and it's really expensive, and it's not going to happen. And it's getting phased out. And I think Music Matters was one of the last companies to do it. I think Tone Poet is still doing it. It's probably not going to be cost effective.
The sleeve is really nice. The sleeve is tip on.
Yeah, I don't think it looks great. Obsolete media.
No.
I have to go, but Jazz bought Mike.
I was just going to say we did a.
Jazz, I will say that the analog productions from like the 2017-ish ones, they did a really good job with those covers. I remember, and actually, I think they did a really good job with the sound. So I don't know what was different about that batch.
Yeah, I mean, I think Chad definitely takes liberties with his covers sometimes. Like the Alice Coltrane, the saturation is very different than like it's completely different than the original. Like the colors are just totally different. Because I think if you look at the foreground and background in the original, it's basically like duotone, and the modern one that he pressed, it's like all red.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? For the most part, probably most people don't care. So
Yeah.
Plus,
There's a difference.
You don't think people care about jackets? That's like half the vinyl community's conversation.
Yeah.
Only people who live in cold weather care about jackets.
Brandon.
I mean, it doesn't seem like people care because it seems like they'd be complaining a lot more. So
as long as there's no Sharpie on it, right?
Yeah. Brandon, I think you've got the complaints down for all of us.
Yeah, I just, whatever.
You're probably right. I mean, in terms of like,
doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter.
I just never even thought that any of those jackets look bad, except for I guess that stereo art pepper that people complained about.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh no, they look. If you look at compared to like 60s, 50s, even 70s, they're yeah. I mean, they're very contrasty. They like detail. The paper's not good.
Is the OJCs from the 80s look 10 times better than the new OJCs? So
really,
because it's all chemical. I mean, yeah, they do. Yeah. I mean, I got an OJC of.
They use some leftover covers. They use actual flip back covers for some of those OJCs.
Well, the 80, I think it's 82. The 82 has flip backs, but I don't think those are not leftovers.
They're not leftovers?
No, I think it's just
they feel exactly the same.
They're not as thick.
Printing. It's just
they're not as thick.
No, the cardboard, not just the printing, like the actual sleeves.
Oh, I think the sleeves are a little bit thinner they're definitely thinner than an original. But the printing
there's a few that are okay. There's a few that feel exactly the same.
Okay.
Dude, the craziest one I've had, the heaviest cover I have is that one from
Billy, if you find a copy of this and it's not all super noisy.
Well, I can't. Is that Hathaway?
Hathaway?
It's the second album.
Yeah, no, they're always fucked up. Yeah.
They are.
I'll find one for you. Yeah.
I just bought the because I had a greatest hits that's a more modern day pressing of it, and I wanted to get an original too. And it was okay, but it was a little noisy and it was warped.
I'll find you a clean one.
I'm so sick of buying shit on Discogs, man. It's driving me crazy.
Yeah.
This morning Michael was talking about the problem with the classical album and that it was too close to the label. This one right here, I wish somebody would do. This is why we need 45s. This record right here, and summarily we roll along.
Steven Sondheim.
Look at this shit here. Can you see the groove?
Kinda.
Can you see how little dead wax there is on this? It's like, and look at that one right there. See, that's the best song. See that little tiny bit at the end?
Yeah.
That is the best song, one of his greatest, songs that he ever wrote ever. And then it's right there at the very, very end. And I'm interested to play it now that I've got that new, when I got that new bronze cartridge to see if it distorts a little bit less. But like on my Nagokas, it was like, it was horrible.
You're going to destroy your cartridge.
Mazzy passed on that Hathaway today.
That is hurtful, Mazzy.
That's so hurtful.
He's teasing.
Go back.
He knows I'm looking for those. What did you say? Where'd you go, Felipe?
Don't do it, bag. Don't do it, bag. You're going to destroy your cartridge.
You mean? Oh, okay. This is all new. Explain.
I mean, if a groove is, I mean,
all right.
if the groove is not,
let's look at these because I could be totally wrong.
What are we looking at now?
All right, so this is an original.
He's comparing craft to originals. Yeah.
Oh.
Or this is a Bergenfield. Okay.
That's original.
Looks pretty nice.
This is really nice, dimpled gloss, cover. Looks really good. Okay. Now let's look. This is the reissue. And I'm sorry, Felipe, if I jumped in because I stepped away. I didn't realize.
Absolutely not. It's great.
I feel so. Here's the reissue.
We'll put them side by side.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I am happy to stand corrected here. So if we feel that the original is superior in terms of resolution and detail,
The one on the right has better contrast. Which one's is that the
Yeah,
original?
sure, it definitely does. That's
Yeah,
fine.
you can tell the hair.
Stupid light off here.
You can tell with the hair.
Yeah.
But I mean, I would say this is okay.
Yeah,
this is
definitely
the
okay.
original. And I feel so. Anyway, I have other ones, but like Cookin', for example,
It does look better though, Brandon.
It's not a photograph. It's a. I feel like this is much easier to replicate.
Yeah, there's no comparison to be made there.
Yeah.
Same thing with working.
I'll get a good one.
This is working.
That's relaxing.
This is the reissue. The saturation's a little more yellow, I guess.
Yeah.
That could
Anyway,
be a time.
Brandon, I do see your point when I look at the Steven side by side. The resolution is better in the original.
So what? How do you define resolution?
It's still really good in the new one. Because frankly, the picture is a little out of focus. And then I do have working. The issue with my working is that it's the red cover reissue.
Never seen that.
That's pretty cool.
Wow.
And then this is the OJC. Let's take a look at this. So here's the working.
What year is the red working?
I think this is a 7. It's a Bergenfield. Maybe it's not. That might be too late. But
is it Trident or is it a yellow flame fireworks?
It's. Let me see.
I've never seen that. Wow, that's crazy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I show a plausible example?
Yes, and then this is just really quickly so people can see.
Yeah, apples and oranges, or whatever.
Is it apples and oranges? Come on.
It's not even the same color.
Because one's red and one, yeah,
It's not the same color.
The human eye. Mike. The human eye doesn't even see red
so hold
and
on.
blue
So
the same way.
Just before
one looks black and white, and one looks sepia.
I will say. I mean, honestly, I feel like these were probably choices that were made because you could just change certain aspects of this. Like this is a little sharper, but you could make this more sharp.
Of course, the human eye sees red much sharper than blue.
Thumbnails for the channel, and like if something doesn't look that sharp, you can easily make it look sharp
with a Sharpie.
With your phone.
No, with just like basic graphic design.
No.
Okay. Let me show a quick one. Okay, I'll show it.
So Brandon, I can see what you're saying.
Okay. Let me try to find a good angle here. Okay. Can you see it?
This is our Blakey Witch Doctor.
It's terrible. That's Witch Doctor, right? That's the Tone Poet.
Well, it's hard to
Take
tell.
the sleeve off.
It's hard to say, yes. Let me turn this light off here. Can you see anything here?
No.
It's one of the toughest Blue Note covers to even like look at.
That's a 70s pressing.
Yeah.
You can see a lot more. Look at how blown up these colors are in the Tone Poet and the 70s.
Absolutely.
Right? It's very different.
I think Katanga has a big difference too.
I don't know. I don't have an OG Katanga.
I've seen the OG cover though, and it's much brighter.
Mm-hmm.
I wish
like
I had
like the blackness in the Katanga is in the reissue is significantly more present.
So nowadays they scan everything. They treat in the computer. When they treat in the computer, they deal with those images in RGB to start with. The printers are CMYK, so it's a whole different color pattern. It depends on which paper you're printing, and depends on which cardboard you're gluing to. So everything it changes when you're digital. So it's very hard to, even a cardboard. If you get an early record, you can feel there's a texture to the cardboard. Nowadays there's none. Everything changes.
That's fair, Christopher.
It's so sad. Everything changes.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think the covers. I will say, I do think the reissue covers, in my opinion, look good.
They're brighter, just like a digital is brighter than analog.
But it's not. I don't want to say it's just that it's brighter. I think they look fine. Like they look good.
Because they're new.
No, it's not just that. They look good. Like, stop trying to make excuses for me just saying their covers look good. I think the freaking cover looks good. Like this Steeman cover looks basically just as good as the original.
It looks great, but if you look at the fire there, it's totally blown up. The contrast.
It's not
saturated.
totally blown out.
It's saturated.
I have the original right here. It's very close.
It is very.
I mean, maybe they made a little different artistic decision, but they could have easily made this different. It's not like they had to make the contrast bigger. It's like that was the decision they thought that made it look better.
Yeah. Brandon, you're muted.
Mike, what I was saying is the Analog Productions, like I said, they did a pretty good job with those. Those mostly look pretty good. And the Tone Poets, for the most part, look very good. The Music Matters look amazing. They did actual chemical printing. The crafts look pretty crappy to me.
Well, the craft working looks fine, is what I'm saying. The working looks okay.
It looks okay. I mean, I've held it up many times. I actually didn't buy one because I have an original, but I didn't buy one because it looks so bad.
You know what's funny is actually out of all the ones I AD'd, the working is like the one that I kind of prefer the original to.
Yeah. I mean, I'm probably gonna get the Waltz for Debbie because it's not a photographic cover, and it looks okay. Looks fine.
Sounds good too.
And I'm sure it sounds great. And my copy is a little.
Mike needs a photography.
Yeah, Nicole's gonna play.
I take a photography class.
You play the record, not the cover.
Oh, I don't want to hear that.
Oh,
I hate that. One.
Brandon is a photographer, so
I hate that.
Me arguing with him is
no, but it's not even if it's a photograph. I mean, you know.
Wait a second. Brandon, do you wear glasses?
Do
you wear glasses?
Only when I'm working.
Well, so Felipe, do you wear glasses? So I wear. You're muted, Felipe. So Jazz Bum Mike, I wear glasses, and I everything. I'm not wearing them right now. So maybe me and you are just like, yeah, it looks fine because we wear glasses. Yeah. It's like
That's fair. I'm half blind anyway.
We got to the bottom.
So just one point to consider. Until the 12 inches came out in the early 50s, records have no covers. Once the 12 inches came out, they started making covers for them to sell them. So the covers have a huge importance in the record. We cannot ignore that. And Miles, Sonny Rollins, the whole Bill Claxton work, Roddy Caravas later. I mean, there's the cover is a selling point. You can't deny that. It's very important.
Yeah.
I highly doubt covers. Right? Think if Chad said, "Oh, my records sound the best. We don't need a cover. Let's put in cardboard." Would you pay $150 for that?
Yeah.
Good point.
Although Classic Records did put out that what's that record that I just bought? The Casino Royale soundtrack, and they put it in that plain paper cover.
They did that for some of the 45s, like the Something Else Autumn Leaves. They did.
Do you guys buy records when you're at stores and you find like a really great old record without a cover? Do you usually buy it?
No.
Only if I know I can find the cover.
But you wouldn't buy like a really sick record just to take it home and listen because you just found it had no cover.
No, because they're always beat to shit when they're just lying out in the open like that. Well, not. I mean, the ones I don't know. I'm at a state sale.
No, Billy, I wouldn't. Because for me, like a lot of it is just like the whole. It's an object, and part of the object is the cover. And taking it home, putting it on, looking at. There's an interactive thing with the object,
and everybody's talking. Everybody's talking about and watching. Everybody's talking about and watching the freaking Hypnosis documentary on Apple. and they sold records for those 70s bands because of their covers. That's what sold the records for Zeppelin, for Pink
I was
Floyd.
like, okay,
And
yeah,
everybody is hyped about watching that.
Yeah.
yeah.
They would never sell, Dark Side of the Moon never sell that many copies if it wasn't for the cover. I'm sorry to say that. You might disagree, but it's true.
But
Wasn't it like
Brandon, you buy them for the
of
Frankenstein
things?
though, right?
I feel like the thing is like
I buy it from Frankenstein. Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
If it was something I wanted and I knew I could find the cover, I would.
Yeah. All right, sorry to interrupt with that interjection, but it's just
no, it's fine.
Yeah,
but
and
times
are different too.
Look for, but that would have to be a really beautiful, hard to find, expensive record.
No, but you can but you get a nice. You get like I just bought a copy of some. I don't know. It was like a Mississippi John Hurt record on Vanguard. It's got like a white cover or whatever. And I bought the record for $8, and then I bought on Discogs like a G plus vinyl and a VG cover for like $12. So now now I have like a VG plus record and a VG cover, and it cost me $18 or something.
Oh, I've
and
totally
it's like
done that.
And it's like a $70 record, and it's like it's like it's a long game, but in the process you can like listen to it while you wait and find the cover.
Yeah.
It's like
I've done that
these
many
are
times.
legit like descriptive covers with a little bit of artwork, and they have like content like copy written on the cover here. And I feel like I buy these no problem. I just bought that one that Rob showed. The one that's an epic Phil Woods that costs like $300. Now I got it for $8.
I showed it to you.
Yeah, Billy.
I'm sorry, Billy. That was you.
I just got here and you can't even remember.
I'm sorry. Well, that's it. I mean, I'm the full jazz bumps treatment. But I did want to say, Mike, we're going to jump in with something. What were you going to say? I think we were talking about the piece.
The Hypnosis documentary on Apple, which I want to see now. Yeah.
And just as this is a point here. The idiot here has 7 versions of Dark Side of the Moon, a UK first included, and I'm just saying that's very cool what they made with the cover. It's a good selling point. Just that, okay?
Yeah.
No, I agree. I 100% agree. The cover, like
and I'm not pissed about it. I listen to it daily. Okay.
Photography, the design of the cover, like everything about the object, like Brandon, you were saying, like you buy the object,
the
label,
exactly,
the deep groove, like the RVG etch, like all of that doesn't make sonically it sounds as it sounds, and who gives a shit, right? These might be indicators.
I mean, I'm not.
But it does matter in a way.
And I always go, the music is like 80% of it, and 20% is the cover. That's usually how I do it. But the cover's pretty important. That's like. So I still don't want, and some people are like, there's many other facets of this, right? Some people get like a record where the cover is just so demolished.
Exactly.
And like the record's okay. I still want the cover to. I have a lot of records that the cover is pretty beat up, but it's still intact.
Yeah.
When I see a cover that's just destroyed. I don't want that. Or like
exactly.
Water damage. I don't really want it.
It depends. If the record's very rare, I'm more relaxed on the cover.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, we have to put things into context here, right?
My Blackstone Legacy has water damage on the bottom. I still like it a lot.
Yeah. I mean, what I'm talking about artwork and cover here. Nowadays, people just watch a YouTube video. Oh, sounds amazing. They go on Amazon and order. They don't even look at it. Back in the day, you wouldn't have that. You have to walk to a store. You would walk to a store, flip through bins, look at the cover, say, "Man, I think this should be good. I like the cover too." And then you're gonna buy it. You're gonna influence your decision.
I want to say one kind of small last thing, and I'm going to shut up. I think if you're going to the whole thing about going into vinyl and not just streaming 1 or 2 songs from a record, then the whole package should be somewhat important. And that means that they should put there should be some importance put on the cover art and how it's reproduced. Because otherwise, then you can just stream it. If the whole package isn't that important, and because you're already going through the whole process of putting a record on a turntable. You have to have a turntable. You have to have these sort of, somewhat old machines. Whether it's a new turntable or an old turntable, it doesn't matter.
But it's just not vinyl. It's physical media in itself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. Here's an example, and I'm gonna all right. This.
Wait, Marcel.
I bought this on CD when it first came. I bought it on album, then I bought it on CD. But I would have bought it on CD for this cover. Even if I didn't, wasn't if there wasn't an album, because this cover is freaking amazing.
And that's the other thing. I like CDs because they're still big enough to have artwork that you can appreciate.
Is that the Vinyl Me Please?
Yeah, I've owned the CD. I had the original album. I have the ORG Bernie Grundman from 2014, and I have this. This freaking cover to me is amazing, just because the album is Black Codes from the Underground.
Mm-hmm.
It has the blackboard with the whole 3/5 compromise, on the blackboard. It has Winton's brother. That's Jason Marsalis, right?
Was that Jason?
Yeah. And the freaking liner notes are freaking great. It's the whole package.
I had that on CD, and when CDs came out, I never felt like you were losing out on the artwork.
Right.
Hold on. The only thing I just want to disagree with Mike on one thing, and I don't disagree with you. I think you're absolutely right, but I would extend it. I would say yes, end, because we make thumbnails. We make thumbnails for the channel, and we make logos like the Felipe, Chris, and we send, like, when we're coming up with a thumbnail, we nitpick every little detail. Like, we care about everything that we can make that looks better, to present the stream better, to present the thumbnail better, our logo, the Instagram, the style that we take our photographs in. All of that, we absolutely care about how that looks. And like we have a thumbnail. We have a interview coming up with Michael Esposito. We're going to drop soon. That thumbnail we've been working on. I think it's the biggest one we've ever. It's not. I don't even want to say it's the greatest thing we've ever done. But like,
I'm not saying we didn't put the work into it and it's not great. But when you buy like physical media, especially an album, and it has a great cover, it's like your own personal like art gallery.
You won't care. You won't care. Yeah.
I may not like. There's a Winton Marsalis where he has a cover of he replicates a Matisse. I'm not gonna have a Matisse print. But I'll pull that off, and there you go. I've got a nice reproduction of freaking Matisse.
And literally, our Instagram is 99% cover art.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Sometimes we take labels, sometimes we do other things, but generally we're promoting what these designers made. Like that's what Instagram is.
Look, Mike, don't take me not liking craft and you saying they're okay. Not a personal attack on you, okay? It's okay if you think they look fine.
I don't think it's.
I'm
sorry if I got worked up.
I'm personally attacking Mike.
I did not
take that personal.
You don't want to hear me get worked up on covers. That was
I did not take that personal. So
anyway,
it was strict. I was strictly just having a fun conversation with you.
But I'm just going to give a detail
Rob's
here.
Not here, but he was talking about the bean counters, and bean counters are figuring out like how much do they want to spend on the printing process and what they're going to do, and probably what's going to win is. They'll have tip-on covers.
But Brando, go ahead. Sorry, Mike, go ahead.
No, that sort of works when you're talking about, stuff like Blue Note and reissues and stuff like that. But if you're talking about like contemporary jazz and stuff, and independent labels. Some of the best artwork right now is coming out from the from the smaller labels. They're making like real conscious choices that this is gonna be, and they're charging less than freaking Blue Note.
Oh, of course.
Right, and like that French label, Souf Contenu, they're doing these great cheap records. And the way that they're doing a really good job at reproducing the artwork. They're doing it a little bit different. Like they're like, okay, we can't do the glossy cover, but we're still going to do a really good reproduction. And they're just doing it on a matte finish because they're able to do the printing of it really. I don't know. They're able to do a really good job. And those records are $22. You know, they look fantastic. They're really well put together. The reproduction that they do on those is good. It's very, very, very good. Is it as good as, I mean, I rarely see those original French pressings, but they've done a really good job with that. And it's just it's if you want to go through that extra effort.
You don't even have to go that far, right, Brando? Even like Coal Mine here does a great job.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of surprising that Kraft doesn't do a better job. I'm not surprised that Analog Productions is kind of slacks on some of them. But, you know.
Well, so when Music Matters did their covers, that was still those photographs were still who didn't like Mosaic.
Mosaic had the rights to all.
Were they licensing them out to Chad?
No,
Cuscuna owned all.
Cuscuna was part of Music Matters. If you go to their website, he's a part of the team.
Yeah. So they had the actual negatives or high resolution drum
scans. Did Chad get those too?
Negatives.
Here it is. Cuscuna, he's part of him, and him and Charlie Laurie started Mosaic, but then Cuscuna bought the Francis Wolff archives.
Right.
And then I believe he sold them now. He no longer owns them.
He sold them to Blue Note.
Yeah,
they're putting out. Because they just had that whole big thing on their website about all those expensive reprints.
Yeah, Blue Note got him back. Yes.
So that's kind of the difference of the Blue Note. Like, yes, when someone had commented, that Kraft owns the artwork, they own the rights to the artwork, but they don't have the physical. They don't have the negatives. They don't have like the original screens or any of that stuff. They just own the rights to all of that artwork, and they're able to do the best. They're scanning stuff because that's what's good.
Yeah, that's exactly it, Brandon. Mm-hmm.
So it's not like they don't have the rights to the artwork; they just don't have the physical artwork. Yeah. And that was the thing that Cuscuna had with the Blue Note. He actually had stuff.
Yeah. So Shoji, yes, Mike does most of the artwork, but he makes many variations. But Chris picks is always the best. So you go Chris's pick. Mike's picks are the worst.
He has glasses. That's why. I mean,
Yeah.
Me too.
So how was the concert, Mike? How did you like it?
It was great. I mean, and like Jason Moran is also a really good entertainer, and he had the audience especially at the end where he addressed the audience. He had the whole audience in the palm of his hand. It was great, and then afterwards he went over. I didn't wait because I bought my copy of the album when I came in. But afterwards, he went over and said, I'm going to sign, any of the stuff people buy, CDs or whatever, I'll sign. And, I went over there and it was a pretty long line. But what was really good, and this is what I love about jazz, going to jazz concerts, other jazz musicians turn out. Because when I went over to where he was signing records, the pianist VJ Iyer was right there. He had come to check out the show, and he gave Jason Moran a big hug, and I spoke to VJ Iyer for a few minutes, and it was cool. And just like the way musicians, especially jazz musicians, show up for each other, is amazing. And I mean, so many shows I go and you just see them, even in and sometimes they're not getting in for free. They're paying their own money to to support another musician. So that was pretty cool. That VJ Iyer was there. But it was a great concert. It was really good. And it was outdoors, but it's an amphitheater in the middle of Marcus Garvey Park, and the sound was really good too. So
was it hot?
And it was free.
Was it hot?
No, it's a nice night in New York.
Oh,
What
cool.
time? What did you get there early to get good seats?
I got there at a little after 6. The show started at 7. And it was from like 7 to 8:30, basically.
Did you get to talk with them at all, or I'm sorry if you mentioned this.
I didn't talk to Jason Moran. I spoke with VJ Iyer briefly, but that was it. And then I left because it was a pretty crowded It was a pretty crowded amphitheater, partly because it's free and partly because the whole James Reese Europe, the whole dance hall to the battlefield thing. James Reese Europe lived in Harlem. Jason Moran lives in Harlem. So it was the whole Harlem thing. The theater is set in Harlem, so a lot of people came out, and it was really good.
And he's been promoting it as well, right? So
yeah, he's been promoting it. Yeah, and it was just a it was so good. It was really he has some of his regular he's playing with his regular trio, and then it's a larger scale band, with brass and woodwinds.
What was the stage setup?
What do you mean?
Like his piano, like you sent the picture. His piano was in center, and his back was towards the audience.
Right.
In front of him were. It looked like they were brass.
Then you have the brass and woodwind players, and then on to his right was the drummer and the sheet weights, and then also to his left, the guy he was standing, that it was a tuba player also. So
that's cool.
It was, I mean, it, like I said, the sound was great. The performance was just outstanding.
Did they start with because doesn't the album start with a? I don't know. Have you streamed the album?
Yeah, I have the CD. I have the CD. So
it start with like it's
it starts with a spoken spoken introduction. He started with that. And what was really cool was it's the whole thing with James Europe Reese. He during World War I, he was in Europe, and the whole band they played there. So Jason Moran actually comes out. He has a military trench coat on, and some of the other bands, they have like military clothes on, and then he does his performance thing where he talks, and they had a screen behind the band also, so they were showing clips of James Europe Reese. They were showing clips of African American soldiers from World War I. They were just showing clips of while they're playing of just Harlem. It was a really nice a nice setup, a nice performance. It was really good. I mean, they put some thought in it. It just wasn't like you guys were going to show up and we're going to perform this album. He really wanted to communicate to the people that were there what this whole thing is about.
Were there any famous people in the crowd? Like was like Terry Gross, like those types of kind of Steelers NPR.
I wasn't really like looking around that much. I noticed DJ.
I know he's been doing like a big he's been promoting this whole effort.
Yeah, and usually like when Jason Moran does shows, I would say there are a lot of people from the arts community there. Because not only, I'm not even talking about musicians, but I'm talking about like painters and photographers, because he's in that whole space. Yeah. So, so I'm sure there were people there, but the only person I noticed was VJ Iyer, because he was like right in front of me. When it was over, I'm getting out of there. I don't, sometimes the crowd's a little too much. But
you're pro.
Yeah, I can, just like the person that showed up late and wants to walk through the to the middle of the row. I'm like, come on, have the courtesy to freaking show up on time and not freaking 20 minutes late and then excuse me. It's like, or at least wait till there's a break in the performance. I hate people like that.
Felipe, I think you're muted.
I too hate people.
Oh, Mike, you should. Looks like Nicole made a comment that she has 4 Francis Wolff limited edition prints.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. No, just gonna ask Mike did he play the whole record?
Yeah, basically he played basically he played the whole record. And I filmed some of the stuff. What I like about where I saw it, it's an amphitheater, so like I could just sit in my seat and I'm not interfering with anybody with a camera, and no one who's sitting down is obstructing my view. That's because it's called the Richard Rogers Amphitheater. And so that was the one thing that's cool about it. And so I've got some really good footage. But he's just such a great performer, and he really knows how to communicate with the audience. And people got a really big kick out of it, because I know I heard someone that wasn't necessarily that necessarily knew about Jason Moran. They were probably there because it was in Harlem and it's free. But after the performance, they were like, oh, one of their friends said, are you going to go over there and buy a CD? He says, oh, yeah, I'm going to go and see how much they cost. But, but at least the person was actually going to, go over there and they were interested in purchasing the stuff, So that was good.
That sounds awesome.
What's up, Elliot? That's awesome, Mike.
Oh, not a whole lot. I got all my nighttime chores done, so I thought I'd come join you guys if I could.
Now, Elliot, we all know you bring the heat whenever you join. You got records to show?
I do. Before I do, I'll the conversation, I've been able to listen back and forth bits and pieces all night as I was taking care of some stuff. But the conversation about album covers and jackets, I thought that was interesting. My first thought is I value good liner notes, whether it's an insert, whether it's on the album jacket itself or not. That's probably the thing I appreciate the most. I'm disappointed when an album doesn't contain some information in it, but I do like a good album cover. And I just wanted to share a couple with you and show you what I like about an album cover. I'm like some of you guys, my vision is not that good. So you can get away with a lot as far as, poor quality photograph or something like that with me. But it's the concept or the content of the actual photograph, if they're using photographs. I'll give you 2 examples. That is a great, and this is what your thumbnail was this time, I believe. That is a great cover to me. Just there's stuff there that makes you think and wonder and imagine, and I think that's the key. And I'll give you another example. This is a non-jazz example, although he did play jazz at times. This is a reissue. We talk about reissues and how much they should cost and stuff. This was $20 reissued. It's not a gatefold or anything, but it does the job. It's Tony Rice guitar, but here's the back cover is what really gets me. Now look, he's playing an outdoor show, and now look there at the bottom. You see that little kid down there at the bottom, eyes wide open, just in wonder at what he's witnessing. And that's the type of thing on an album cover that gets me, because I wonder things like, what effect did that have on that child? Did that child go on and have an interest in music for the rest of his life? Did he learn to play an instrument? So forth. And that's what I like in an album jacket. So I just thought I'd share that. And I do have some records to show you, but I don't have to do it right now. I don't want to monopolize.
Can I just sort of follow up on Elliot and going back to Jason Moran? Like this cover is actually, this is James Europe Reese's military regiment.
Oh, that's cool.
Actually marching down Lenox Avenue in Harlem. This is the Harlem Hellfighters.
Yes.
So this is a whole, and this is what this album is all about. And
that is a perfect
photograph of that unit. And, I mean, and this is why, to me, covers, the artwork and all that stuff, they matter.
I'm going to drop a link to sorry, Elliot. I was just going to say, I'm going to drop the link to the Jason Moran Bandcamp. If anybody wants to check it out, I know Mike gave an excellent overview there. So people probably are interested. I think that record there was only 500 pressed. So,
Mike, just a quick detail. Sorry. This record is not available on his Bandcamp. You have to go to his actual website to buy this record.
Okay. That's the Yes website?
Yeah.
Jason Moran, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, give me a second. I'll get it.
Yeah. Well, Mark, I bought the album at Jason Moran was selling it at the performance tonight. He had his sons. He had his two sons. Like they were manning the booth where they were selling his records and CDs and stuff like that. And digital downloads. Like if you wanted to even get a digital download, you could do the whole thing there too.
Okay, so it's actually limited to 300. Wow. They're individually numbered. They're DMMs, gatefold, 2 LP, 180 gram, yada yada yada. There is a CD as well. If
how much is the vinyl?
The vinyl for 2 LPs is $39.99.
Well, that's not bad. On TCM last week, they had. I think it was when they were doing the Nicholas Brothers all day long movies they were in, and they had I forget the name of the movie, but they had James Europe in the movie. I don't know if it was actually him or if it was.
It probably was.
Lena Horne. It was Lena Horne was in it. Fats Waller was in it. A bunch of greats were in it. So that was neat to see that. So. Even back in, I guess, the late 40s when that movie was made, mid to late 40s, they were at least giving some tribute to James Europe and contributions of that military group.
Cool. So just following up, sorry, Mike, on small labels and good releases. Mike, what was the next pre-order that came this week for you? Mine is still in the mail.
For me? I think all of us.
No, there's a pre-order on Bandcamp. Let me pick it up here.
Oh, no, this is not me.
No. No, I'm talking about Mike Notes and Tones, yes.
Oh, which one?
The pre-order that came on and pull the title.
Gosh, I'm always like.
Mike, get your Excel sheet out, please.
Yeah. Now I have to freaking go to Bandcamp. I can't even remember. That's sad.
Felipe, what is it?
I'm pulling out here because I can't remember as well. The exact title.
Why don't you guys look it up?
Trickster. Because he posted.
Hold on, I'll find it. Yeah, and they actually, I didn't go. I went I was planning to go to the Trickster show tonight, but then I found out about the Jason Moran show because Trickster was playing.
And Trickster is even more limited. It's like 250 copies, I think.
Let me find my
Well, David already bought the other one. I already bought the Jason Moran.
Dude, I already bought 3 things tonight. I can't get them. I can't get the Jason Moran, unfortunately.
I got it.
I have his live at the Vanguard one, so I do have something from him.
Actually, tonight I bought another
out.
copy of Live at the Vanguard too.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
that was fantastic.
But this band Trickster,
I think it's sold out.
It's led by the guitarist Miles Owazaki, who I really like a lot. But they're playing tonight. They played yesterday and tonight in Brooklyn to promote this album, and he had posted on his Instagram that if you showed up to the club in Brooklyn tonight, Thursday or Friday, they were also passing out free downloads for the recording. So,
that's cool.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
And I had planned to go, but then I found out about the Jason Moran, and I thought that was more important.
Yeah.
But I love this one, and then it's the gatefold, and
the cover painting is really pretty.
Yeah, he does a really good version of Lush Life on here on side B. That's really good.
Yeah.
And then he does a mashup of one of his compositions and Giant Steps. That's on side C.
Caduceus Steps.
Is there liner notes in the gatefold?
It's just it's him talking about the recording.
Okay.
And some photographs,
Interesting.
But yeah, I like the artwork. That's done by his wife.
Yeah, it's very nice.
And he's been around for a while. He did a great Monk recording, but it's only on CD. He did the whole Monk catalog solo guitar, and it's just freaking
amazing. What do you mean the whole Monk?
Every Thelonious Monk composition over, I think, 5 or 6 on 5 or 6 CDs.
Wow.
It's on Bandcamp. You can listen to it on Bandcamp, just without paying.
That seems a little excessive.
But it's amazing. It's amazing. He's one of my favorites. And I didn't know about him as a leader until the pandemic started. He had played in Steve Coleman's band, but then when the pandemic started, they had the Jazz Gallery had this whole thing where they were doing with musicians online, and he was one of the guys. They had like Mazzy and those guys had the 4 corners,
right?
He did a thing like that, and he was up there and he was talking about the Monk stuff, and they played like clips from his recordings, and I was like, oh man, his stuff as a leader is really good. And that's really how I got into him as a leader.
I just dropped a link if anybody's interested in exploring this. It looks like the digital album is still available. There is a double vinyl. Let's see if there's a limit. It doesn't say it's
Brooklyn.
Yes, live in Brooklyn. So anyway, you can check it out.
All right, it's Elliot's turn to show his records.
Yeah, Elliot, what do you got?
Oh, okay. I worked, sold at the record show in Raleigh a couple of weeks ago. Had a good time. My first time ever selling at a record show, and had a great time. I didn't quite violate the first rule. I was trying to cull my collection. So you don't want to go to the record show to sell and end up buying more records than you sell. So I only bought half as many records as I sold. I think I bought 28. But the guy right beside me selling had some great records, a lot of jazz. So I'll show you some of the jazz I got. He threw this in to the pile. This is a 10-inch, 10-inch, 33 1/3.
Beautiful.
In excellent condition. I haven't cleaned it yet, but in nice shape.
Now wait, so what songs are on that one there?
Well, it's called Louis Armstrong plays W.C. Handy Volume 1, and
Okay.
he does St. Louis Blues, Yellow Dog Blues, Loveless Love, Aunt Haggard's Blues, and Long Gone.
Okay. So two songs on side A. They're probably nice. I mean, it's a 10-inch, but still probably pretty long.
Yeah, a bunch of songs on there. And of course, Earl Hines was connected with Louis Armstrong too, right? He was piano player for him for a while.
Yeah.
And he and Paul Gonzalez was in which band?
Duke.
He was in Duke. Yeah.
Duke's band. And he's the one that did that long solo when the lady at Newport got up and danced.
Yeah.
I love that story.
He has some good stuff on Argo and Jazzland as well.
I didn't know that they did. Columbia did Nice Price for jazz, but there's Ben Webster and was it Sweets Edison, and Hank Jones is on here. George Duvier, Clarence Johnson. Just a nice price.
Hang on, let's see that. Can we go back to that?
We're going quick.
What year did that come out? Does it say?
I think we might be the only people that tell Elliot to slow down.
This was you got to be. The recordings are from '62. This particular reissue is from '81.
So that's
here's hoping
don't you have an art
should be in
farmer
good condition.
Like that?
Continuing, Louis Armstrong and Duke Ellington.
Okay.
Now some of these I got for very low prices. Some cost me more.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Basie and his orchestra.
Now, what's that on? Say the label it's on.
Okay. MPS, it looks like.
MPS is great, man.
Yeah.
MPS. I've never heard of that label before.
Oh, yeah, they're great.
Oh, they're very good.
Good. Modern Jazz Quartet.
Nice.
This is a European.
Yeah, that's greatness, man. That's there's a volume 2 as well, and also a 2 LP version. But
and that's
my
on
favorite. That's my favorite MJQ record for sure.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to listening. I haven't listened to most of these. Now I've got Ella and Lewis, that first album they did together, but I don't have the second one. But he had the twofer that came out later that's got both on it. So he didn't want but $15 for this. I thought that was a really good price.
Yeah, good deal.
And I got that. So what I'll do is I'll turn around and if this is in as good a shape as it appears to be, I can, resell that original one. Dexter Gordon. Weren't y'all talking about Dexter Gordon earlier?
I love Dexter Gordon though.
I got some $2.50 or 2 for $5 records.
Oh, Savoy.
2 of them were jazz records. It's a Savoy, but boy, this is why it's $2.50. Look at that, mold and mildew damage, but the record's in wonderful shape. Savoy.
What is that?
And it's Dexter Gordon master tapes, the Savoy recordings with Bud Powell.
We weren't talking Dexter Gordon, but we were talking about those Savoy reissues and how great of a value they are. Now, I did have one of them that did not sound good, but it was just because they were using like tapes from like 1949.
Yeah, that one's the same way. I mean, it's 78s.
Yeah,
the music's fucking amazing on all of that, man. You get $5.
You just
I like the older music a lot as I learn more and more. Sidney Blachette with Wild Bill Davison and Art Hodges. This is a Blue Note Volume 1.
Nice.
This has got the blue and white label.
Yeah,
is that a mono?
I think he wanted $15 for this one, and he wanted.
Wait, Elliot, is that a mono? Are those monos? They should be mono.
They're recorded like in the 30s or something.
Yeah, but they also put
one of them's mono. This one's mono, I believe.
Yeah, I think those are the ones they put out in '66.
But then this one came out a little later. This would be during was it Liberty that owned Blue Note? So then you got your blue and black.
Might be UA.
Is that rechanneled for stereo or is it just full in stereo?
Well, I think it's rechannel. It's rechannel. Electronic rechannel.
Re-recorded to simulate stereo. What does that mean?
Mono recording. That just means they try to make it sound stereo, kind of.
It might not sound that great, but
10 different things, different instruments to different speakers.
No, they can't even do that. It's more like
they tried to modernize it by making it stereo, but it's a mono. It was recorded on a single fucking track.
Yeah,
exactly.
Okay, and then another Sidney Bechet.
Cool.
I can't pronounce that, but it's on
the disc door.
The disc door.
Mode.
Mode's cool. Can we see the label?
Yep. The disc Dior. Okay.
The Golden Record.
Golden Record.
Did he live in Europe for a while?
Oh yeah, quite. I mean, I guess.
Oh, what is
that?
Interesting.
Because this is I guess a friend.
Where did you say you got all these?
At the record show in Raleigh.
Okay.
Where I was selling, got him from a guy. Actually, the guy beside me, really nice guy. Had great conversations all day with him. He was a transplant from Pennsylvania. He moved down to North Carolina because his grandchildren were down here, and he'd only been down here a few months. And he was selling. He threw this one in. So you see, I loaded up on the CD. He just handed me this halfway through the afternoon. He said, "Oh, here, you can have this one."
Baggy,
looked it up,
and
it wasn't extremely valuable.
Isn't Baggy a big Sidney Bechet fan? Not that we all aren't, but
yeah.
And then I love to get into the New Orleans stuff, of course, and Jazz at Preservation Hall, Eureka Brass Band of New Orleans on Atlantic Records.
Cool.
That's cool.
And
now you just blind buy that? You don't know what it sounds like?
I don't know anything about it most. I mean, I know some. I've read.
So how do you decide to pick that?
Does anybody decide?
I just
are you looking at?
I just go. That looks interesting. Now, how could you pass this record up? A night at Heritage Hall with a band called Papa French and his New Orleans Jazz Band, formerly the Papa Celestine Band. I mean, you got to buy that. And it's not like any of these records were real expensive. They were $15, $10 records, most of them. And some of them, like, let's say, were $2.50. Still in New Orleans, Marcia Ball, Soulful Dress. And getting into the Zydeco, Queen Ida.
I have that record. That's cool. I have that record.
Queen Ida and her Zydeco band in San Francisco. And then, and you remember, I'm a history person. I taught history, and my love is history. So whenever I can get into that interests me as much as the music. I have to admit the background, the story, and that's why I like liner notes, I guess. So New York to Chicago, 1923, 1928. And this has got King Oliver on it, Ed Allen, Tommy Landner, Jim Nold, Johnny Dunn, Junie Cobb, Kid Ory,
Kid Ory,
Artie Starks, B.T. Wingfield, and Tiny Parham. Now, I knew two names on this. I knew King Oliver and Kid Ory. I've got records by those two. But how do you pass that up?
Yeah.
I know about that.
And, of course, I've always known about Fats Waller. And this is just Camden was the RCA label that was a budget label, I'm assuming.
Yep.
And just, I love Fats Waller. Gosh.
Now, I'm sorry to interrupt, but what does Fats Waller play? What songs is he playing on that? I'm just just curious.
The Sheik of Arabia, Carolina Shout. Oh, look at there, ain't she pretty? Oh, look there, ain't she pretty? B flat blues, Ain't Misbehaving.
Okay.
Everybody Loves My Baby, but nobody loves me. I Believe in Miracles, Rosetta, When You Squeeze Me, or Rosetta, Squeeze Me, and in between Rosetta and Squeeze, they got in parentheses, When You Squeeze Me. Okay. Crazy About My Baby and Harlem Fuss.
Okay. Cool. Oh, it's awesome.
And the last one, and I got what's his name? I don't have that. That one's downstairs, upstairs. I can't remember his name. The young prodigy piano player,
Oscar Peterson.
No, young. First name starts with an A.
Ahmed Jamal.
It doesn't matter. And of course, Nat King Cole. And that's a $5 record or something like that. So I got, and they cut me deals, and I sold. I had 2 copies of Kenny Burrell's the Blue album with the stripes down it and stuff on Blue Note. I had 2 copies of that, and so I sold one of those copies, and that's about all the jazz I sold. I had a dozen or more jazz records, but that's about the only one that sold.
So so when you go to these shows, what do you like? How many records are you bringing?
This time I brought about 12 boxes, each box with about 50 to 60 records in it.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
And I had it divided into 3 sections. I had my personal record collection that I was trying to cull down a little bit. I had 4 boxes of those, and they were priced anywhere from $4 to I had a jazz record actually for $100, and I looked it up, and the cheapest it was selling for was $140, and and that was the John Coltrane and Johnny Hartman.
Oh.
And
great.
It was an original.
Don't they do Lush Life on that?
It wasn't a repress. It was from when it came out.
I love Lush Life. Might be one of my it. I could argue it's my favorite song.
And then I had 4 more boxes on the table, about 200, 250 records that were just priced all at $8. They were records I'd picked up crate digging, and from different places I'd gone to, and from collections I've accumulated, gotten from people. And I hadn't cleaned those or anything, but I just visually inspected them and everything. And those were $8. And then I had 4 more boxes on the floor that were priced at $2. I was just trying to clean out, stuff that just wasn't popular and wasn't selling. I didn't sell hardly any of those. I didn't sell hardly any of those $2 records. So it's not worth it when you go to a record show. I don't believe. I've learned my lesson. I'm not going to haul 4 boxes of $2 records, and I'm not going to put anything on the floor. So put it all on the table, and go ahead and bring your records that are moderately to expensive, and be prepared to make deals, because everybody wants, to make a little deal. So when I priced them, I tried to price them a little below what I thought they were selling for at record stores and on Discogs, and I conservatively graded them. And but I also made sure if I priced a record at $16, I would be probably willing to take $14 for that record.
Elliot, so the people that attended this record fair, what were the demographics in terms of young people, older people? Who's
60% were 45 years old or older.
Okay.
There were some young people, and there were some kids with their parents that were buying records too. Mostly males. I sold a Led Zeppelin album for I had it priced for $60. This lady was going to, she was for her and her daughter. She was there with her daughter. She was going to pay $60, no questions asked. And I felt guilty, and I said, just give me 55. And but the demographics, they definitely skewed above 45, 55 years old. But there were young people there. At the very end of the day, this young kid, I say kid, he's probably 28 or 30 years old. He comes walking up, and he says, of all things, stuff people always want what you don't bring. And he said, "You got any folk music?" And I said, "Doggone, I have lots at home, but I didn't bring any." But we got to talking, and just such an interesting figure. He is of Gula or Geechee descent. His family is from the Sea Islands of South Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
And they were in the folk music in the 60s. They some of them were musical performers for the carrying on their family heritage, and then others were in the black gospel circuit in the 50s, 60s, and 70s and beyond. He played that gospel circuit all over the country, and he told me that a couple of them, actually, the bands they were in, they're in the North Carolina Hall of Fame, Music Hall of Fame. So you just meet all kinds of interesting people.
I love going to record fairs. I love talking to the dealers. I love everything. I just, it's like you're just around people that love the same thing you love. It's just the best.
I didn't sell a huge amount of records, but I made enough money to pay for my expenses, to pay for my investment in the records that I sold, and have a little bit of walking around money in my pocket. But the key was having a good time all day talking with people that love the same hobby I love.
That's awesome.
All right, we're gonna kick it over to Baggy now. Baggy, what do you got for us?
It's the 4th hour officially.
I want to say something to Elliot first.
Okay.
Elliot, you beat everything. You know that?
Yeah, I do.
All right.
I don't even know what that means, but it's good.
That's a Barney reference.
That's what Andy Griffith always says to Barney when he's really, really mad. Only when he's extremely mad and he's had enough. That's how he cusses out Barney. Everyone should get this. This is a Rhino.
Okay.
Little Anthony and the Imperials. And I think I should. I don't know. I think I should. This shit. I love this part of it because it's so funny. This came out in '88, but this is just show you how things have changed. Oh shit! Talk about needing glasses. I can't read it, but there's a little blurb on here apologizing and explaining that that some of these tracks are in mono, and they're apologizing for it and saying, "Look, you have to understand these songs were originally recorded in mono, and this is the original recording. This is how we were just preserving. They're like apologizing to the customers if they get mad if it's in stereo. That's just how much time. And as soon as you said about the Louis Armstrong documentary, I've been digging through my records here. I just wanted to look at through my records for that 10 records I listened to most. So I just went over the course of this live stream. I've gone through literally my entire collection really quick, just picking out stuff. I have a lot of Louis Armstrong, but this is the best. And Elliot just reinforced this. And can we pour one out? You want to talk about if you want to complain about Chad and stuff like that? Man, this reissue label was like made for me. Everything they came out with was like shit that was specifically, and that maybe that's why they're out of business. But this is from Analog Spark.
Yep.
And when I first got back. Okay, I collected vinyl in the as a kid, sold everything. In the late 90s, I got into like DJ stuff, and I started amassing a huge collection of stuff then. Then I fell off again, and then I came back around 2015. And I started watching the Brockett P-Dub videos and stuff like that. And at that time, Barnes & Noble was putting out Barnes & Noble exclusives.
Yep.
In fact, I replaced my red clay with an all-analog Org Music Bernie Grumman all-analog cut of red clay. That's the red vinyl. And that replaced my original, which was one of the first records I ever bought online back in the 90s. But anyway, this one. There's only one of these available on Discogs right now. It's like $48, but this is Analog Spark that put this out, and this is one of the must-haves if you're going to have Louis Armstrong. Either get an OG of this, and look how they did the label. They even did the label cool. I mean, look at that.
Let's see it.
Oh,
Oh,
cool.
love
Columbia.
They really did everything right.
That was the label.
Probably
They
the
did-
same stuff as that 10-inch, isn't it, Baggy?
They did double 45 versions of the classic musicals, which you can find at every estate sale. But these are beautifully, separated, clean versions of them. They did the Dave Diggs Disney, Dave Brubeck Disney album.
Those labels, like red, like there was like red, green. There were multiple colors, and I think it associated with genre. And then the 6i came out after that. So like that is pre 6i Columbia.
Yeah, it's a 50s album.
Yeah.
Isn't it? I assume.
It's early.
I wish they would come back because I miss them dearly. They were such a great company. Them and that Red Lion, or the Black Lion.
Oh yeah.
Series that was at Barnes and Noble at the same time. That I got a bunch of those. I have the Lee Armstrong and the Duke Ellington of that. Mike, I've shown this before, but Mike, you got to get this. It's real. It's got to be like dirt cheap too. I'm sure. Get this. You're gonna enjoy this. You're so into digging into the the American Songbook and music history. Get Ethel Waters' Greatest Years. This is the 70s, like Columbia. It's dirt cheap.
I'll check it out.
And it's the most fun you'll have listening to a record.
Well, what is she singing on? What is she singing on?
Huh? All the standards
What
from that
was
time,
that?
but these and a lot of really super raunchy, dirty songs. This was like the gangster rap of its day. I mean, she talks. I mean, she doesn't get as crazy as
no, I know what you mean.
some other singers, but it's just so much innuendo, and it's really a lot of fun.
Who's
really
the other?
really cool.
No, there's a. I can't remember her name.
I know I failed to get
Her songs
name.
were like her albums were like
she just outright like says it. Yeah.
I can't remember her name. She's fantastic.
Not Eartha Kitt. You're not thinking of Eartha Kitt, are you?
No,
not Eartha Kitt. Yeah, I forgot her name, but
I'll see if I can.
Went out my mind.
Good night, Nicole.
Yeah, here's that.
Have a good night.
Here's that red clay. This was all analog. Bernie Grunman cut by Org Music. This came out in 2016 to no fanfare. I mean, if this came out now, like everyone would be talking. You'd all be doing videos about it and shit. Like, let's all listen to the new Red Clay and talk and discuss it. No one was. I mean, Rocket P. Dub was like the only one that made a video about it or even discussed it. And I came across this. This is like one of my favorite things of all time.
Mm-hmm.
I have to listen to this because it's been a long time since I listened to this.
That's great.
And did we all forget about this? Because this has got to be one of the top 10 greatest recordings in the history of mankind. I mean,
I think probably
who did this?
Third.
I love that record.
Me too.
I don't know who did this. This is another thing I got at Barnes and Noble back in the day. I think this is who reissued this one. This is an all analog reissue.
Who mastered it? Can you tell on the Dead Wax?
Let's see. But I'm
Who's
gonna
the
have fun this
quartet on
weekend
that?
to
Is that
listen to records.
McCoy, Tyner, Elvin? Is it McCoy, Tyner, Elvin, Jones, and Jimmy Garrison? Who's on that?
I think Steve Davis on bass or something. I'm not sure.
Oh, this is Bernie Grimmins, BG.
Nice.
Yeah, Bernie did this one too. I don't
Who's
know
the group? Who round out the quartet on that? Baggy, can you?
This might be an org too, for all I know. Oh, let's see. This is
McCoy Tyner, Steve Davis.
Yeah, it is McCoy Tyner.
Elvin Jones.
Yeah, I knew. I thought it was Steve Davis.
Okay.
You know, it's
You're
funny.
off by one person, Mike.
I tried to play this like back in the day on a CD for my mom, and she couldn't handle it.
Really?
And and I didn't think about it. I didn't think about because we kind of eased into jazz, and then and it's like her just dropping in. It's like you don't get. She's like, oh, that's progressive jazz. I can't handle that. Because to her, it's just if it's not like a more easy listening type of jazz, it's like it's just shaking her world up or something. to me, it's like so innocuous compared to other stuff. But
really
I mean, to someone just getting that doesn't ever listen to jazz, just playing it for me, it was kind of funny.
Like, one metric I have in my household is that like my wife listens to a lot of what I listen to, and I know what she likes and what she's okay with. And I feel like her taste, like my taste, has evolved over like time. Anyway, the point is, I could put that on, and she will enjoy it, and that means something to me.
When I was in college, or after I got out of law school, I used to spend a lot of like Thanksgiving holidays at my friend's house, and her mother would always play my favorite things. And she's not a jazz person or anything, but it's it's sort of like a crossover thing.
Wasn't it kind of a hit for the general audiences? Not just jazz people.
Yeah.
When you watch there's a film of him playing it live on a television show on YouTube, and if you listen to that version, he gets way more out than he does on the album version. It's really interesting.
My wife actually loves she likes musicals too, so if I play any like musical stuff, but she loves that John Coltrane, she loves Blue Train, she can always hear it. She's like, oh, it's Coltrane. But if I put on Ascension, she's like,
come on,
I'm gonna go do something else.
And that was before The Sound of Music, the movie.
Oh, it was?
No, was it?
Yeah. I'm almost sure. That's like what year is?
Well, the play
was probably right, because The Sound of Music is probably like late.
Every state show I go to has on vinyl, and that was years before.
Yeah,
Mary Martin was the original.
Right, that's before the movie.
Before the movie. What's going on? We got
and hold on, who's that? Chris?
It's not me. Nope.
No.
Nope.
Oh God.
I hadn't said anything.
Are we good? I think we're good.
Okay.
I'll tell you the effect of that album on me. I got it a year ago, 6 months or a year ago, and I enjoyed it so much that I went out and transcribed as best I could on the guitar the melody to my favorite things.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever I get my guitar out, which is not as often as I should because I'm really bad at it and I need more practice, but I can just go and just play that melody and all the little variations, not the John Coltrane version, but that melody is just so infectious.
I mean, I remember meeting some friends of mine that I used to work with that were mostly into, like indie rock and all kinds of stuff, but they all gravitated to to this Coltrane record because of my favorite things. It brings a lot of people in.
Yeah, it's one of the great.
And it's really fun to play on guitar too.
The thing is, I feel like it doesn't hold like it's not. Yes, like it brings people in, but not at any expense.
Yeah.
It's
he's not watering it down.
It's like
he's providing us with a melody that everybody can relate to.
Yeah, it's one of those records that does. I mean, you can put Coltrane has a few records like that, and so does Miles Davis. They're.
Do you guys
like them on, and people will enjoy it for what.
This was a Rhino reissue. This was a Rhino reissue, by the way. It was an all analog Rhino Bernie Gardner reissue.
That's it's a tradition in jazz, is it not, to take modern day. Whenever they do it, modern day songs, melodies, and making them into jazz compositions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure.
That's common. Like Mac the Knife, I was listening to an album.
Yeah, I mean, Kenny Dorham did the entire Showboat. He did that entire Showboat album.
That's how you get all those awesome Beatles covers from the '60s.
Yeah. I remembered the piano player. I couldn't think of.
Jamal.
I said Ahmad Jamal.
That's what Mike said.
I didn't hear you. And see, there he is.
Mike Menard.
As Kyle
I don't listen to anybody. So.
That's his first record.
Yeah. And look, again, you can see condition doesn't bother me too much. A jacket condition. There he is when he recorded, I guess.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
By the end of the album, he's grown up.
Yeah.
Hey, Elliot. I got something for you. You were talking about Sidney Bechet earlier, and this is probably the third jazz biography that I ever read.
Oh, cool.
And it's really good. It's by John Chilton. He's written a number of biographies. He has a good one on Coleman Hawkins also, but it has like great photographs. There's one. This one here is with that woman is Tallulah Bankhead.
Oh, the actress.
Yeah, she was a great fan of Sidney Bechet, and and that's a photograph she signed for him. And then there's Bechet and Louis Armstrong, and then there's another photograph of Charlie Parker and Sidney Bechet. But it's a really good book too.
I will look for that. I'm looking for another good book to read. That sounds like one.
Very cool.
Thank you, Mike.
Mm-hmm.
Sidney Bechet didn't fuck around with people either. He just.
Oh no, he got deported from London. Actually, I think it might have been a knife fight or something. So he might have put a knife
I don't. I think that was. I mean, maybe it was London. I thought it was like somewhere on the continent or something. But yes, like, or maybe it was. This was another story. But like,
Central in Paris too.
He definitely got into a knife fight with somebody.
Yeah. Wait.
Yeah, shootout once too.
Yeah.
Just make sure you don't bring a knife to a gunfight.
He was not
Yeah, because I think there's a deportation photograph in this.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, here it is. This is his arrest in London.
Yeah,
he was a dapper dude, though.
Yeah, but that's
the thing that trips me out about him is how he had, lots of the Coleman and Ben Webster and stuff had beautiful vibrato, but his vibrato, like, I don't know how he physically did it because it's such a fast rate. It's like that. It's like, how did he do that? It's like hard enough to play on a reed to begin with, but then also to have. I just don't know how he does it, and it's just it's such an amazing, unique sound, especially on summertime and stuff like that. It's just that a lot of people don't do, and I think was kind of maybe even looked down on later on as an old-fashioned thing. But that's one of my favorite things about the original players.
Shit. I'm reading I just started a new book, and it's kind of like the underworld connections with jazz, throughout his history. And it talked about Sidney Bechet, and then Jelly Roll Morton. He didn't fuck around either. Like he had guys coming in that they didn't want to play the melody the way he wanted them to, and he just took a pistol out and like put it on the piano and said, "You're gonna play it the way I fucking said to play it." And, like he was gangster. Some of those old school guys were pimps and stuff too. I mean,
wasn't Jelly Roll Morton a pimp some of the time?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they were in Storyville, right?
Yeah.
Like, in old New Orleans, Storyville before it got.
Yeah, when you read these biographies, it's like, how did these people even survive? I guess because they played music was the only reason they did survive, because it didn't seem like your life expectancy in that tough of environment, just a brutal environment, would be very long. I mean, it was brutal everywhere for everyone for different reasons, but
I think the classics, the minimum, the classic series should put out something by Sidney Bechet. And I know that it wasn't. I think some of their stuff that was put out by Blue Note wasn't like recorded as Blue Note sessions. They were licensed.
I think, Mike, on the 7th, 5th, those 10 inches, there's some Sidney Bechet there. I might be wrong.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I think someone's. Does anybody have like a speaker next to their mic?
I don't.
No.
All right.
Those 1200 series that Elliot showed would be cool. Classic series.
But yeah, I mean, I do feel like the idea that like we never get, and somebody else mentioned this, like There has not been a reissue of 3. Wacom Brown mentioned no 3 Sounds reissues. Not one.
So cheap.
What's 3 Sounds?
But doesn't it like say something? Like I just feel like sometimes you need to, you got to represent the catalog.
What is that? What's 3 Sounds?
It's a trio with Gene Harris.
The 3 Sounds on Blue Note.
Mm-hmm. That's an album. The name of the
no,
album.
There's the most popular.
They're some of the Blue Note bestsellers.
They also recorded for Verve.
Yeah, they did a couple of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, the thing is, I don't have any Sidney Bechet, and I wish that if they did one of those like
you gave me your Sidney Bechet.
Well, now I don't.
You gave it to me.
I had it. That was really Dixieland, though. That was a bit too much Dixieland style for me. Which, frankly, it's really not too much. I mean, it's just I was just at an auction. I had to put some stuff up or whatever.
I like the 3 Sounds is I put on a bunch of 3 Sounds at Christmas. It's just like and I'll just kind of play it just kind of while I'm cooking and doing stuff, and it's just kind of real nice.
Yeah, they could do it.
It's nice background music, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean in a really good way.
They could put a really cool box set out with them too on Blue Note because they did like Lou Donaldson plus 3, which was like a 3 Sounds.
Well, yeah.
Stanley Turrentine, 3
Blue Hour.
And then
those records are phenomenal.
They did a little box.
What period of time were they playing in?
That'd be something.
Late 50s, early 60s is 3 Sounds, all the way through to the 70s.
Okay.
Yeah. That's cool. Is that Columbia?
How do you say that, Felipe?
What?
Is he gone? Oh,
what is it?
He likes us to say Lena Horn.
Oh.
Did I ever show you that, Mike?
I thought it was some French.
Can you show the label? Man, she looks very.
She is the most beautiful woman ever.
Oh yeah.
Literally holding her breath for the shot.
Oh my goodness.
Let's see. What is this label?
Pops.
Okay. Cool. 10-inch?
Yep.
Very cool. How many 10 inches do you have now, Baggy?
Just this little box full here. I'm not sure exactly how. Okay. I have the here's the one you sent me.
Yeah, that was
That's a cool label.
Oh, I love it. Great label. Great label. They put out a bunch of American jazz too.
Yeah, I got some Monk on that label.
Yeah, I got some old.
Oh, Monk's first album I think was on Vogue, like earliest recording session.
Mm-hmm.
It's on I think they put it out on the Mosaic. There's a Mosaic Monk box that has it on there too.
Mm.
And yeah.
While Baggy's on screen there, Baggy, I don't know if anybody said it or not, but sincerely, kudos to you for doing your big band performance, playing in the community band there. I mean, that takes a lot of nerve to get out there and put yourself out there. So I think
it was kind of a train wreck. But the good thing about it was that there was 3 kids there that are 30 years younger than I am, and they can cold read, and all the parts. There wasn't any more than 3 trumpet parts on any of the scores, so I really was able to just sit there and then only play what I knew I could play, and then I would just fake it the rest of the time and just like. I was, kind of playing air trumpet the rest of the time.
Baggy,
that's totally all right. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean,
no, and it's true that playing with other people it accelerates your. I mean, I can play stuff now that I couldn't play before because I'm just the hours I spent playing with the band and everything. Where are those?
Are you breaking off in the smaller groups to play your part, and then do you come together and?
That's what I thought. That's what I thought it was going to be. It was not that.
So when you're practicing, are you on a stage? Are you out in a are you like you're not marching, right? Like this is like
No, it's like if you go to a pops night with like in the summertime, most of your city symphonies will have their pops stuff during. So we were playing, like, speaking of Sound of Music, it was like the music of Richard Rodgers, and it would be a medley of like all of his most popular musical songs. Like we did Climb Every Mountain. It was a part of that medley, and then we did a medley of songs from the Hello Dolly musical, and then King and I, and then we did some Latin stuff. Oh, we did it. Oh, it's Felipe's gone, right? We did a actually the thing that set off the samba craze in America, which is Batucada. It was like the first samba record that came out, and so we did that, and we did a mambo one too, which I was able to play. Yeah, but we just walked. I walked in there the first day, and they just handed me a stack of scores and said, "Okay, you want to be third, or what do you want?" I said, "Yeah, I'll be third," and then a 1 and a 2 and a 3, and boom, they're off, and they're just playing. They're just playing it. I'm just sitting there staring.
That sounds like you're ready to go.
What the fuck?
What does that mean? That means your third trumpet.
Third, well, basically, when you're playing in a band like that, when you have multiple instruments, when you have three trumpets, or they're all the same, then the first trumpet will play usually the melody, and then the second trumpet would play kind of like the middle of the chord, like you were building a chord with like a triad of a chord, and
Okay.
and then I would be playing the bass notes.
Okay, so when you said I'll play third, you knew what you were getting into.
Yeah, and be naturally, because I'm playing the bass notes, then I'm going to be playing less notes altogether, and which is actually in some ways it was a little bit harder, because the thing that I have on the kids is I have a library of tunes in my head, so I know the songs and I know the melodies, and so sometimes when you're just playing the bass line, it's actually a little bit harder, because then you have to be absolutely accurate on your count. And that's the hard part. The counting is everything, and I am horrible at counting.
I marched drumline and I played bass line in college.
Yeah,
and,
it's not easy. It's because you have to know. You have to be on beat every
really
time.
Good, but if you're not really good, it's not the easiest thing.
What instrument did you play, Mike?
Oh, I played drums. I grew up playing drum set, and then when I got to college, I was in this computer science class that I was not qualified to be in. And we were in the lab, and I was sitting next to somebody who was in the lab with me, and he was watching This is like when YouTube first came out, and he was watching drumming videos, and I was like, "Oh, I play the drums," and then that was it. Then I was on the drum line the next day.
Well, when my daughter is a violinist, and her original intent was to major in violin in college. And before she even got to her first class, before she had even moved in to her dorm room, she had to show up, and they basically said, "Okay, you're in the East Carolina. You need to audition," and she auditioned. She didn't quite know it. She said, "All right, you're officially now in the East Carolina Symphony Orchestra. These are your times and everything." And she was like overwhelmed. And as Baggy had noted, she's an excellent violinist, but they're throwing all this stuff at her at one time. Oh, yeah. And that's what the other violinists said, the ones that had been in it for a year or more. They said, you just play what you can, and you'll gradually pick up the rest. And as the semester progresses, you'll have everything down pat. But after that semester progressed, she said, this is too damn much.
It's a lot. Yeah, I only did it for a year, and also for fans of the Jazz Bums, that guy that I sat next to in computer science class was my friend Kevin. By the way.
Oh wow.
So when you were in the drum line, was that for any sports?
Marching band. Yeah. I marched for Rutgers, and actually we had Greg Schiano, who was pretty new at the time, and he we weren't. I don't think we were Big Ten. I forget what we were, but I got to go to a bowl game. They sent me to Arizona to play against Arizona.
My brother-in-law he played a little jazz flute, but he was in the Berkeley jazz band, and he had a blast.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Like they went to, like he tells me
Oh,
he's like the least. Trust me, he is like he doesn't even watch football,
It's
but
great.
He loved going to games, and
it's
and
the
then
best.
he loved the travel part of going to because your band goes with you to the other.
Well, did you travel, Mike? Did the band travel to away games?
Yeah. Well, no. We didn't go to away games. We did home games and then the bowl game, and then afterwards I met. I had some friends, and I didn't do this, but actually I have been hanging out with Kevin this summer, and this is like drum and bugle corps summer, and a lot of the people that went through Rutgers drumline do that. And so anyway, so when I was listening to Baggy, I was just kind of thinking about like we just go and we basically like listen to the drum lines, and then they go and they meet up with like the horn section, and then they practice, and then they go out in the field and march. And it's kind of it's not for everybody, but like if you have any if your toe is in it in any way, you can appreciate it. And it's honestly, I love not being in it and listening to it. Like we go to the practices, so we just I sit there in front of the drum line, and you want to talk about audiophile. I mean, when you got snares snapping that wet head on in front of you and like killing your ear, it's just fucking awesome. So anyway,
it still just cracks me up because when I think Carlos and his friends that were in the band and stuff, like they're much older now. They're like the absolute opposite of the football team. It's like the complete nerds with and partying like in a completely different way, but doing the exact same thing in like this alternate universe. Yet they share the field at the same time. It's just,
but everybody on campus is opposite of the football team. They are a football team at any kind of a fairly high level.
I will say,
totally different human
I got a story. So I'm on Rutgers drumline, and I'm on it for like 2 years basically, and it's fun and we do our thing, but we have opportunities that come up, and one of them, the snare line, got an opportunity to go to New York City, and if you go to Park Avenue South around 28th Street, there's an armory. And the armory now has been like refurbished, and like you can use it as like a nightclub if you want to. But it's in between like Park and is it Lex that's on the other side of Park if you go east? Yeah. So it's in between there. And the Victoria's Secret runway show needed a drum line. They reached out to I didn't play snare. Kevin played snare. He went to the and you can watch it online. He was there playing snare at the Victoria's Secret show. That was one opportunity. The other opportunity that came up, you guys are not going to fucking believe this. We get told like 2 weeks in advance that The Apprentice is going to film in New Brunswick, New Jersey, and one of the tasks is selling like concessions at the football game. And they have a thing where Trump comes in on his helicopter on the 50-yard line, and they want the entire band behind him. So I am literally playing bass drum behind Donald fucking Trump before obviously he was.
You're partially responsible for his election, then.
Right? We're all
it's your fault.
That's how Trump gets you. He just gets you a little in, and then you're in all the way. Now you're going to jail.
What's that, Daggy? Hang on, let's do this.
Anyway,
I think these 78s have the ear. There's a little mark on there. I don't know if that's the ear. Do you see it there?
No, of course we can't see it.
You can't see it. I can see it a little bit.
I don't know when Plastilite started. If they did the 78.
No, this is a 78.
You're a fucking vinyl community veteran. You think we can see a fucking Plastilite?
No, I can see it. I can see it on the camera here. Hold on. You get it out of the sleeve.
Nobody can see
I
it.
mean, you know what it looks like. So if it's on there, it's on there.
Yeah, just tell us.
No, I don't know what it looks like. I just heard I've heard about the ear.
It looks
now,
like
do you have a record player that plays 78?
It's a P, actually.
I sure do.
It looks like a cursive P.
That's specifically why I bought the Technics. The Techniques.
Now, do you swap out?
When you press both the buttons, it goes at 78 speed, and you can adjust the pitch. So even if you have, well, I mean, you'd have to know what the exact right pitch is, but you can adjust the pitch on it too. So,
well,
because even back then they weren't always at 78. You know, exactly.
I have one Sinatra 78 that is sort of historically interesting, but I can't play it. I've never played it.
Chris can play him.
Okay.
I know. You know what I want to get? I want to get Mike. Mike sent me. I was looking into it, and he just basically said, "This is a great turntable." It's the Techniques. It's the 1200, but it doesn't have the pitch, like the DJ pitch control. It's kind of
that's a piece of junk. Don't get that. Don't get
That's
that.
not a piece of junk. That was stupid.
It is a piece of
I
junk.
just want something with a swappable head shell, so I could put a mono cart. I could put like a 78 cart, perhaps, whatever that means.
Are you talking about a new one?
I don't care. Hold on. I've been trying to show records for the past hour. I'm cutting it off. I'm showing something.
Oh yeah, show some stuff. Because I gotta go after you.
Let me show some stuff. So number one, I have not got a single record this whole week. That box I showed you earlier, the Louis and Duke box, I got that like months ago. But I want to show you what I've been listening to. Because frankly, I got these records and like sometimes I just don't, I'm just always on to the next thing that comes in that I want to focus on. But I listened to this. This is Mingus Blues and Roots on Atlantic.
That's one of my favorite Mingus's.
I feel like he's so different than everybody else. He just sounds so different. Like, not that you can't, obviously you can identify Miles and you can identify Coltrane, you can identify everybody, but like he's the easiest to identify. But I will say the first track is very orchestrated. It's Wednesday night prayer meeting, which is like incredible. But I gotta say, like, there's some other, like, Tension side 2 is like his bass plucking on that is there's like a really good variety on this. And I'm not one to speak about Mingus. I don't know his catalog well.
I prefer to listen to that than Mingus on him.
I agree.
It does more for me.
I agree too, and also I've also burnt out on too. That one's great.
I don't even have and every time I go to buy it, I'm just like, nah. I don't want.
That's probably the one I listen to the most. That and East Coasting.
But that's the Bethlehem, right?
Yeah, that one's really good too. It's not it's
different. I definitely have other Mingus stuff, but I was listening to this earlier today, and it just, like I mentioned, the style the style's consistent, but the songs are very different than the next. Like it's all orchestrated, but like there's some stuff that's smaller and bigger. And I don't have it up here. I was going to go through the lineup, but the lineup is very good as well. Charles Mingus, Jackie McLean, Booker Irvin, Pepper Adams, Horace Parlan, Mal Waldron on some songs. So it's really good. And I got this. This is this is like mid-70s George Pierce pressing. I didn't pay that much for it. You know, and it sounds really good. So
also, I've been listening to this one a lot more lately, but I used to listen to a lot, which is
I don't have that. I don't have that.
It's also on Atlantic.
I know Speaker's Corner did that too.
I think I have that.
I can't bring you over. All right, I'm going to show the next one. I have 3 more records to show. I'm literally just like going through my collection, pulling whatever that kind of looks interesting this week. This one is a Sam Records reissue. Nathan Davis with Woody Shaw. I gotta say, and I stand by this assessment, this sounds like a fucking Jazz Messenger session. This sounds swinging hard, like coming down the aisle, like where it just like there's like almost every song sounds like that, and I really love it. I mean, it's great, and Woody Shaw's
I just re-listened to that recently, like last week, and it's so good.
When I say it sounds like a Messenger's, like this is 65, I think this came out in. You listen to Messengers of 65 and you listen to this, there is a kinship there. And then also I got this was limited. I forget how many pressings, but this was limited. I had to get this directly from Paris. Is it Frank? Not Frank. Fred at Sam. And, you just order from the website. But
I have a copy of that too.
This is really good. And you know what? I've said this before, but I'll say it again. But like, you can see why they didn't select these tracks. It's not because they're bad. They're chill. Like they are just like, this feels like way more upbeat. Like, come on down, type thing. And this is just like, the solos are big and long. It's really good. So I don't know if you can still get this, but if you can, it's a really nice companion. So I listened to that.
Tell us who the artist is again. I didn't catch who you said.
Nathan
This
Davis.
is Nathan Davis. And, I don't have much Nathan Davis. I know that his records are super desirable. I feel like this one feels really in the pocket. Like, if you want an in the pocket Nathan Davis record, like, this is the most type of, bop style I can. And Woody Shaw's on it.
And Jimmy Woods is on it.
Jimmy Woods, Kenny Clark, and this guy, Rene Ortugre, who's on piano. And his stuff, I'm sure I butchered his name, but like, his stuff is fantastic. You look for his stuff that I think like was put out on Swing in Paris. They're like $800 records. Like, these are like beautiful 50s records. And this one, like, I think before Sam put this out, like, this was an impossible record to get. And I know that last week we spoke about Sam is putting out a new record by Shahib Shahab. That is like a must get. I don't even want to talk about it because it's limited and I have to get it. And I honestly feel ruthless about getting that record. Like, I don't want to mention it. That's why I told that if you watch
there will not be a link. There will
not be a link. There's details that I don't want to share. Okay. I'll save this one as a high. So I listened to Nina Simone. I got this. I think I got this for $45 at my local record store. This is the Mono first press, and it's absolutely wonderful. I don't know what else to say. Yeah, I got it. I actually saved the $45. It's wonderful. It's mono. It's Deep Groove Bethlehem, and it sounds incredible. And I see these pop up online. I see how much they go for, and they're not like.
What is it going for now? Like more like 60 or something.
They can go from 60 to like 100, maybe a little bit above 100, which is still doable. But man, great record. Great record. Really good. Really, really good. On Bethlehem.
I have the same one.
I got into Bethlehem because, I heard Ken McAuliffe and Dan the Jazz Shepherd showing those records, and I started listening to them. They're really good. They have like Zoot Sims. They have Nina Simone. I mean, there are some gems in that catalog. But besides this, I'm not really listening to too much Bethlehem these days. But they are good. What do you guys think about Bethlehem as a label?
Yeah, there's some good stuff on there. Some good Johnny Hartman on there.
Yeah.
What's the guy that produced a lot on Bethlehem and other labels that passed away earlier this year? Who was at Bethlehem?
Yeah. We made a video about it. Chris, what's the guy's name?
Reed Taylor.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some pretty good, Booker Irvin, The Book Cooks, is on Bethlehem, which is a phenomenal record.
There's I think there's a Herbie Nichols that's on Bethlehem.
Yeah, what is it? Cash
Doom and Gloom or something like that.
Cash Doom and Gloom or Cash.
Yeah, something like that. That's really good.
Bethlehem's a New York City label, is that right?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. All right, I got something I could show. These aren't all of them. My vocal Bethlehem.
I don't have the original, but I have the Japanese.
Yeah, that's really good.
The original's like $1,000 or something.
Yeah, it's very. You'd have to at least pay $500 for it, and that's a good deal.
Yeah, this is a really good. I mean, all of Herbie Nichols.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Jam and piano player.
Well, you know, the Classic Series put the 2 5000 series records out, right? And then Joe Harley's putting out the Herbie Nichols Trio.
I thought that, I thought them putting the 2 10 inches together was really cool.
Yeah.
Classics. I think that's one of the best. I have his Mosaic box, so I didn't get it. And I actually have one of the original 10 inches of that. But I actually still think I'm still thinking about getting it because they put it in a gatefold. I just thought it was brilliant that they did that. I think that's one of the best classics that they did.
It's one of the ones I play the most.
Yeah. I think those 2 10 inches are his best, 2 of his best records.
Yeah.
Well, I just feel like every time I listen to it,
they're built, they're like powerful.
I feel like when I put them on, I really try to listen to what he's doing because I've heard people talk about his style, how he was a contemporary of Monk. Like he didn't copy Monk. He was there with Monk. And I feel like I like to listen to that because there is a little bit of that style there. And
I just think his records have good energy that kind of gets you going in a certain way, in a positive, positive mood.
I just feel like, especially when we spoke with Harley, because he was like, there's it's like a Black Saint or Soul Note, and they do all Herbie Nichols stuff. And then he was like, in the Classic Series, put it out, and then it's just like, I feel like musicians that are in the know love Herbie Nichols.
Oh,
and when he said like, and now we're putting out like his 1500 series as a tone poet, it's like we did our job. Like we got him out there. Like we pushed him along type thing.
Yeah.
I just thought that was really
a lot of people knew him
to phrase it.
Yeah. What do they call it? He's a musician's musician.
Yeah. Because there was gosh, what is it? There was a group of musicians, and one of the guys recently passed away. Frank Kimbrough led, and it was called the Herbie Nichols Project. They have I think at least one on Soul Note, but they have like 3 recordings because I have them all on CD.
Yeah.
And and this was but people weren't talking about Herbie Nichols as much back then, and Jerry Allen was also big in the Herbie Nichols, and I got into him. He was featured in a book called The Four Lives of Bebop or something like that. I think that A.B. Spellman, but also he wrote "Lady Sings the Blues." Yeah, so that's like that was my first recollection of Herbie Nichols.
Well, Mike, so Harley showed this record, this one here. So it's Misha Mengelberg, Steve Lacy, George Lewis, Harshen Gorger, and then Han Benek, and it's Change of Season, music of Herbie Nichols.
Right.
So they're honoring. I mean, this is I feel like that's a big deal.
Yeah, and then they have another one. It's not exactly the same group where it's Herbie Nichols and Thelonious Monk. A combination of both their tunes. It's I think Lacey. I can't. It's a different. I don't think George Lewis is on there or whoever on the other one, but it's also Soul Note.
Okay.
Well, I feel very lucky to have this.
Oh, that's nice.
Volume 1.
One of my favorites. Still really clean too.
All right. Well, I have I just wanted to quickly show. Sorry, I just got distracted. Some Bethlehem that I have. So this is Milt Hinton, East Coast Jazz.
Who else is on that?
East Coast Jazz 5. So this is clarinet is AJ Siaka, bass is Milt Hinton, piano is Dick Katz, and drums is Ossie Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
So it's quartet. It's a really beautiful cover.
Mm-hmm.
It's got the label here. Anyway, really nice.
Now,
It's on.
wasn't Milt Hinton played like at Minton's Playhouse and stuff like in the early 40s, didn't he, Mike? When he like,
Yeah. Oh, he was around forever.
yeah.
He's also a really good photographer. I have a book of his photographs. I think it's called Overtime. And he took his camera with him on the road, and took pictures of all of the groups that he played in and stuff like that. And it's and this book came out like late in his life. I want to say maybe it was the 80s or the 90s. And it's a really good book if you can find it. One of these, when I find my copy, I'll bring it up.
Bring it out. Show us.
Yeah, I got this one. This is a Herbie Mann Sam Most.
Oh.
This is not an expensive record.
No, it's not. Well, there's no Herbie Man that's expensive.
Yeah. Love Herbie Man.
There's a Herbie Mann Bobby Jaspar on Prestige. That's a little expensive.
Yeah,
but not really. I wouldn't say it's expensive. It's not expensive. You're right.
Like $35.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, compared to
yeah. It's compared to $5.
$5.
Anyway, it's a good record. Really good. Next one, OG. I got this for $30. It's like perfect condition, totally mispriced.
Oh wow!
It's funny. I got an OG for tonight. Nothing of that too.
I know, and
like a $5 bin or something.
You know what's funny? They reissued this recently.
Yeah,
the reissue was in the shop for more money.
That's funny.
This is a perfect original pressing. So I don't know what they're thinking, but I immediately grabbed it. I think I said I got it for like $35. Charles Mingus bass piano, leader. John Laporta clarinet, alto sax. Tio
Macera.
Thad Jones trumpet, courtesy of Debut Records, which is Mingus's record. Hello, didn't Mingus own Debut?
Yeah, him and Max Roach.
So whatever, courtesy of Debut. That's a little pompous.
I got one too cheap, super cheap.
Jackson Wiley, but yeah, really good condition, really cool, great record. And this is not my only Mingus on Bethlehem OG. I'll jump ahead. I found this when I was in Chicago for I think like $45.
Oh, cool.
And I think at the time I think that was a fair price. I think it's gone up a little bit in price.
How is that one? I don't know it.
It's fantastic.
I was gifted that album and loved it.
It's but the thing is, a lot of people put it down because there's spoken word on it, but I think it's kind of stupid because the spoken word is like
it's amazing. I mean right. that is Scenes in the City is freaking fabulous, and
so
the whole Eisenhower era, it really
yeah. And the first song is Scenes in the City, and the voiceover is a jazz fanatic.
Yeah.
So you're a jazz fanatic. He's like, and then we were listening to Miles, and he starts naming people. It's just like, this is cool to hear. I don't see how any jazz fan would not.
Yeah.
Really.
Well, Newland just put that out. Newland just reissued that. So
yeah, I had the Newland reissue. But who does a really good version of Scenes in the City? If you get Branford Marsalis' first album, he does a version of it, and the narration is done by Wendell Pierce because they went to high school together. The guy from The Wire and all that stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. And Jack Ryan.
I've spoken with Dan, Jazz Shepherd Channel, and he told me that things like these Mingus Bethlehems, these were actually not like Bethlehem sessions. These were like sessions elsewhere, and Bethlehem licensed them. And it may not be take it
That
for
might-
what I haven't.
It
like,
could be true because
this is like a Bethlehem session.
yeah,
This
the minute
is
thing could
like
be
a
true.
West Coast session or something like that.
Because Scenes in the City shows up on a number of different labels besides Bethlehem.
Okay, yeah. So the thing is, Bethlehem had their own thing. Like they had their own setup. Microphones. Like when you look at the I can't remember his name now. There's a few Mel Tormes on Bethlehem, and one of them, his first one, is really, really good. It's like the only Mel Torme I would say to get. It's great. But that is a Bethlehem session. You can see like they have the microphone, like all of that's Bethlehem. Next up.
Are we going through your entire collection, or
I only have 3 more.
Right.
Stu Williamson, you guys know this?
No.
This is really good. He's a trumpet player, Bethlehem OG. This one's a little noisy, but it's got Stu Williamson, trumpet leader, Charlie Mariano, alto, Claude Williamson, piano, Max Bennett, bass, and Stan Levy, drums.
That's cool.
So this is totally a Bethlehem. Actually, I don't know. And then there's Max Bennett plays, and this has vocals on it. This is Max Bennett bass, Charlie Mariano alto, Frank Rosolino and Carl Fontana trombone, Claude Williamson and Dave McKenna piano, Mel Lewis and Stan Levy drums, and then Helen Carr on vocals. I think Helen Carr is pretty well-known vocalist, but has a couple tracks on. I think there's a track on each side on this one. And then the last one.
Yeah, hang on real quick. Frank Rosolino is a guy you shouldn't piss off too.
Yeah, it comes up. This one, okay, so this is this reissue series.
Mm-hmm.
The original Charlie Persip on Bethlehem is one of the most expensive ones. I don't know how much it goes for, but it's a lot. It's definitely not a cheap record. So I got this reissue. Oh, here, I printed it out. That's what the original looks like. That is a extremely rare record. You cannot, like, I don't even think there's one available right now. It's that rare. And this sounds not good. I would not recommend anybody get this. I assume this is a reflection of the series, so I don't buy these because you can get. There's a book, the book, a little one. There's probably the Herbie Nichols one you can get on this. There's a bunch of ones you can get on this, but this one sounds like total shit. So I would just avoid these.
You mean surface noise?
Okay. Unfortunately, I want that to sound good, but it just doesn't. I mean, you could listen to it, but you might as well just stream it. Honestly, there's no reason to have it on vinyl, in my opinion. I know that might be controversial, but anyway, N of 1, just one, one sample.
It reminded me. This is a really cool. This is a real fun record. It's Stan Levy, but the reason I got it is because it's Leroy Vinegar and Sonny Clark joining him and the trio. And then you got the Rosolino, Richie Kamuka, and Conte Candoli. So it's a sextet.
Sounds amazing.
The trio is, it's pretty. It's Leroy Vinegar, Stan Levy, and Sonny Clark.
That's also one that fetches a good amount, I think.
Does it now?
Yes. I think it's like $100 record easy.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Well, it's a pretty fun session. I mean, nothing, that's gonna blow your mind, but super fun.
I had one more I didn't realize I hadn't shown you. I'll show you if you want me to.
Yeah.
This is a 1978 recording, 5 Birds in a Month, and I just looking at it just a moment ago realized what they meant by the title. It's 5 Charlie Parker compositions and 1 Thelonious Monk composition, and it's on Galaxy, which is a Fantasy Records, I guess, and it's Art Pepper, John Cleamer, Johnny Griffin, Joe Farrell, Joe Henderson, Harold Land, and the rhythm section of Stanley Cowell, Roy Haynes, Cecil McBee, and John Hurd.
And if I remember, it's like there's different sax players on different tracks.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Art Pepper does a couple. Johnny Griffin does a couple. Land leads a couple. They might have two where they cross where there's two sax players.
And I haven't cleaned it yet, so I haven't listened to it. But it's a demo copy, so hopefully it'll be, one of the early ones off the press will sound good on Galaxy.
Oh, Galaxy.
Yeah, that's a super bargain too.
Yeah.
I gave $5 for it. So
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
All right, I'm getting tired. I'm about to fall asleep.
Yeah, we're at 5 hours, you guys.
my battery's dead.
I'm gonna fall asleep on camera again.
I wanted to show you this real quick.
Okay, I'm gonna keep going if anybody wants to stay on.
My battery.
I want to show you guys this real quick.
Okay. All right, good job, Akira.
Well, I'll show one thing. We were talking about Jason Moran, and then Elliot was talking about Fats Waller. This is his last thing on Blue Note, and this is a tribute to Fats Waller, and it was produced by Michelle Indigo and Don Was. Cool. And this is like when he used to do performances of Fats Waller music, he would wear this gigantic paper mache mask of Fats Waller and actually perform in it. You can Google it. It was amazing. And this is a good one. But that was his last recording on the Blue Note label.
You said you're gonna keep going, Mike? You gonna make it an all-nighter?
Yeah, I still have one record to show.
All right, well, I am gonna take off. Y'all have a good one.
All right. I'll stay for the one more record.
All right, thank you. All right, we still got 80 people watching or bots watching.
Did you want to? Okay, so I was.
Maggie, you got something? Go on.
Yeah, I was researching more on this. First of all, it's crazy because this is a 12-inch shellac, which I didn't even know existed until just now. Because I was just trying to put it in my
12-inch shellacs were used for classical music a lot.
Well, apparently Blue Note used them as well, because I was trying to put it in my 10-inch box and it wouldn't fit. And I was like, what the hell? I thought it was like the cover or something, but now it's 12-inch. So anyway, the little ear that I wasn't sure of course, it couldn't possibly be the ear because the ear is the Plastolite symbol, yes. And this is a shellac record, not a plastic record. So it is. Is the is
that right? Is there no Plastolite 78s?
No, do you know about 78s? They're actually organic material. They're made of shellac.
No,
they're
made of
the excretion from a bug and everything. Yeah.
Yes. I've said that. Mike has scolded me for mentioning.
Oh, you mean if there's ever been a 78 plastic record? I don't know.
No.
Probably.
All right. So what are you showing us here?
Anyway, that little symbol there is called the Scranton Anvil.
Okay.
And it's it looks like a little tent basically. And it's for the Scranton pressing plant, which is apparently, and there's an RD inscribed in there. So I don't know who RD is. Okay. But that's probably the mastering person for this record.
It could just be a catalog of the pressing. It could be
that's in there. The BN 203 or whatever it is.
I don't know,
but 209.
But the account that like RN could be the account.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Because if you look at early, like there's 9N in the dead wax. That's Plastolite's account for Blue Note. And then if you look at like Prestige has another numeric set. Anyway, what are you showing us here?
Okay, so I've changed the stylus. This is my I say Technics. I don't know. Technics 1210 GR.
Okay.
This is the affordable.
It looks great.
Brand new. You get this brand new, made in Japan. This is the made in Japan. The one that's below this one that doesn't have the tone control is junk. It's made in Malaysia. I tried it out and I didn't like it. This is the one you want, or the one above it. That's the one that Fred's always talking about. The G.
Yes.
Okay, so what you do?
I think Chad Kassem has the G's.
When you double press the 45 and the 33, so they both light up?
78.
Yeah. Do you mind? Is it gonna be a problem if I play a little bit of this?
I don't know. If it gets taken down, I'm going to come to your house and kill you.
All right. We'll just play like 5 seconds of it.
Yeah, just.
All
right, pick it up. Pick it up. Put it. Drop it somewhere else. Drop it somewhere else. Drop it in the middle. Drop it in the middle.
It gets really cool towards the end.
No, in the middle. In the middle.
In the middle. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, drop it in the middle.
Cool. Pretty fun. Yeah, they're really neat.
Cool.
And that's why I bought this, because I didn't want to have a whole separate record player. And I'll show you something else here too.
There's a lot of 78 Sinatra that I would totally buy if I could.
Here's something else I wanted to show you. Once you get that, go on to musiciansfriend.com and you get this little guy here. And this makes it so cool because you don't have to worry about damaging anything. It's this little plastic gig box here. This is made for DJs. And this lifts up. And then you just turn it just like the same way you put it on your on the interchangeable, and it stores them right there, and it keeps them suspended.
All right, so what do you got? You got an Ortophone 2M Red, and what's next to it?
No, that's the bronze.
Oh, wow. Very nice.
I had the red when I had a what's that German or the I forget the name of that
project.
Yeah, the project that came with the 2M Red, and it is bright like everyone says. Not bad, just if you don't like. Then this is my mono that I showed you. That's the first thing I ever showed you guys when I came on here.
Oh.
And then it's got a little box right here too. But this thing's like $30 or something, and it keeps it so even if you don't have the cover for it, it's not they're not going to get damaged. And you can have basically I have my 78 in here when I'm not using it, and the bronze would be on the table. And then now that I've used the 78, I just swapped it out, and it's completely safe. In this little box here, I could drop on the ground and everything's going to be fine.
Yeah.
Well, so that's something everyone should get if they're going to get
I agree.
One with an interchangeable head shell.
I agree. That's why I do want to get that. Yeah. I'd like to set up something in my office, and I feel like that Technics would be perfect because it's got the swappable head shells, and I could fit it, and it's black, and it looks good, and you
don't have to get, if you want to get it as a second one, you can absolutely get a used one. I'm just saying, don't get that 1500. Get a used old, DJ one off of eBay. And what you do is there's this guy. I'll get you the website. It's a really famous guy. Fred talks about it too. For his, you send it to this guy in New Jersey. You could probably drive it over to him since you're in the area, and he will redo the wiring in the head shell. There's all these different upgrades he does to it, and 78
what is he
speed is one of the upgrades.
Okay. Yeah, let me know. I know there's like a bunch of things you could do with it. Honestly, I probably would just get it and just enjoy it. I know you could like skip if it comes with the preamp, you can like skip the preamp or whatever.
I don't think the 1210. I know the 1500 had a built-in.
Really?
I don't think that the 1210 is a pure 1200 table. It does not have a built-in preamp.
Okay, that might be actually
the 1500 does, and again, I don't recommend that one at all. The only thing cool about the 1500 is it had a auto lift at the end.
Yeah, but the 1500 is like it's like a $1,200 turntable. How could it be bad?
It for the difference in price, there's no reason to do it. Yeah, I mean it's just honestly,
not. I just want the 78 speed. So
it's got junky little parts on it. Where this thing is it's the same reason why this thing is built in Japan. It's built like a tank. It's built with care and the love that they put into stuff there. They're so crazy about getting every little detail, and there's such a detail-oriented culture. They have a video of them building these things on YouTube. You can watch it. I mean, it sells it. It really sells it for you. But
you got one.
Hey, real quick, you want to do a little classical thing real quick?
Yes, but let me hold on. I gotta show this. I'm really like the king of slow walking. I just had like 4 records to show here. Okay. The last record I've been listening to this week, which is, it's kind of like one of my favorite Miles records. And I don't say that because like, oh, it's so good. It's just like, I just always listen to this record. I'm always pulling it out. I pull it out more than probably any other Miles record. And it's like, it's fine, but like, it's Dig. I'm always, it's an early pressing Bergenfield. It's got Sonny Rollins, Jackie McLean. They're on different tracks. I don't know which ones. I don't care. I just listen to the damn thing. And it's not recorded at Van Gelder's. It's recorded at Apex, I think it's called, in New York. So it has like a completely different sound, just like the Detroit New York Junction. Very big and open. Your ears adjust immediately. Like give it like 10 seconds. Your ears adjust. And this is a wonderful session. Wonderful. And this is like from 51. I think this is before.
Is that the actual album or is it a reissue?
This is so the actual album, so I think, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, these tracks may have came out as 10 inches as first. And then, and maybe even like 78s. I don't even know. It's 51. This was 51 session. So whatever the medium.
It was 10 inch original. Yeah.
Right.
He did so many 10 inches.
And then there was an original 12 inch that had the first pressing had this was not blue, it was gray. And then there was some red in the lettering. And that one is really expensive. And I think it has the New York City label on it. This is I think the next pressing, which is the Bergenfield, which is like from later 50s. I don't know what year exactly. 57, maybe 56, 58. And right, it's Bergenfield. Yeah. RVG hand etched, not like it's a little stamper, like he wrote, described it. So anyway, love this one. And it sounds, I think the reason why I like it is the recording space, how it sounds so open. It sounds so different than a Van Gelder session. And I don't even think it sounds better in a good way. It just is different. It's cool to hear it. So anyway, that's the last thing I want to show.
Can you stream that? Is that
yeah.
Can I stream that?
I'm afraid
what would be listed under though?
I do feel like people may think it's unimpressive. If you don't, if you stream it, maybe you're gonna be like, "Oh, this doesn't sound."
No, that's the stuff I like. I like the early stuff. I do.
Really good. It's so this is Prestige LP 7012. That's an early 7000 series. The 12th of the 7000. That's the last thing I want to show. Mike, are you gonna hang around for classical hour with Baggy and Mike?
I'm about to go to bed. I'm tired.
All right, that's cool. That's fine.
I may watch for a few not hours, few minutes while I get ready to go to bed.
All right.
You to sleep.
Later.
All right. Thanks for hanging out, Mike.
Yeah. Cool.
All right, Baggy.
By the way, that Dexter Gordon, the reason we were all fooled by that is because that was the actual Blue Note cover.
I'm sure it was.
But what I was reading, and maybe you already know this because it's not news to you. I was reading on London Jazz Collector that when Liberty took over,
yeah,
they still put out there was a warehouse full of stuff that was left over that they acquired, and so they put so that was like a Frankenstein thing. That was like they must have had a bunch of those sleeves left over that were already printed up.
Yeah,
but they pressed more records of the Liberty pressing, but they used the original sleeve. So I have an original sleeve, but a Liberty album.
That happened all the time. Like I have Prestige with the Blue Trident label in the record in a original. Look at this. This is an original cover of Red Garland Bluesville. It's an expensive record. This was a later reissue on Status. They just put a fucking Status. This is a sticker. This is an original.
They did that in the 60s.
I forget the year, but this is like the original. This is just overstocked jackets. They literally just slapped a sticker on it.
Yeah, that's cool.
And even the record itself is Fireworks RVG. But yeah, it's this. So anyway, the point is, if they had leftover stock, they'd rather just fucking press some cheap records and put them with it, than throw them away. And that's what they did.
And
this record sounds like absolutely trash. It's a terrible pressing. This is not a good pressing. But they probably had like leftover bits, like labels and jackets, and they were just like, all right, just press something and put them out there. It's what they must have thought, because it sounds like total dog shit. It does. It's the noisiest record I have. I hate having that in my collection.
I'm lucky with Riverside. Any Riverside original stuff I have has been great. Yeah.
It's a original jacket.
Well, I mean, that's fun in itself, But I tell you something, if that's what Liberties sound like, then I have no problem ever getting a Liberty, because that thing.
Liberties are great.
And I'm not a good judge of things that are excellent sounding.
No, Liberties are best.
But that thing, the second I put it on, it had a little sparkle to it, man. It really did.
Yeah, Liberties are great, and the early United Artists are great too, with the blue and white label. Liberties though are best bang for your buck. I mean, obviously, like if you get an original or something, but like you're gonna pay, 7 to 50 times more. Liberties are expensive now, though. I mean, they're not cheap like they used to be.
No, that record I looked was like going for, someone was selling it for like $90 in a VG, and mine's been played once.
Yeah, I was actually gonna message you and say, like, if you want to sell it,
but it's warped. It's warped to shit. So what I'm gonna do is, next time, I'm waiting till I have enough records that I want to send, because you have to send so many in at a time, to Perfect Vinyl Forever, and I want to test and see his machine that he claims can flatten. He said he has a $2,000 flattening machine or something like that, and so we'll see if he can flatten that one. I have a bunch. These estate sale records, man, almost all of them get warped. They did not survive sitting in people's wherever they, garages or wherever they stored them over the years. And they're really awesome records, but they're warped to shit.
All right, Baggy. Look, we are hemorrhaging viewers right now.
Okay.
So what are we doing? What is this classical thing we're doing? Let's go.
Oh, I was just gonna say, just real quick. I went to, the Met has a thing where they show opera in theaters.
Yes.
You can go and watch it there. So I went and saw the Barber of Seville.
Okay.
And it's fucking awesome.
Mozart, yeah.
No, that's the funny thing, is I always get confused, because I was like, there's the Marriage of Figaro, but then famously, if you remember the Bugs Bunny cartoon, he's saying Figaro, Figaro in the Barber of Seville parody that he did. So I'm like, oh, there's two Figaros? And then I never knew this until after I got back from the theater, because I watched this Barber Seville, and one of the main characters is Figaro. And so after I got back, I looked it up on Wikipedia, because I've seen the Marriage of Figaro at the theater, and I've seen it live when I was a kid. It's the same Figaro. The French plays was a trilogy of plays about Figaro. So there's 3 plays. So the Marriage of Figaro, which Mozart opera, that's the first play. That was a musical version of the first play of the trilogy. The Barber of Seville is no. I'm sorry, it's reverse. The Barber of Seville, which came much later, is the first play, and the Marriage of Figaro is the second one when he gets married. So, but they weren't. Mozart wasn't the only one, and they weren't. Those were just the most popular ones. But there was lots and lots of different composers that did versions of those opera versions of those plays. It's just where those 2 were the most famous and became the most famous. And it's funny, the famous overture to the Barber of Seville is, none of those pieces are contained in the Barber of Seville. That overture was taken from 2 of his prior operas. And it's like one of the most famous overtures of all time. But it was taken from 2 of his previous operas. So that's it. That's all I'm going to say. And so I want to say, people, if you've never seen a Marriage of Figaro or Barbara Seville, go see those. Those are excellent first-time operas if you're not used to opera to go see. And the cool thing about seeing in the movie theater is you get subtitles, so you know the entire story going all the way through. You're not confused by it being in another language.
Well, I'm trying to think. I've shown all the classical I've recently gotten. Have you picked up any new classical?
Yeah, I got some in the state sale, and of course I'm doing the original source stuff, which Michael like dropped his little bomb today on that. Which is funny because the one that he had the problem with, I like the most, but I totally understand. I'm sure there is distortion with it being so far into the. I mean, there's like no. I didn't even realize it because I didn't look at the records. I just threw them on my record player and played them as soon as I got them, and I was just kind of paying attention to the music, not the sonic quality of it. Yeah. So I'm sure it's fine. But the thing is, I can't wait for Michael to do a review on these, because the second they go up on Target for pre-order, I'm literally checking Target every day because the next wave comes out on September 29th, and they're not up for pre-order yet on Target. Yeah. So I'm literally every morning I go to Target and I pull it up and I type in original source to see if they've got the pre-orders up yet, because if you miss them, that's it. They sell out, and they sell out on Music Direct. And the thing about Target is they're $10 less from any of the other big online record sellers.
So which ones are you expecting to come out?
The next 3 that come out on the 29th is I'd have to get it up here. And I was even thinking maybe asking Michael, I hate to bother him, but like if these are ones that we should bother with, because he knows them so well. He just knows all this. Like did you watch that video he put out today with the guy?
No, I watched a little bit.
Oh man, that's such a good, and that helps out so much with the Deutsche Grammophon stuff.
There's like a Deutsche Grammophon Beethoven symphony, and I forget which one it is, but apparently it's extremely expensive, and he was hoping that would be one of them.
He's hoping the 5th, well, from Kleiber will be Kleiber. I hope I'm saying that right. He's hoping that the 5th, because they did the 7th was the one that came out in that first wave. I believe the 7th.
Yeah.
Iroquois.
I have like the first the Karajan records, these ones.
Karajan?
Yeah,
that's what the Mahler was. That's what the Mahler.
These are okay. I mean, they're okay. I mean, they're really good. But I've heard a lot of people kind of say this is not the best Beethoven cycle. But actually, like his later, like the one that is a box set after this is actually even better. But anyway, I got this one.
Here's the thing. Here's the main takeaway from that video, and even the guy that was sitting there with him, the other expert that he had there with him, who I can't remember his name. My biggest takeaway there is that he was bringing up that you shouldn't sleep on the chamber music that Deutsche Grammophon put out. And he had a lot of very interesting things to say about chamber. I remember when you had brought up chamber music a while ago.
I don't like it.
Well, okay, so chamber music literally means it's chamber. It's a room, so it's music, a small ensemble in a room, and it's some of the most beautiful music that you ever hear. I mean, you must like Yo-Yo Ma, right? You like listening to Yo-Yo Ma?
Not really. I mean,
come on.
It's not that I don't like Yo-Yo Ma. I just don't own any Yo-Yo Ma.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's so beautiful and delicate.
My of course. I mean, I'm sure Yo-Yo Ma's great, but like for my Bach cello suites, I have this thing.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
So there you go. So, I mean, these small string quartets and these small wind ensembles and stuff like that, they're playing these guys are rock stars everywhere in the world but here. I mean, there's documentaries and movies I've seen watched about these different groups and stuff. They're really quite famous, and it's absolutely gorgeous, beautiful music. And if Michael can curate that a little bit for us somehow, that would be great. And he did point out some in the video, because really, like he said, orchestras are so complex to put onto vinyl, but with, it's like jazz. It's like the difference between a big band record and a Blue Note record. A Blue Note's like chamber music, basically, So anyway, the next wave that's coming out is Rafael Kublik, Ma Vlast, which I don't know anything about.
Okay.
And there's Seiji Ozawa, which I have a bunch of Seiji Ozawa Boston Symphony stuff. It's going to be the Symphony Fantastique, which there's so many of those out.
I have that.
And the other thing is a Friedrich. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I have this London. This is a London Decca, but
yeah,
really, really good.
Yeah, I don't know if I need another Symphony Fantastique.
Yeah,
so
I think I'm good with this one. But yeah, no, it's very good. Wideband London.
The one I'm really interested in is the Friedrich Golda Mozart piano concertos, number 25 and 27. I love Beethoven concertos that I've heard, that I've gone to see.
That might be the first one I buy. I like and I know this, number one, I am not a classical person. I like to buy classical that I like. I mean, and that's kind of an obvious statement, but like, I don't know.
You're not going out to get, this one's. It's like going to see Citizen Kane because you're supposed to see Citizen Kane. No, I go to see the movies I like.
I do tend to like concertos and sonatas better than symphonies. I like those a lot better than symphonies for the most part.
Yeah,
symphonies for me it's a bit hard to. I guess maybe I've trained myself to listen to small group jazz stuff, and I can kind of like listen. Like I have a certain way that I hear everything, and an orchestra is so big, it's so much that like for me it's just like I can't even grasp what the hell is going on. So concertos and sonatas are much easier for me to listen to.
Yeah, well, I learned so much from that video today. What he said about why the living stereo strings are so treasured, because they sound more natural than the Deutsche Grammophon of the 70s. The strings don't sound as natural, and there was so much in that video. I'm going to watch it a million times and try and absorb as much when I can from it, because there was it's going to become a great source. It's like those old Firmer videos that I watched over and over again, where he did the 100 best analog stuff, or even his Beethoven video. I watched it a million times because
that's why I bought this box, is because of him.
Yeah,
and I got it from Acoustic Sounds because it was.
That's what that video today is like. It's like another Firmer, like one of those.
That's why I need to make sure I have my attention span there to watch it. So I know we're approaching the 5.5 hour. Baggy, are you still good to hang out, or do you need to jump?
No, I just wanted to mention that because I know we talked about doing this.
Well, because I do have another thing I want to show.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Well, I was just going to jump into some Frank Sinatra records, but like this is literally the 5.5 hour mark. So this is just me.
Does YouTube do something if you go too long, or is that a thing?
Okay. No, but if you need to go, let's go.
No, go ahead.
All right. Well,
it's only 10:30 here.
I have to grab some records. So, do you want to entertain the folks, the 63 people that are watching?
Sure.
All right. Cool. I'll
show this for the 3,000th time. This is one of my. Now. This is a Lark Ascending. I remember there's someone on the comments. I think this is the most exquisite thing that I've ever heard. Like the Lark Ascending here by Vaughan Williams. There was a classical kind of snob person that told me that's not his. It's okay. It's not his best work. I just think I never get tired of listening to it. And of course, this is like probably my favorite record I ever have owned. This is a 70s press of the. Now it's kind of reflecting a lot here. Anyway, this has a Vaughan Williams Fantasia and the theme by Thomas Tallis, which used to be my favorite thing, but then the Lark Ascending kind of eclipsed that. Always show something completely different. Here's Come On Pilgrim. This album, when vinyl was on the outs and CD was taking over, and Warehouse Records in California was getting rid of all of their, closing out all of their vinyl. They weren't going to sell it anymore. This was on sale for $3. It's an EP, and Doolittle had just come out, so I was familiar with the Pixies from MTV. So I picked this album up, and it blew my mind. This is like definitely one of my top 10 most influential on my life and my music and my band that we had back in the day. Everyone should own this, I think. Okay.
All right, so I just literally went and grabbed the stack. This is just a stack of Sinatra in my giant catalog. So we'll see what we have here. This is Come Dance With Me, Billy May. This is a surprisingly good one, even though I've heard people kind of disparage like the creepiness of Frank on here. I guess.
Oh, can we not do that? Jesus Christ. Wait, what do you mean Billy May? Who's Billy May?
Billy May's the Ranger Orchestra.
Oh, okay. So it's all songs
is
arranged by Billy May. Okay.
With Capital Sinatra, it starts with Nelson Riddle, and then it goes to Gordon Jenkins, and I think Billy May is the next one. And there's a host of people. There's Axel Stordahl who came before him, and then he worked with him later. There's Bob Costa. There's a bunch of arrangers that work with Frank. And
I know all those names, but I only know Nelson Riddle I only knew that Nelson Riddle
is the most famous.
Yeah, definitely.
Easily the case, the most famous. Although when you get into Sinatra's catalog, like this is a really, really, really good sounding record. It's a great Sinatra record. It's like heyday Sinatra 50. I don't even know what year it is, but anyway, that's one I pulled. This one is Sinatra with Basie and Friends. This is a concert that they were raising money for like orphan children.
That's not the Vegas concert.
No. This is I think it's actually like Georgia or something. And Sammy, Dino, Frank, and Johnny Carson host this.
Holy shit.
Really, really good. Really good.
Is that easy to get?
Bootleg. So I don't think you can buy it on Discogs easily because of that, but this is really good to have. It's on like a bootleg label. It's not like audio, like audio file, but like
so someone had a recorder. So that was never official.
No. It was recorded very well, but like this was not put out by like Capitol. Like this is, but the recording is really good. This one,
so like the sound guy snuck it in there.
Okay, so I'm a Sinatra file. Okay.
Yeah.
I know basically everything the man sang, which is insane because he sang a lot of shit. And frankly, I don't know everything he sang because his Capitol years, the early stuff, it really gets so insanely vast that I don't know that stuff. But when he gets so this record with Joe Beam is really good. People say like this is peak Sinatra. This is definitely not peak Sinatra. His voice is not as good on this as there's other records for sure. Like it's not even questionable. So people need to chill with saying that. It's a really good Frank Sinatra record, but like in terms of his vocal abilities, there's earlier stuff that is significantly better than this.
I like when they get older and their voices break up, and I like Billie Holiday's older years more than her younger years. I collect those records. Like the Billy and Satin and stuff more than I do the younger Billy in her heyday because I like that character in the voice. I don't
know enough about Billie Holiday to make.
But I'm a Tom Waits fan, so it makes sense.
A judgment on that, but anyway, I'm not saying it could be your favorite record from him. Yeah, I'm not saying. I'm just saying that if you think this is the best his voice sounds, that's like not the case. Like there's earlier stuff where if you think this sounds good, listen to his like first Capitol. Like songs, not even songs for swinging lovers, songs for young lovers. It's a 10-inch record. It's his first record he put out on Capitol. I actually think that is his best recording. I think, period. That's it. That is the best Sinatra record. I have it right here. I was listening to it the other day.
Real quick on that other one though. So Ipanema's on that and stuff like that, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. He jumped on with Carlos Jobim and did Ipanema. And it's good. It's really good. I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm just saying people need to relax with saying like, it just, there's like this. Listen to this. This is like peak vocal performance. It's fantastic. Okay, next one. My brother got me this. This is a like gray label. It's Sinatra Basie. I have an original Sinatra Basie, a historic musical first. Mono press, first pressing. I'm not listening to it with a mono cart, but
I'm listening. I'll get it real quick. I'm listening.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this sounds a lot. I mean, this does sound a lot better than that. This is definitely a digital. It's high res, but it sounds better than the first. I don't think Reprise, his label, was really so. Sinatra founded Reprise. That was his label when he left Capitol. He put out Reprise and Sinatra Basie. There's a ton of Sinatra stuff, and then I think after a few years he sold it, and then
is that why? Okay, so because I George Borden sent me some records, and there was I think a Merle Haggard record, and it was on the Reprise label.
I think Sinatra owned Reprise, and somebody check it and correct me, but like it wasn't. I don't think it was definitely less than a decade. I think it was like 4 or 5 years. And then he was like, I don't want to deal with this. Very rich.
So it's not,
man.
it's not like it's just that kind of music. It was, they
had
their own A&R people and stuff.
But he still put he still was like an artist of Reprise. So I think this isn't underrated. I mean, I consider it underrated. This is Gordon Jenkins, Where Are You? So Frank Sinatra with Gordon Jenkins. This is a very early Capitol. So when he started on Capitol in 53, 54, he put out a few records that are, people say are his best records. Then the next set of records, he started working with Gordon Jenkins, and this is so good. I like this, if I had to sit down and listen to a ballad, Torch Sinatra album, this would be it. I wouldn't go for He Sings Only for the Lonely or Wee Small Hours, which these are some of my favorite records, but those are like sometimes little, it's not that these are too intense, but like they're not, I don't know. These are really good. There's this one, and then No One Cares are the two ballads he did with Gordon Jenkins. And I for whatever reason, I prefer them. I don't even think they're better. I just like them better.
Is Gordon Jenkins an orchestra lead? Because I have a Gordon Jenkins album, and it's this really weird oddball thing. It's like this. It's a really weird record.
And look at the backs of these. Like they all had these like, he had. So if you look at this one actually doesn't have it, but you see how like there's a woman in the background and then there's a man up front. Well, if you look at some of the older ones, it's on the back. It always looks like this style, but it's like Sinatra and there's a lamppost. And the lamppost was like a big motif. Like Sinatra had like a style where it was like suit, hat, cocked, and then lamppost, whatever that was. But it was like, nighttime.
Like a film noir, like a detective type of thing.
My wife always says, like, when I put this record on or any other, like, she's like, this man is like the saddest man I've ever heard.
No.
It's true. All right, let's keep going. I did a video about this, so I'm going to skip it. There's too much history there. This is his first record on Reprise, Ring a Ding Ding. So I think this one's cool because he left. Actually, he didn't leave Capitol. He still had 2 records he was recording there, and then he was going across LA and recording at a different studio for his Reprise label. And the story is that the last 2 records for Capitol he didn't give a shit about because he literally the same day was going to record something he was going to put out on his label, so he saved all the good stuff for that. But he was contractually obligated. So it's kind of like the opposite of like the Miles Davis, like the 4 prestige records that he did in 2 days that are like the best, you can get of that style. Where Frank, his later Capitol stuff, people argue not as strong as he, because his heart wasn't in it, which is debatable. But anyway, this was the first Reprise record. And the reason why I gave that little backstory is because he starts a new label. He puts it out. It's a swinging record. Look at the cover. The title is Ring a Ding Ding. Like, hey, here I am. So anyway, I thought that was cool. And this has great songs on it. Like, they're very cheesy songs. Like there's the coffee song. Do you know this song, Baggy? The coffee song.
The only cheesy song I know is the Ant one. The High Hopes one is kind of with the little chorus in the background.
Well, that's early. That's even early. That's way early.
Is it really?
Oh yeah, I mean, he did that that was the Kennedy. That was a hit song during whenever Kennedy was running.
Yeah, that was in the commercials and stuff.
61. And then he redid it, and it was vote for Kennedy. But it was the same thing. Sorry about singing. Next one, another Reprise, Sinatra and Strings. Really good record.
That looks cool.
I'm fan of Strings records, except for this, and there's a Clifford Brown in Strings. Those are in Strings. Those are like the two that I really like. But this is really good. Don Costa, arranger conductor. It's a really good one.
I want to hear that one.
It's really good. Sinatra at the Sands. I've spoken about this multiple times.
Got that. I have that one.
Yeah. It's like literally like if I were to recommend one Sinatra record, it would be that. It would be a tie between that and Wee Small Hours, depending on the person. If you were a middle-aged man, I would say go for this. And if you're anything other than that, I would say get Wee Small Hours. This one is Dorsey and Sinatra. These are like the RCA years back in the early 40s, like wartime Sinatra. This took me forever to like. It's like free.
So he was employed by Dorsey at that time. He was working for Dorsey, right?
Yeah, and I know. Yes, I think that's fair to say for the most part. There might be some like. I don't know exactly, but because this is from
the way that Doris Day would have had a run with a big band and stuff like that.
So the recording sessions on this are February 1940 to July 1940. So this is 1940, which is So anyway, they didn't record the tape in 1940. So these are needle drops from like lacquers or some what I don't know what the source was, but anyway, this is so good. I didn't even care about the sonic quality. Like they do, I'll Be Seeing You and Say It, Polka Dots and Moonbeams. These are like the best versions of those. And the later ones, he does re-record those, better fidelity, better studio. But I don't know. I think this is like the best version of those, even though, they're recorded in the 40s. This is arguably this is his magnum opus. This is Songs for Swingin' Lovers. Yeah. If you listen to the songs on this, these are the most recognizable. They're swinging. The first song is You Make Me Feel So Young. You Make Me Feel So Young. I feel like how many times has that been sampled in a movie? Like it's just, it's almost like when you listen to it, it's like almost like a parody of itself. That's how much you've heard.
That's why like when he does that in Sands, doesn't he?
No, he doesn't do. No, I don't think so. He does. The first three songs on Sands are just.
I know there's one where he sings it. And he doesn't say "You Make Me Feel." He says, "You make me young," like that. He leaves out. He like switches it up and just sings that part.
Hold on, I got it here. Let me double check. I could be wrong actually. So Sands it starts with "Come Fly With Me," which is just ridiculous. It sounds
especially with the bassy band.
Perfect first song. And then I've Got a Crush on You, so he brings it back. And then the next song is I've Got You Under My Skin, which is probably there's a point in it. So I've Got You Under My Skin on this record is the first song on side B. And it takes up, I'll show you. You want to talk about like it takes up like it's like a fat track. And for like a pop record,
because he monologues during it, doesn't he?
Not on this version. But the thing
Oh, yeah.
there's a point in it where he stops singing and the orchestra gets really low, and there's a giant, huge crescendo, and it's like it just builds, and it sounds so good on this. And then when he does it on at the Sands, he voices over. He's like, "Run and hide, run for cover," and then when he's saying that, it's like It's just so cool. It's the coolest thing ever. I thought, I'm sure other people think it's lame, but then they do the Shadow of Your Smile. That's fine. Streets
I
of
love
Dreams.
that one. Love that one.
That's okay.
Shadow of Your Smile.
And then side one ends. So side one has Come Fly With Me, I've Got a Crush on You, and I've Got You Under My Skin. Those 3 tracks I've listened to in order. Like, it's such a good. And then that side ends with One for My Baby, One for the Road. It's such a good version. Side 1 of Sinatra at the Sands is just killer. And then side 2, there's some bassy like instrumentals. They do the tea break, which is the monologue. So he comes out and he does like a monologue, a comedy.
Yeah.
And then he builds that into You Make Me Feel So Young. And then side 3.
There you go.
Anyway, it's great. It's great.
So it is on there.
What's that?
So it is on there.
You Make Me Feel So Young? Yeah. But you were saying
on Sands.
Wait, it is. Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So there's a
low.
part where he'll leave out. He kind of like shortens the lyrics. He says, "You make me young."
Yeah.
You make me feel sprung like that. He breaks it up a little bit, and it's kind of fun.
Yeah. All right. Yes, it is on there. Good callback. Okay. Next one. This is a comp. So when basically Capitol fired him because he wasn't selling and he was not cool. And this is like early, I guess it was late 40s. And then a few years later, he had some success in Hollywood. And I'm messing up the story. But anyway, he got signed to Capitol in 53. 53, 54, 55, they had outtakes. Not outtakes, but songs that didn't make the other records. And this is a compilation of those. So this is early Capitol Sinatra. Really good stuff on here. Some of the stuff was released as a single. They do some cheesy stuff on here.
Those are 40s recordings?
No. These are early 50s, 53, 54.
So 55. I didn't know he had a dip in his career then. That's interesting.
Yeah, his famous dip. That's why they say he had the great comeback. Because he was super famous in the 40s, and he was doing he wasn't selling anything at the end of the 40s. He was terrible, just a washed out has-been. They Capitol fired him. He was just not selling anything. Nobody liked him. And then he came back on Capitol as a mature middle-aged man, and he started singing the same songs, but just better studio, better arranger, everything better, voice better, style better, look better, everything better. It was you got to think. We were talking earlier. 78s didn't even have jackets, right? That was when he came up. One of the best. I feel like I'm rambling, but one of the best things about collecting Sinatra is that you could take it back to basically all of recorded history from 78 shellac to digital, and every medium possible in between, and you could listen and compare and do everything. So that's if you look at the history of music and you're interested in it, if you want an artist to follow from point A to point B, he's a great guy to follow because he did everything. His career spanned 7 decades.
That's why I love Louis Armstrong. I mean, he started. Yeah. He's basically the genesis of popular music, and then in 1961 he knocks the Beatles off the charts and has a #1 hit.
Yeah.
I mean, that's incredible. It's the oldest person to have a hit on the charts.
Dean Martin,
#1 hit on the charts.
Everybody loves Somebody Knock the Beatles Out too, which that song's okay. I mean, I like that song. I like it on a Dream with Dean when he does it with a little trio behind him. It's really good. All right, last one, and then we should get out of here. But this is I remember Tommy Dorsey died kind of young, I think. like maybe in his 50s or maybe late 50s or something, but he was taking like sleeping pills, and I think he had some weird reaction and he passed away. So Frank, when that happened, he had the Reprise record. He put out I Remember Tommy with Cy Oliver, another conductor and arranger that actually worked with, I think, Tommy Dorsey. So that was the connection there. Frank put it out. They do all the old Tommy Dorsey songs, and this is some of these songs. Like they do Polka Dots and Moonbeams on this. Really good.
But sonically better than that other one you showed, where it was like the actual original 40s
It's
recordings.
like it's night and day. It's like VHS to.
But do they keep the same style? Do they keep does the band play in that same style, or are they playing in a more modern style?
They play in a similar style, I think. Similar style, but just better recorded, I think.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
I like to listen to both of those.
But yeah, I reckon I got Mike Notes and Tones to get this one. It's really good. It's a good one. But yeah, and it's on. One of the things when you look for Frank Sinatra Reprise, the earliest ones, he has this scowl. It's like a red.
It's got him on it, not the boat.
That's the one you want to look for.
And we never no one has determined why that boat's on the labels.
Yes, I think they did. I think they said that it was. Remember we were talking about that.
Because I would hope that it was because of he was when he was in the clouds roll by, and
no,
at the end of that,
I thought it was like a tugboat, but it's not. It's not a tugboat.
No, it's like a riverboat.
It's like a steam. Right? People said that the reason why that was included, because if you actually look at the different, so when Reprise started, they would differentiate the genres by whatever graphic was there. So all the Sinatra records had Frank's face, but if Dino recorded a record, he didn't have Frank's face on there. He had the tugboat or whatever it was, the steamboat. But they also had like comedy records, spoken word records, folk records. When they came out, they had like a variety of artists. And each one was just supposed to represent a genre. I don't know if there was any like deep connection or whatever, but I think like Neil Young uses the steamboat on his.
It's like a flat bottom riverboat, like the Mark Twain at Disneyland with the paddle in the back.
What I heard is that it's supposed to represent the boat from Jersey to the city. And that Frank always kind of.
Oh, now I remember. Yeah, you told me that.
Obsessed with it, and he wanted to incorporate that, or something like that. But I don't know if that's true. I have no clue if that's true or not.
Well, my collection is pathetic. I have is it Songs for the Lonely with just a space and the little diamond shapes and stuff.
Oh yeah, that's a great record.
And then what's the one where he's at the bar and it's got.
That's No One Cares.
No,
I mean it could be a different one, but what else?
It's got the 2:45 song on it. It's quarter da 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 da.
That's Frank Sinatra Sings Only for the Lonely.
I'll have to look at the other one.
The one with
I'll put it on Discord later. I'll look at it. I'll look at all my collection tomorrow, and I'll tell you which ones I have.
So, anyway.
Okay. My phone is out of batteries, and my earpods are out of batteries.
All right, I'm gonna keep going solo. No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
No.
I can put my cat up in front of the camera.
Thank you for sticking around. I had fun talking about Frank.
Yeah,
right.
man. I had a lot of fun. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. Talk to you all later.
Night.